on my broadcast now. So okay, so John's got his technical difficulties figured out. So now where are we? Where did we leave off? So we've got team one and we've got team two.
Thing
So
one
it's
and thing two.
Roach,
My broadcast
Aardvark
now,
Pepper,
so, okay.
Shaky.
So
John's got his technical difficulties. So me,
Oh, Shaky made it
Andrew.
tonight.
Aardvark, Shaky, yeah, he made it, and Sad Puppies. So Andrew, we're on game one, and John, Ben, Connor, and James are on team two. So it's 4v4, or sorry, 2v2, 2 games. That's how we kind of figured it out.
That sounds good.
So, and we did it all randomly chosen. So, assuming that me and you were the captains because we're both the ones that are broadcasting. So, with that said, everybody else was randomized, and that's what we came up with. So, if
Very good.
Connor, John, James, and Ben want to go to Rome, meet Connor there. We'll see you guys later. Have a great night and good luck. And we'll start our game and try to figure out who's going to play who.
Same to all you guys.
Yep.
Let me see where I'm going, or if I'm going into another room, or
No, you're staying. You're staying there. You're staying here.
I see. I played with some of you guys last time. I'm not sure if I played with KH. Oh no, KH is going to the other place. So I know I played with Roach Warrior last time. Gobliton, I'm not sure about. Shaky, did we play last time? No, I don't think so.
Yeah. No, it's James Gabaldeliton. He's got to move to Rome, and it's me, you, Andrew, and Shaky. So we got to figure out between us. Now, me and you were partners last game, so we could split that up. Maybe say me and
I
Andrew.
always like to switch things up, you know? I'm
Me
not
and-
like, oh, let's get in the groove. I'm like, yeah, always.
Yeah, exactly. I'm not
Always
against
looking
me and
for that
Andrew
game
being
spirit.
team or me and Shaky being a team. It's up to you guys. I don't even care. So I'll let you.
Okay, just so I'm catching up here. What happened? John is playing now?
Yeah, he got it working.
Oh, excellent.
So we're just waiting
Okay,
for James
so-
to move to the Rome room. James, you have to move to the Rome chat. That's where your team is waiting for you, if you can hear. And between me, you, Andrew, and Aardvark, we have to figure out who's going to play who. Now, I suggested that me and Aardvark were teammates last week, so we could shake that up a little bit. So either
Sure, you guys decide. I'll set up the game. You guys decide.
I said the same thing. You guys decide. I don't care. So between you, so Shaky, between you and Andrew, you guys got to figure out who you want to play with.
I'm fine with whatever.
Oh, God. It's like asking my wife where she wants to go to dinner.
Yeah, because I'm about to change.
All right.
my
Well,
mind
I've
here
never
to
played
decide
with
to say,
Andrew.
Oh well, I would really like.
I've never played with
What is
Andrew
it?
before, so if Shaky doesn't mind, I'll play with Andrew because I played with Shaky before.
Sure. And then
And we'll give you guys a choice of who you want to play.
okay. What's your name? Aardvark? Pepper? Peeper?
Or Peeper.
Oh, we
wow.
called him
A lot
Ard.
of people call
Ard.
me Ard.
Oh,
or
we can
Peeper.
Peeper in the server.
We just call him Ard.
I am so
Ard?
emotionally damaged.
You don't
Emotionally
want to
damaged.
just give us your normal human name?
Oh no, just call me Ard. It's like
Okay,
because it
you
gets
wanna
mad
be-
confusing. Like I watch some of these videos, like the stream games, and it's like people are like they're like, oh, like James this or like Andrew this, and you're like, who's playing? Like who's speaking? What's going on? So it's like
yeah.
if I just have one name, then it makes it simplest for the
Okay, Mr. One
the
Name.
presentation.
What do you want to play? Access or LS?
No preference.
Oh, you have to
The
choose.
only preference is like if I switch up my teammates. That's all.
You have to choose. And then I'll choose what side I
Will
want.
I choose? Then
Yeah.
I'll play Allies because I played Axis last time.
Okay. And I will then play UK and you could be Soviet and US. Does that sound good?
I'm Soviet and US. Sure. It's like you're sure you want me to control both USSR and US because that's a lot.
That makes sense. That's how you play it. That's how you split
And
up a 2v2.
the other thing is also it's kind of like I feel that UK is kind of like it's like UK has a very important role, but pretty much whatever USSR does, and like the timings there, like UK has to support.
Yeah,
So
I
I
know
feel
how
like
it works.
it's really hard to have
Do
kind
you
of
want
like
the
a
side or
cohesive
not?
thread.
You have to, because we can't. I don't want to mix and match the turn order.
Yeah, it has to be U.S. Soviet.
Yeah, it's like we'll
that
just
is
try to get like a good communication on. So
Okay.
if that makes sense, right? We'll
Okay.
just talk it out. Okay, yeah, sounds good.
And it's Lord Dalton, right? Is the other player?
Andrew.
Is that correct? Is it Lord Dalton?
Oh yeah, he's
I have no idea who you're referring to. Me?
yeah, your
Is your
Axis and
is your
Allies
game name Lord
Oh,
Dalton?
no. It's Sad Puppies number 5197.
Okay, I knew that.
I
There we
dropped
go.
my ID in the chat.
Wait, so Andrew,
Everybody tells me
Andrew,
I'm
who do you want to
for
play
analysis.
Axis? I played. Did I play Germany last week? I did, didn't I?
Yes, you play Germany. I play Japan.
Okay, so I'll play if you have no. I'll play Japan this week, and you want to play Germany?
Yeah, it works fine.
All right, now let's go. Let's go, baby. Japan.
All right. So just for the record, Shaky's my partner. Is that right?
That's correct.
Yeah, my name is Jake. You can call me Jake. Or
Jake,
Shaky,
huh?
whatever you want.
Jakey Shaky. All right.
Yeah,
So
Shaky
I'll
Jake.
just say Jake. You know, if you prefer, whatever you prefer.
I have no preference.
Shaky.
Is fine.
We just call him Shaky.
Shaky it is then.
He's famous for the
It's a
Shaky
very-
Shuffle, man. We can't call him the Jake Shuffle. That just sounds stupid.
Shake and bake. There we go.
All right, finally, we're going.
Finally, all right.
All right.
So, I know you like to do 4-3, and if you want to, I won't fight you. So go ahead.
No, I don't care. It's like I can do 4-2 and 21 opening. You know, like West Russia only, Egypt, whatever. If you have any kind of preference, just spit it out. Like I'll go with whatever. Even if I think, like whatever I think, I'm just like, let's try something new. You know what I'm saying? So what do you think? You got any preference for having fun? I guess.
I've been toying with the idea instead of 4-2, like 6-1, 6 infantry in a tank. But
What? So 6 infantry and 1 tank?
yeah, I've been toying with that. But it's sort of like, then it's like, well, if you lose the extra guy in West Russia, then it's all for naught anyway, right? The whole point of the extra tanks is that, in theory, dead zone Karelia, which I very rarely attack Karelia anyway, even if they stack it, because I feel like there's advantages in other places.
I feel the way that
Or-
it goes. Like even with like a 4-2, it's a little bit chancy. You know what I'm saying? And it kind of
4-3
like
yeah, 4-3 is better against a tank rush in my opinion, but I don't know if he's a tank rusher.
it's like I remember last game, not to meta too hard. Like I remember that Germany kind of didn't like very much did not tank rush. So even though he's playing Japan this time, right? It's like maybe that will influence his style. Yeah, I don't know this particular player, but yeah, it's like yeah, sure, I'll do 6-1, you know. But just speaking in terms of like how I would normally handle things, I would say unless I'm expecting to retreat from Ukraine, right? That would be, you know, it's like you want to have those extra tanks. If it's that in at 6-1, then I'm like, there's a better chance to hit it at Karelia. But we'll just see how it plays out.
If you're gonna retreat from Ukraine, I would do 4-3. I would not, because you want those 2 extra artillery to counter. Because if you don't take the territory, he's gonna land planes there, potentially.
Yeah, that's okay with me. You know, it's like I've got my tricks. Yeah, oh, I see what you're saying. Because the counter from Caucasus. Okay, so the proposed move is 6-1 build and go. Do I go 20 to West Russia, 1 fighter to Egypt, or do I go like 12 to West Russia, 9 to Ukraine? What do you think?
Are you gonna do the jam?
I don't care. Like it's. I'm just saying I'm open to that possibility. Or if there's something different you want, if you're like Russian cruiser, right, or like Russian whatever, Russian carrier, I could do that too.
No,
There's all kinds of like crazy lines.
I don't want to be silly. The jam is interesting. I just don't fully understand how to maximize that play. I haven't really done it anymore. But that,
Yeah,
that,
I feel
that
like the
would
jam
not be-
kind of like it relies a lot on decay. So
that relies a lot on hit points, so that would be an 8-0 buy.
yeah, that's true too. So what do you think?
I don't know if you're Germany. I would just do normal, man.
All right, so
way too much
6-1,
Russia
6-1, and 12-9. Yep. So I'm going in. I'm committing. Yes.
Okay.
Committing. All right. Here we go.
I don't think I've ever seen a 6-1 buy. It's gonna be interesting.
Well, it's like it sort of like splits the
It's
difference.
hedging.
Oh,
I actually just started a new ranked game today. Now this is my 5th ranked game for the season, so I'm not actually ranked yet. But they did it. Excuse me, they did a 6-1 buy and a 12-9 attack.
how did
I
it
think it's
work out?
uncommon, but not unheard of.
Did it work for
Yeah,
them?
I feel that Axis and Allies, the meta needs to go back to like the fundamentals of calculation and sort of stuff like that. But whatever. Okay, so got that moved done. 12-9. Let's see how the dice come out. Doing West Russia first, because you can't really retreat or whatever from that. Okay. I was sweating those first series of rolls, but turns out, it's looking pretty decent so far.
Chance to be average?
Wow.
Above average, yeah. Okay,
I feel
so
that's
no,
above average, right?
yeah, it is above average. If you get
See
the
what
bomb
happens
average,
at Germany.
if you get the
Okay,
bomb
so-
average, pick it up.
Reporting on the order of loss, right? Looks like he's not taking Bomber first. So he got pretty
Oh
lousy hits. That's too bad.
God.
I'm going to go in for another round. Let's see what happens. Okay, so total wipeout. No choice. I cannot retreat.
That's excellent.
Let's see.
That's really good.
Oh my God.
That's
Yeah, that's
amazing.
pretty fucking awful for them. But whatever. So definitely above average opening round. Non-com, do you think that I should stick I generally prefer not to put an AA in Ukraine, but this is one of the situations where I'll ask my partner, do you have an opinion? Because I could see a case for that. So put it in. Okay, so
Yes, as a German player, it's super annoying.
okay, so I'm gonna put one fighter on Archangel, one fighter on Caucasus. Does that make sense?
Yep.
Okay.
Looks like you currently have 2 going.
Yes, I accidentally moved both on. I'm like, what the heck? Okay, so sub moves there. I'm not gonna. It's like whether I dive or whatever. So just make sure that your defensive profile is set up for however you want.
You still messed up your fighter replacement.
So what?
You still messed up your fighter replacement.
Oh my god. Yeah, you're right. Jesus Christ. Fucking this UI, man. Okay, so you go there, you go there. Dang. All right. So
Now, I like to leave a guy in ratio. You can have to.
yeah, I'm adjusted. It's just like there's so many ways for trash to that. Like every time, like whenever I play Japan and like USR leaves a guy there, I'm just like, yo, thank you very much. Like free dude. No.
Because if you don't, it lets them suddenly forget it on, which is what I don't like. And typically, if you have a guy in variation, it also makes him a plan. Typically, anyways.
All right. So just for the record, normally I wouldn't do it, but in this case, sure, why not? It's like if UK asks for it, then
You don't have
it's
to.
like like switching things up, right? It's all about like sort of like playing that different style. So is your defensive profile set for the season? Don't tell me what you're gonna do, but just like whatever you decided to do for the battleship thing, right? You have it set.
Well, it doesn't matter if you change it down like either. We're good.
No, it's like you should be able to change it before the end of my turn.
Nope. Doesn't work.
No,
We've done it several times.
fucking
Our
hell.
team did it,
So I learned something new today too. Thank you very much.
For whatever reason, in the live games, the profiles don't change for like an entire round. Like you can't change it in the same round.
Outrageous. So thank you for letting me know that because now I have new information. It's very cool to learn new things. So I put the tank in Moscow. Does that make sense to you, or should I put it in?
No,
Yeah.
there's no reason to be in Caucasus because they can't reach anything from us.
It's not like there's this whole like India thing going on, but that's okay. So that's my turn. Going to press the button. Here we go.
All right, that was really good. USSR round. They
Yeah,
got
I'd
really
say if I was in a
Really
ranked game
good.
right now, I'd be super happy with my opening.
Yeah. I'm not too happy with their opening. So I'm thinking 722 for a purchase.
Yeah, I think you got to risk a plane or two to hit Ukraine too. And if it turns out you get a decent strafe there, you could pull out as well. But unless you weren't thinking of sending a plane there, I mean, you could send the tanks.
Yeah, normally I send the tanks because I can replace my tanks.
Yeah,
way
that's
easier
true.
than
Yeah, I'm okay with that too.
I'm not going to get a bomber this round. I mean, I'm not saying never at all, but not first round. I don't want to have ground units.
Yeah, I like the 2 tank
Oh,
planes
just-
instead of the bombers.
So before I hit send on this, my plan is to take Karelia because it's free, hit Ukraine, and hit C-Zone 17 Transjordan. C-Zone 7, 10, and 13. I'm going to take a risk on 10 and 13.
Oh, with the
One sub to 10 and one fighter to 13.
Oh, that's interesting.
It worked last week. I completely wiped the British Navy. I mean, there's a chance, a slim chance, but it does work sometimes. But with those 3 tanks being in Ukraine, I think I gotta do something
It's a bit risky
to
though.
level up. Yeah.
1, 2, 3, 4. You're basically sending 4 on 4 with a battleship. He's got a battleship. That smells like a
Yeah.
defeat to me. It's up to you, but that seems very.
Oh, I normally, usually the coin flip isn't with C-Zone 7, it's with the C-Zone 10 and C-Zone 13. Both of those are coin flips. But with C-Zone 7, like, I pretty much always win that one with 1 sub, 1 or 2 subs, 1 cruiser, and 2 fighters. 2 fighters are just a little bit more powerful than 1
Yeah, but you said
battleship.
you're going to send a sub to C-Zone 13
Yeah.
and 1 to 10.
No, one sub to 10 and 1 fighter to 13.
Oh, just a flip of the coin.
Yeah, so I'll still have 2 subs. I'll still have 2 subs in C-Zone 7. 1 from 9 and 1 from 5.
Boy, okay. Well, if you're feeling it, man. I don't know if I'm feeling it, but well, you know, if you're gonna do that, that's fine.
Oh.
What do you think about taking the transport and taking 1 dude and landing him on Iceland as a combat move?
Yeah, I can do that. I can land 1 dude on Iceland. Right, that dude. Like that?
Yeah, something like that.
Yeah, especially if I wipe the whole British Navy. I mean, 1 dude on Iceland.
Right. Yeah, that means that American bomber has to kill it. Or it could be a British plane, but the British planes are probably going to be busy trying to kill your battleship and whatever's left in C-Zone 7. Don't forget the cruiser. Yeah, there you go.
That guy and that guy. 2, 4. I'll go ahead and put all 7 infantry and then a couple tanks.
That's, yeah.
Let me see what the end game says about this. It's saying favorable with just this.
So that means it's a probable win for you, but it's not a good strafe. Or it's an okay strafe.
Let's see what it says with 1 less tank. Now it says implausible, so I think I need that tank, but what about 1 less infantry?
I think what you should do is send 1 tank from Germany. What does that look like? Does it say strong if you do that?
Oh, you want more units.
Yeah. What does that look like?
Now it says strong, yeah.
Yeah, so that's a good strafe.
I could send both tanks, and I also have 1 in Baltic.
Yeah, but I don't think...
So I could send 2 more.
Because he had such a good West Russia, you can't really stack Ukraine, and you don't want to put your tanks on the front line. If that battle turns out where you're only left with your tanks, that makes it an easy decision for him. Really what you're trying to do here, I mean, theoretically, is you're trying to hit Ukraine, kill everything but 1 tank, and back out if the battle's gone favorable for you. So you're trying to basically, in your first round of combat, you're trying to eliminate, if you can, you're trying to eliminate 5 units. And I think 10,
Gotcha.
because what you got there is, so you've got 7 at 1, so that's 1.2. So you've got
For 1
maybe 3 hits with what you're sending right now. Whereas he's got,
If we got maybe 3, I could send one more tank, and that gives me maybe 4, which is not
Yeah.
quite 5. So I won't.
The problem
I
is
won't
if
go
your
over the
infantry
threshold at
if
6.
your infantry hit twice or even 3 times, then that could be problematic. Mind you, it is hard for him to take it back, but still, you're basically but you did buy 2 tanks.
I think it's gonna be worth it. I mean, exactly. Like I said, I can replace my tanks way easier than he can replace his.
Okay.
If we want to get into a tank battle, Germany versus USSR, I know that Germany wins the Battle of the Kirks.
Well, he bought 6 infantry,
time.
so that definitely helps this strategy even more because he's very infantry heavy already.
Mhm.
So yeah, I think he
I
got.
mean, he got 6 infantry, but I have 7.
I think he got
You
5
know what I'm
hits.
saying? Like I can replace my losses.
Yeah, I think he got 5.
Well, I mean,
hits.
7 that I just. Okay.
Yeah, I think he got 5.
Oh,
hits.
you mean without that extra tank?
No,
without the extra
as you
tank?
have it right now with 10. I think that's 5 hits.
Okay. We'll go for that. And then, did everything look good to you?
Everything except the
Yeah,
13,
season
but
13.
you know, you're feeling it. So I know what that feels like. So
I mean,
go with it.
it's a literal coin flip. I mean, might as well try it.
Yeah, but you're feeling it. It's like the NFL.
It completely neuters. It completely neuters the
It's the
British
Super Bowl,
fleet
baby.
at
It's the
that
play.
point.
It's the overtime. The coin flip.
All right, I'm kicking it.
Give him the ball.
This is my favorite part of the game, where I just spam the enter button until I have to select a casualty, and then I spam the enter button again.
Oh, nice.
All right, Jordan went good.
No, 10 first. Ooh, okay.
3 hits.
Ooh,
That's not too bad.
that's pretty good.
Almost took the cruiser first on that. I'm glad I didn't, because I just got a surprise hit. So.
Very nice.
Oh, I just got a reload.
Okay. See if we can match Russia's energy. Oh, I got to reload too. Okay.
Are we all gonna hit a reload here?
I don't know.
Season 7 or no? Season 10 went good.
Oh, nice. Well, if you get 13,
Let's try 13 now.
I'm not watching. I'm not watching.
All right, I got the cruiser. That's all that matters. Lost the fighter.
Okay. Well,
So it's a wash.
yeah.
I actually, to be honest with you, I would rather lose that fighter, like take out the cruiser and lose the fighter, than take out the cruiser and keep the fighter. The thing is, if I keep the fighter, I have nowhere to land it except for Morocco.
Yeah.
And then I have to keep that, at least that one infantry has to stay there, but it's still bad odds to keep that infantry and fighter there against the US's 2 transports, which means I'm more likely going to fall out of Libya and Algeria to defend that fighter, because I mean, at that point I have the fighter. I might as well not throw it away. So I end up just losing ground in Northern Africa that I'm going to have to invest even more to take it back
Yeah,
later, even if Jordan goes good. Then
Yeah,
he
I
can
understand the theory. Yeah, you bought yourself literally a round and a half with Germany to move everything east.
Right. Oh, that was bad. That was all misses on the infantry. All right, I've seen worse before. So let's see what we've got. We got 4 units
He hit you back twice.
versus 8. I've got 5 infantry, 3 tanks. He has an
That's
artillery
exactly
and 3
3
tanks.
hits. That's exactly 3 hits. That's what you want.
What I have.
Yeah, you have 3 hits.
Let's see what happens. Nope, 1 hit.
How about 1 hit? Oh my god.
But it was
you only
1
got
and
1.
1.
What is it
But
now?
if I know if I go for it this time, I'm going to get like 7 hits.
You gotta kill those tanks, you gotta kill them.
Yeah, because it's 3 tanks versus 3 tanks.
Yeah.
I can replace mine better than you can replace his. Yeah,
There you
3
go.
exactly.
There you go.
And
And
you
he
got
gets
2.
2 back.
Yeah.
Well, that's not easy for him to take back, though.
My strapes always go like that.
Yeah, me too. Me too.
Let's see. There's literally no reason at all to stack anything in Europe, so I can just move literally everything
East.
west or east.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I can move everything direction. I'm not gonna stack Guerrilla yet.
You know what? Actually, maybe you should. Actually. How many can you put there?
Let me reset this board.
How many can you put there? 3? 3, 4, 5,
4,
6,
just 6.
6. But he's only
Yeah.
got 2 artillery. And he has to kill Ukraine, Bello, and Karelia. That's a
I
difficult...
mean, theoretically, he doesn't have to kill Ukraine and Bello. He can just kill Karelia.
Right. But then that saves Ukraine.
That is true, and that is 3 tanks right there versus 2 that I'm putting in.
And you really
Karelia.
all just...
Yeah, I like. What's up?
You know, I almost like... Now I almost wish we didn't take Iceland, because bringing that AA gun along with it, another infantry, would have been very helpful.
Yeah, but I can. I can set up for, next round.
Yeah.
He's gonna have to, like you said, he's gonna have to choose between Ukraine and Karelia. Actually, I do need to pull this 1 infantry from Baltic. I need it in Bello.
Yeah.
As a blitz preventer.
What he's probably going to do is probably hit Ukraine, because that's the easier of the 2 battles for him, and stack West Russia. He's probably going to do something like that.
I'm fine with that, though.
Yep.
Well,
he can't
to
do
an
both.
extent,
He
that's
can't do
not the
both, but he
worst.
can do one or the other efficiently.
Well, I don't know. He has 11 infantry. Like, that could hit Ukraine. 4 of them can only hit Ukraine. So you have 7 that could hit either. But it's still only 2 tanks now, so. Yeah.
Fisticuffs,
This
man.
is probably fine.
Fisticuffs.
It's I don't think this is perfect, but I think it's good enough for a blitz game. Alright, I'm gonna get 1 artillery in Italy. Just in case. Or do I want to do the artillery? I might not do the artillery in Italy. I think I'm going to actually just do 2 infantry in Italy.
Okay. I'm fine with that too.
I've already got a good setup going on down there. I've got Transjordan, Suez is locked down, and I want to be able to get that artillery to the west.
All right. Very different game, man. I love this. It's a very different game.
Well, I don't hate those results. So you hear Ard?
Yep.
So what are your initial thoughts here?
I'll be right back.
Well, I got a lot of thoughts, but I feel that Russia can pound Germany. We'll see about that, There's a bit of tricky stuff going on sort of in the north, but he already depleted his air force. So that's gonna be a plus.
So
as far as
I almost never do a UK-1 fleet trap. I like to get the fighters to West Russia, but I'm thinking I might here because of the UK air situation. But if I did that, I might need the US bomber to take out transport or the cruiser, maybe? What do you think about that? So the other thing is I never do 17 with UK, but I'm kind of thinking about this might be the time to do it.
All right.
I don't know. What do you think?
Okay, so my thoughts on the cruiser, right? Like, the cruiser's garbage, like whatever, okay? I don't want to risk the valuable US bomber against the cruiser. It's just like, if they both die, I just feel like, wow, I just totally wasted a bomber. As far as the transport goes, there I'm kind of like, I don't want the transport to live. I could pick it off with the Russian fighter, but I want to use a Russian fighter against Karelia and Ukraine. So
no, it would have to be the American bomber. Right?
Yeah.
So
it's like
the only reason I want the cruiser dead is because if I do drop a fleet, it'll just be 2 fighters and a sub, and I could stand 2 fighters, sub, and a cruiser, and it's a little right.
Yeah, it's like he's gonna have sub cruiser 2 fighters at that point. No bomber, so it's kind of like I feel that if he wants to take it on, it's kind of like he shouldn't. You know what I'm saying? Like
but he will.
4 against like
he will.
4.
He'll at least give it a roll because what else is he going to do with it?
Yeah,
right?
well,
the Navy is going to want to have a chance to roll against him.
But so I like that. It's like if he takes it on, that's less to go against Russia. So that's sort of like, you pay your costs, you take your chances. But if you want, like if you really, really don't want that cruiser, then okay, I can sack this I can sack the U.S. bomber against a cruiser. At least it's no guarantee, but it has a decent chance of clearing.
The other option is I clear the cruiser, but I use the bomber, so the bomber's not available for 17, and then we have to wait around for America to get in position to kill them. That stuff.
So here's a question for you, right? Nah, I see what you're saying. All right, so cruiser, 2 fighters against cruiser, then you lose a cruiser or you lose a fighter, and that's their thing. Well, I'll leave it to your call, right? I see what you're talking about, and I know which way I would lean, but this is one of these things where it's like I feel that the UK just kind of needs the US support, so you call it. So US bomber should hit. What do you think? Cruiser? Transport?
One of the two, yeah. It's up to your risk tolerance. Like, do we save the UK bomber, or
My risk tolerance is super high when it comes to working with allies. Let's put it that way. Like, if it was my personal thing, I'd hit the transport. But for your situation, I see what you're talking about. You're talking about like reserving the bomber. So that's going to change your game too. It's like if you want to hit C Zone 17, right? Okay, I see it.
Yeah,
So,
so I could kill the transport with a fire. I can't kill the transport and the cruiser. And I don't want to risk a fighter on a cruiser because if I drop a
fair enough, completely fair. All right, so I'll send the bomber after the cruiser. Like it's a little chancy it might fail, but it's a pretty good chance to succeed. So I'll do that.
pretty good.
Okay? I'll commit
And
to that.
you know what? Even if it does fail, then we're back to the original situation where it's 4 against 4.
I think that's fair too.
Okay, now I think I will hit 17. Normally don't, but I think I will here. I don't know why I just get a feeling about it. So I'm not going to preserve any of the Indian fleet. Usually I preserve a bunch of Indian fleet, but right now.
Whoa. Okay, so that carrier right there, right?
Yeah.
That's. Oh, I see. Okay, so you're doing it that way. All right. Yeah, I forgot. I haven't done I haven't done it this way for so long, but it's good.
Yeah, and I'm just going to suicide the transport here. Usually I don't suicide stuff. Usually I preserve this carrier and the fighter and the transport 33.
If you're hitting C Zone 17, it's just, what are you going to do, right? That's the right move to do. The right combination.
Okay, and then get this transport. And I believe that's everything. And then everything.
You don't want to hit New Guinea or anything? I'm not saying you should, but.
No, not really.
Okay, that's fine.
We'll just use what we have as a starter kit for a fleet.
Yeah, something that you could do, I'm not saying you should. There's some interesting things that happen, like if you move the trend, it's like if you attack the Japanese sub, it's kind of like, it's a dummy check. It's like, did they remember to like have their things submerge? And if you do have the UK fleet at Solomon's, you get some sort of like interesting sort of like counter attack possibilities if Japan does decide to go to Pearl Harbor.
Well, that's what I did last week against you, remember?
Yeah, exactly. I was like, this is cool, right? So if you want to do that again,
No,
if you don't want to do that this time, like that works too.
It'd be different if I was saving the carrier in 33, but because I'm not.
Right.
I want to preserve some fleet because I don't want to just donate everything.
Sounds good. All right, so let's pull the trigger.
Let's see what happens. Of course, usually I send the fighter to 61 and lands in China. This makes 61 a little bit more dangerous. Okay, that's no losses. Now, can we get the battleship clean without losing any fighters?
Yeah, and the bomber's probably going to die in any case because it would have to land on Egypt.
Praying to the dice gods here. Fuck.
God. Bomber missed twice. Battleship missed twice. So
fair enough.
Too shabby.
you kept the fighters, so that's. I
I'm
think
all
as well as
for.
you can do out of it, because Germany picks it up in the counter anyways. Wow, you really won in Transjordan. That's a huge stack, man.
Uh-oh. 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 Uh-oh.
It's fine.
Whew.
Oh, wow. Wait,
Oh,
Almost
oh,
lost
oh.
61.
Ah,
Almost lost 61.
yeah, well, don't get me wrong. I definitely prefer that that's taken out. That can get really nasty for India.
So, does it matter where I put the fleet? 7 or 8?
It's like 7,
If I-
right? Because
if I-
his fighters in Poland cannot reach
Yeah, right,
7.
right.
They can hit 8, so.
That is correct.
What happened here?
Oh, my poor transport. Just in case it gets any weird ideas about air raiding planes. Let's not forget our South African friend.
And maybe the Western Canada infantry moves over to Eastern Canada.
Yeah,
It's like you do that eventually anyways.
I'm going to keep him there just in case as a Alaska counter, even as unlikely as it is.
All right. Well, just in case Japan decides to jump on Alaska or whatever,
And then, do you have
an extra option.
Do you have any opinions on keeping a guy in Burma or not?
On where?
Keeping a guy in Burma or not? Do you have any
Oh,
opinions on that?
Move it. I would say move it out. It's like Japan just has like too much crap that it can pull. It's like, again, if you want to leave it there, I saw that you wanted to like leave a guy in Buryatia. So I guess theoretically, whatever. Yeah, I don't know your thoughts, but I'm very
Yeah.
much
Usually
like,
it's
less.
usually it's if you leave one in Beryata and you leave one in Burma as well.
Yeah, I can see how that would be consistent. Yeah, so sure, just leave it. That's we'll make it work.
All right, exciting times. I never do UK1 fleet drop. This is foreign territory for me. There we go.
Holy shit.
Yeah.
Hold on. Did a UK drop. Fleet drop. So he's gonna kill this. The cruiser with the bomber, maybe? So I'll have the sub and all of my fighters to attack Sea Zone 7. That's an interesting move. Okay. Okay, so this is I believe this is a KGF, so I am going to purchase 3 transports and 3 infantry. You okay with
sounds
that?
good. Absolutely. Are you planning on hitting Pearl?
Oh yeah. Yeah.
Well, if you really think it's a KGF, if you think that he's gonna move his fleet to the Atlantic, I mean, you could always skip that and try to make more ground in Asia, specifically like the China region. I mean, you're welcome to hit 53 or move into Asia. Either
Well,
way.
the reason I want to hit Pearl, and it's funny because I actually I've sort of evolved and devolved on this issue over the years. I was a big fan of hitting Pearl, then I hated it, so I didn't do it for a while, and then I've been doing it ever since. So I've sort of flip flopped on it.
Yep.
But I think it makes a lot of sense.
Well, things can turn out really bad if you don't hit it. If the U.S. decides to keep their starting fleet, or at least a portion of their starting fleet in the Pacific, that happened last game. I think you and I weren't on teams last week. Maybe it was me and.
Yeah, you guys.
To be honest with you, I can't remember whose team I was
You guys
on.
left your cruiser.
But
You had your
we kept
cruiser
it.
left in 53, and we sent down. Wait, hold on a second. No, we were the Axis last time.
We weren't on the same game, were we?
No, but me and Aardvark Pepper were Axis, but Aardvark Pepper was playing
I got you.
Japan, and Japan won 53 with a cruiser, and the Americans only sent a destroyer and 2 fighters, and they lost a destroyer and a fighter in that battle against the cruiser. So
So I think it was me and John Roberts on a team last week, and we were allies, and we just he was playing as the U.S. He kept his, I think both 56 and 53 fleet in the Pacific, or no, he might have moved his 56 fleet to the Atlantic, but we just kept harassing, like Japan couldn't do shit in the Pacific.
oh, you were doing a 2-ocean strategy?
It was not exactly 2 oceans, and the logistics in the Atlantic were pretty bad, actually. Like, the U.S. actually never landed in the Med. But Japan was pretty much completely shut down. Like, we kept pushing Japan back to the coast. Like, at one time, they didn't even have French Indo Thailand or Burma.
Got it. Oh, he did stay. Look, he kept Burma. Fucker. Okay, so we'll play it this way then.
So you're just gonna leave Sichuan? You're gonna let the Flying Tiger survive?
Yeah. Well, you can't do Pearl
Okay.
and Szechuan, so I don't need to kill the Burma dude. I just need to kill it. I don't need to actually win it. Now, he's got no planes. He's got 2 planes. He's got no bomber, so I can land in 32 or 31. Wait, 1, 2. Wait, 1, 2, 3, 4. So 31 is the most logical spot for the aircraft carrier. It's safe there. He didn't move his. He's gonna
Well,
have,
you can land in Libya.
I don't need to though. He's out of position if he does that. So we'll send that there, and we'll send one of the destroyers there. Keep the battleship back for options.
Oh, I just realized he doesn't have any fighters in India.
He's got 2. He's got 2 in Persia, so I can land in. I can put
But
the
they
carrier
can't
in.
reach.
Yeah, he can't reach 31.
Yeah, you could actually land it in 37, and that keeps your aircraft carrier 1 position closer to the Pacific.
Yeah, I could keep him there too.
Or even 36 for that matter, keeping it, well, yeah, even 1 step closer than 37.
Burma's a bit of a risk. Actually, if we kill it, see, if we kill everything,
I think that's a good.
if we
I
kill,
think that's good for Burma because I mean, even if you just kill 1 for 1, you're still trading. You're trading his. You know, he has a 3 IPC.
yeah.
Complex,
Problem is I have to
but
kill
you're
it.
going to be.
I don't have to take the
You got a
territory, but
fighter,
I
don't
do
you?
have to kill the unit.
I mean, you got odds on that.
I know. Okay. All right. Well, unless there's any other complaints or questions or queries or, I think a battleship and a destroyer should take out a cruiser, right? Right? It's supposed to work.
Oh, absolutely,
It's supposed to work.
absolutely.
Well, you know, so he doesn't have a bomber. So actually, I can send this battleship to this fight.
Yeah, the only thing with that is that you actually have to kill both the fighter and carrier, or at least the carrier in 53. Because if the carrier and fighter survive,
Yeah, they won't.
it has to be both of them.
They're going to die.
Then they can hit. Got you.
Yeah, we have to plan that. We have to assume that we're going to win that.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. All right. Let's do it. Let's do this battle. Take care of this dude right off the bat. Get his 1 hit out of the way. Fine.
Yeah, I really like taking the tank into the north.
Oh, he.
I think it's
So this battle's gonna be a tad bit easier. He just submerged his sub. So let's kill the plane.
I'd do.
Let's kill the
Oh, you
plane.
already chose.
I can back out now
Yeah,
and save a
that-
cruiser.
that-
You want me to do that? I could
let
do
me look
that.
at the map.
But
I don't think that's worth it.
let's see.
I don't know that that's worth it. Where are you going to back out to?
Yeah, I can't really because he
can
saved.
hit you.
He
Well,
saved his sub though, so his sub will be able to attack. Yeah, we got to kill it.
but it does draw. I would. Well, hold on now. I think there's a argument to be made that backing out could be a good thing if you back out to like 52. That draws his fleet into the Pacific, and he doesn't have anything to back up his fleet. You could kill his fleet, his entire fleet next turn, even though it's a KGF.
That's a good
If
point.
he does want to, retaliate against you, then that puts him behind. He's basically going to have to do 2 oceans or KJF at that point.
Yeah, and the British from 41 can't hit 52. So what can he hit me with? He can hit with
Yeah.
the 2 fighters. 1, 2, 3, 4. So the 2 fighters can hit.
3 fighters. He's got 1 in the U.S. Well, wait, 1, 2, 3.
Can't reach.
Yeah, it'd be. Well, no, he doesn't have a carrier anymore, so that one can't hit.
So he'd
yeah,
have a
just
sub,
the 2
a
fighters,
destroyer,
a sub,
battleship, and 2 fighters against a cruiser. Potentially a carrier.
and just. I wouldn't pull the carrier in. I would just land that aircraft in the Solomons. Land the fighter in the Solomons, and then if it's needed, it can hit Wake Island or C-Zone 52.
You know what? I actually think, now that I'm looking at this, I actually think killing the we can actually accomplish the same thing by killing the fighter in 53 anyway, because it still draws his fleet down, and he can't send it to the east. So I think that's probably the correct play. But I see your point,
Okay.
and you know
Yeah,
what? We actually,
killing a naked fighter is always a good.
and we get to keep the cruiser, so that even makes it even better. So basically, same scenario as
Cool.
last week. So he's going to have to send the destroyer along with the sub, and then maybe a fighter or 2 to kill the cruiser. So that's fine.
Where do you usually land your bomber and fighter? Do you usually go to 44 or 52?
Wake.
Was it Wake? Okay.
Yeah. Mind you, he did not take an infantry with him, did he?
No.
But he can take one from New Zealand to attack Solomons.
That's 1 versus 1 infantry and whatever aircraft
Well,
you put there.
He'd have a cruiser
That's
hit.
just
He'd have a cruiser
suicide.
hit. He'd have a cruiser hit, but you're right, that's still
Okay.
suicide. That's still suicide. So yeah, maybe I will put him on Solomons.
Yeah.
The fighter and the bomber.
Yeah, the thing with Solomons is it does pull his fleet, out of position, but it's no more out of position than 52 is, because he still gets back to 56 in 1 move, and then just 19 in 1 move, and then 11 in the next move. Just as much out of position as far as going to the Atlantic.
Well,
is
the
concerned.
Americans,
But
it
the thing
will
with 52
guarantee, it will
is
ensure
that
that,
it's
yeah, it'll ensure that the Japanese fighter and bomber survive because the cruiser will block an attack on 44. Like I said, the only things that can attack 44 are the British, with 1 infantry.
Oh
and a
yeah, I didn't
cruiser.
even notice the cruiser thing. Yeah.
Yeah, our cruiser survived. So let's kill this, or attempt to kill this. I got it.
Got it. Oh no. Oh shit, you should not have listened to me. What the fuck's wrong with you?
No,
Should have taken 2.
it was the right move. It was the right move.
I know,
Just
I
didn't
know, I'm
work
just
out.
fucking with you.
That's all. It's dice.
Yes, sir, I know, I'm just fucking with you. Good, good.
some decent hitbacks now. Alright, well. We did way more damage to him than he did to us.
Overall, I'm liking this starting move for Japan, the starting board at the end of the combat here.
I don't hate it either.
I would strongly consider going to 36 with that aircraft carrier. Okay, I see it. You're doing it now.
Yeah. So no bombers, no fighters.
I like what you did with
Go ahead. With what?
what in 36.
Yeah.
No, there's not.
No, there's no threat there. No, what I'm saying is, is that they don't have anything that can hit 60. I don't even have to put that carrier there, actually. Let's put him somewhere useful. Maybe 36 as well.
Yeah, I'm not saying anything because the UK's bomber is dead. USSR doesn't start with a bomber. They didn't buy a bomber, and the US's bomber is in the eastern US.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, we're safe completely. I can put
It's literally
all 3 transports there.
It's literally yeah. It's literally 6 moves from eastern US to C Zone 60, so they can't do it because they won't be able to land.
All right, let's go with it. Okay.
Okay.
So, UK's here, right?
Yeah. So I'm pleased that you submerged. I am also a submerger.
Nice. I like to switch it up every now and then, but because sometimes you get like this sort of like greedy variant where they do like Pearl Super Light. So it's like there's weird things going on there. So here, where we're looking sort of like at the Australia area, you can see where it might be convenient to have another infantry on the transport. So I'm not saying that you should do this in this case, right? But suppose, for example, that the other fighter had died or something like that, or whatever, or the cruiser had died, right? One of the possibilities is battleship and transport hit Solomons with amphibious assault, and then UK follows up.
You're getting into
So you're trying to pick
hypotheticals
up
again,
fighters,
man. You're getting in. I gotta stop you because we gotta make the game go a little quicker. I'm just saying that, like, you're talking about something that didn't happen. I understand you're trying to teach. I understand you're trying to teach. And don't take this the wrong way whatsoever, Art. I'm telling you, I love your commentary. I really do. But Friday Night Blitz isn't the place for it because it can get really deep. What ifs.
All right. So, Quentin, hit it. Not hit it. I'm looking at you and Tommy now.
I'd rather hit Anime.
Say what?
I'd rather hit Anime.
Anime?
Yeah.
Mm,
Those are some actual odds. That's just my opinion. If you want to try for a fighter, you can do that.
yeah, the problem with Yunnan is like hitting that is like more significant. I understand what you're saying, risk fighter.
No,
But we're talking
not
about.
Anime.
I know what you said. Anyway, right? The infantry. But the reason to hit Yunnan is because it's got there's artillery there, and those are going to pay off against India, like in upcoming turns. But whatever. It's like I'm fine with just doing it that way.
So what do you
So
buy?
carrier, destroyer, 2 transports and a sub for Eastern US. Go KGF. Does that make sense to you?
No, I would not buy a sub. Sub seems like a waste of money. And if you're gonna buy 2 transports, you're gonna need 2 infantry.
Oh yes, I forgot. It's like for some reason I thought that you wiped out the C Zone 11 fleet, so you don't need that. But as far as the submarine goes, it's used as attack and defensive fodder, especially against German Mediterranean builds. So
Yeah, I'm not worried about that.
it's fine to do without it in this game. let's see, transport, 2 transports, whatever. Okay, so I'll just play it greedy. All right. So revised purchase, carrier, destroyer, 2 transports, 2 infantry. Does that make sense?
Yep.
It's a standard
Okay,
pie.
so plan for globalization east, US. Attack is destroyer and fighter against C Zone 10. Bomber goes to C Zone 2 fighters.
Yeah, 17 Cisco fighters.
Yeah. Let me think about that for a second, all right? Okay, I'm going to take this. Okay, so he doesn't have any transports in range of that. Let me see. 1, 2, 3, blah, blah, blah. We really don't have any attack options over there. Yeah, it's kind of a shame.
And
Whatever.
Don't need to go out.
And I'm looking at C Zone 53.
yeah, just the fighter and sub. If you fail, I'll send my sub. We'll have 2 chances.
Yeah, just like sub and fighter against. I don't even like risking the sub. It's just like, but I don't like delaying the battleship either. So just take what you can get. And of course, as you say, that leaves the Western US fighter free against the sub, which is
Definitely don't want to miss
that's
that.
the more important target. So, all right. So looking around the board, does this all make sense to you?
Yes, it does.
All right. Okay, so I'll just do this sort of like one battle first.
That's fine. There we go.
Okay, so sub strike, that's it. Good for that. Let's do the sub because this is kind of like, the, I'm not going to say it's a gimme, but okay, so goodbye. Does he get this? Nope. So destroyer lives, that's always nice. Try to get some destroyers up there. Now comes the bomber. This is going to be a little bit exciting. Let's see what happens here. Okay, so that's lucky. Yeah, that's really cool. Okay, so Gun is N-Way. I'm probably mispronouncing that, but whatever. N-Way. Yeah. And of course, winning here opens up most of the east. I think he's got a counter at Quantum that he'll hit me with. But whatever, yeah, right. That's perfectly within reason. So let's see. I don't want to take a chance on Persia. I'll just stick it at West Russia looks to be in flux, so I'm just going to stick it on Moscow. Normally I'd put it on India, but kind of not really an option.
Are you going to need it in Caucasus? Are you going to need it in Caucasus?
Let me think about that. No, because depending on the results, those 4 tanks might hit it. You know what? If it hits it, fine. That's actually a good point. It's like, go ahead and let him wipe out the U.S. fighter. It's like, if he loses 4 tanks, it's great.
Before you commit, what is the Russian plan? Are you strafing Karelia and Ukraine?
It's like, yeah, I mean, kind of like light capture, because I want to kill all those tanks as possible. It's like Russia's definitely got the units to do it. Then he's going to be soft in the south. He doesn't really have. He can counter with Belarus and Bulgaria, Romania, like infantry, but he'll be soft in the south. That's not good for him. It's like Karelia, he can easily counter, so taking that is much less a priority. I want to shut off the production if I can. What?
Right, it's still straight.
Yeah, I think you're right. That's just like a straightforward strafe. So it's like, yeah.
Send like 9 or 10 units there.
Yeah. Okay, so let me think about this. Oh shit! I should have taken. That was pretty stupid of me. I should have actually taken No, actually, you can use the sub to wipe out mine.
Yeah, I went through the exact same emotions. Like, oh, we should have Morocco, and then I'm like, oh, leave this up.
It's actually, I would have done it if I thought about it, because I'm just like, it's the right move. As it is, I'm just going to dump to Africa. So it's like, sort of like cleanup. So you have less to do. Does that make sense, or should I not do that?
That's fine. Are you going with just the one though?
Yeah, the second transport, I'm trying to think about what I should do with that. I mean, just sitting there seems kind of like a waste.
Yeah, because you could put it back. You could put them both down there, and then if you decide next turn, you just pull one right back.
Yeah, it's like it's not like I can really go to like C Zone 10 anyways without risking anything. So okay, so let's see. Guys go on here. Blah blah blah. Okay, so sub. Okay, change by defensive profile. Blah blah blah. Right. Okay.
And
so
make sure make sure you unload the guys into East Mexico, because that'll give the option for the newly built transport to pick up one of those infantry if we decide.
Wait, it'll give the option for me to pick up what?
Dump the guys in main team, and then by the panel, dump them in East Mexico. They'll give you the option to put one of those infantry on the newly built transport.
One of those. So it's like dump them here in East Mexico? Really?
Yeah, so because you're buying 2 transports, they can pick up those 2 guys. So
Oh, yeah.
right
Oh
now,
my god. Small optimization, that's nice. Yeah, it's
right
like
now, one of them would have to be
good times. Okay, so I think this is that's that.
pretty good.
Actually, I'm thinking maybe I should move the AA gun to, you know what, whatever. It's not really gonna make a difference. Actually, it will make a difference, but I'm okay with like not taking time or whatever. Okay, so yeah, that's my turn, and now to USSR. Okay, let's see. Opportunistic gains, blah blah blah. Yeah, it's kind of weird. Okay, let's see.
Yeah, I like that. 4-on-4.
I'm really thinking about it. It's kind of like this is one of these games, like maybe like 4-1-2, because it looks to me like Ukraine might be unstable for Germany, and maybe that's something that, you know what, if I exploit that, it's just going to be I'll be fine. This is actually kind of overbuilding on so I'm going to do 6-2 and save 2, just because that's kind of like the infantry artillery mix. You know what? 5-3, 5-3. Yeah, that'll do. Okay, so 5 infantry, 3 artillery. Makes sense.
What do you expect to collect? What do you expect to collect? That's how I do
It's not even about that. It's just like I'm looking at it and I'm like, do I really need 4 artillery on this board? No. So just save it. And it's like the tank is kind of premature, I think. So just that's the 5-3 build. Because after this round, I'm going to lose a lot of infantry like on these attacks. So does that make sense? So it's like I have to replace more infantry.
Yeah, I would still go 4-4, but I understand. Just because I expect you to at least get $2 from capturing one of the territories.
Yeah. It's like a penny saved is a penny earned or some junk. Okay, so let's see. How am I going to do this? So over here, and 4 infantry, 1 artillery, 1 fighter.
Probably 1 more infantry.
I don't know about that.
Depends
That's
if
just
you're
like,
trading. Are you trading?
I'm just really cheap. It's like Ukraine is. Oh yeah, you're right. Duh. I'm doing it the wrong way. Okay, so this. Wait a minute. Karelia is the strafe. Ukraine, or let's see, Ukraine is like the capture in force. Then he has 8 dice to counter. No, 10 dice. So that's not really safe. I don't know about that.
Let's work backwards. What do you feel safe with taking Ukraine?
I'm looking at taking Ukraine in force. Like, let's see. So I have 15 dice going in. I lose. Okay, so 16 dice would be defending. He's going to take out, let's say, 3 of them. So 13 dice attack, or 13 dice counter. He's got 10 dice. So whatever. He can't do crap there. Okay, so what happens then is like it opens up West Russia to being attacked, because I'm only going to move in like 3 infantry as defenders, and then I have to think about like sort of like Karelia, what I want to do there. You know what? Friday Night Blitz, whatever. Just not gonna overthink it, which is probably not the correct attitude to take, I should say. But
let's think about it a little bit here. If you're gonna do it like that, it's too many.
So who's laughing over there? Someone's having a good old yuckity yuck. So let's see.
Several of us.
I mean, basically, it's abandoning the West Russia position, but I think it plays out okay.
Is there
It's
a
weird.
world? Is there a world where you send one infantry and both planes to Bellow to stop 2 extra tanks from hitting Ukraine?
Bello? No.
If you send one infantry, both planes,
So-
and then you send everything else to Ukraine.
It's just too much. It's kind of like, oh, I see what you're saying. So it's kind of like it makes the Poland stack kind of worthless. Yeah. Well, it's like it pulls 2 guys off of here. It's like it pulls a lot off of the attack, but I guess I could. That's
No,
theoretically
just
a correct move,
one
so.
one infantry and both fighters. Just one infantry.
Well, it's like if I capture it, right? What's he going to do
Mhm.
at Poland? You know what I'm saying? It's like the Poland tanks cannot attack West Russia. So it's like then I push the 3 infantry on Russia into West Russia, and it's like if he wants to attack there, fine. Like let him like overcommit his forward infantry. That's fine with me. It's weird, but yeah. So
Yeah, you got 12 against 5. That's the same as the opening of West Russia. So you can expect to lose like say 4 units. So what would you have left there?
maybe we'll
You'd
get
have 5, 6, 7. You'd have 9 things left there.
Mhm.
He can bring 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Although you could move the AA gun 10 versus 10.
the AA gun will be going in there too. So it's like so like don't get me wrong, I'm screwing around with risk here, right? But yeah. So looking at it, what do you think?
Yeah, it's dicey, man. It's aggressive.
All right, let's try it. First, I guess like sort of like the soul of the attack. Okay, so great for me.
Was it only 2? Oh,
Yeah,
okay.
he got 2 hits. It's like I wiped out all the dudes, so bully for me. Okay, so overkill there, whatever. It's like
Oh, excellent.
okay, so then this is where things get sort of like weird, right? So I move.
No, don't do that. Just have one guy in West Russia.
Well, it's like, right?
Let-
What's he gonna hit? Whoa, wait! Whoa! I
let-
missed the fighters on Poland or whatever. So 3, 5, 7, 9. Okay, yeah, that's
Let him take West Russia and you just crush him when you're with him.
right. That makes sense. It's like, no, you're quite correct. Okay, so let's see. I don't want him blitzing or whatever. So, okay, so first let's take a look at Sichuan. Do I join the unit in Anhui? It gives him a little bit of risk when he tries to like smash it from flank tongue. Makes sense.
That's
Oh
interesting.
wait, he's got the tank
He's
from
got the
Beryasha.
tank. Oh, yeah, he's got.
Yeah, so it's like I'm not gonna do that. Let him take the. You know what? He's gonna use a tank at Beryasha anyway, so whatever. Okay, so let's see. So I join it again. This is playing out kind of weirdly, but sure, whatever. Okay, so fighters here. Okay, so move 1 infantry here, 1 infantry to here, 1 here to like block thing, whatever, and retreat because I don't think I can screw with Japan. All right, so these 3 infantry come down here. And that's everything. So it's going to be 1 infantry in West Russia, 1 infantry in Archangel. The Moscow stuff moves down to Caucasus. Deploy mostly in the Caucasus. No, actually, maybe I should deploy in Russia. Yeah. Actually. Yeah, that's just a temporary surge. So it's like I leave the guys on Moscow. So, all right.
Well, he could put 5 guys in Archangel. So all you need is enough to hit 5 guys. So I think they are okay at Caucasus.
Yeah, that's true. All right, so let's take a look at this.
And is it worth investigating landing one of the fighters in Venki?
And where?
In Venki, where next turn you could hit Yakut and still get back to West Russia, type of thing.
Fighting for 1 IPC territory, but why not? It's like tactically, you know what I'm saying? It's oh shit. No, it doesn't have the range. Or does it have the range? No, it doesn't have the range. It's like
All right.
Archangel, Russia, West Russia, Caucasus. That's all I have range to. So
Yep, that answers it.
good thought though. Definitely a good thought. Or I see. Wait, maybe Moscow. Yeah, maybe Moscow. So put them on Moscow instead. So then they're still threatening Yakut technically.
The argument argument to having them in caucus is you could hit Romania or Poland and still get back on your way out.
So Caucasus instead, right?
Mhm.
No, of course that's much better actually. So and I still have range 2, 1, 2, 3, 4. No, I don't. Well, frankly, it's like I'm not going to screw around with like 1 APC territories anyways. So, I mean, I could, but I'm not going to. Okay, so that's my turn. Makes sense.
Sure.
Okay, mobilization. Let's see.
Make sure we get 4 things in caucus in case we
I'm just thinking about the artillery deployment. 3 in Moscow or 2 in Moscow?
I like 2.
I like 2 too. Because I want some at Caucasus. So 2 infantry, 1 artillery, whatever. Like you can see the deployments on your end?
Yeah, it's
I can't. Okay, so look good.
Yep.
Oh shit. I have like 2 arc. Sorry, I shouldn't swear. Bad.
Well, that's okay.
2
It's encouraged.
2 units in Archangel. That was a waste, but whatever. It's like too late now. Can't undo it. So, you know.
All right, so with Germany, I'm not too unhappy with this position right now.
No, you're doing good.
My only question is whether or not I should be getting a bomber now or later. I'm thinking now.
I have a question actually, maybe I missed this. I don't think I went for a cigarette break when you took your turn, but why did you have your 2 fighters in Poland? I didn't notice that.
I wasn't even thinking about it, to be honest with you. I didn't consider the bomber killing the cruiser, so I thought that the UK would have to kill the cruiser. And I just wanted them closer to Russia so that I could kill Russians.
Got it. Yeah, I missed that too. It definitely would have been better in Northwest or something like that, or Finland.
Yeah, Northwest with one or two infantry. Now I can still, with the 2 Finnish fighters, I can still hit his fleet. I don't think that's a good option actually, but I could.
No, you need your fighters.
Right.
Your only expected outcome
so
is 1.25 hit there. He's got expected outcome of 3 hits.
That's pretty bad. Anyhow, my only question is whether or not I'm going to get a bomber. I'm pretty sure I'm going to get 9 infantry and a tank. That way I have a full 10 to deploy. Well, actually no, 9 infantry and a tank doesn't really make sense. Oh no, I have Karelia where I can get 10 infantry and a bomber. Wasn't expecting to have Karelia this turn actually. Anyhow, what do you think about the bomber?
Well, I would have loved it if you had your planes on somewhere where they can see Zone 7 right now, but it kind of doesn't make sense. We've already given up the Ghost. We've allowed them to have a fleet. So so then I don't think the bomber. I'd rather, instead of the bomber, maybe 2 more tanks.
Yeah, that makes sense.
What are your thoughts on Bello
as
and
far as
Ukraine
C-zones-
and West Russia? Are you going to hit all 3 of those?
Oh no, absolutely not. There's no way I'm going to hit Ukraine. Well, what would I hit Ukraine with? I've got 4 tanks and 1 infantry. Okay, I guess I have 6 tanks and infantry and 2 fighters, or even 1, 2, 3, even 4 fighters. That's too much to hit Ukraine with, or not enough to hit Ukraine with, because I would want a lot more infantry to go up against.
Okay.
I mean, he's got 7 meat
What about
shields there.
hitting?
I would lose
What about
way too
hitting
much.
West Russia and stacking Bello? Because he cannot stack Karelia here at all. He can't even touch it. He can't even touch Finland or Norway. So the correct move is to actually stack Bello.
You think you stack Bello?
Yeah, take West Russia and stack Bello.
Okay, because I was gonna hit Archangel and West Russia.
You don't
well,
need
maybe not Archangel.
You don't need Archangel. You only need to block his tanks. You only need to block his tanks from counterattacking Karelia. So, and you can.
The thing with hitting Archangel is when you put, like, let's say I put the 4 Polish tanks. I'm not saying this is a good move in this specific board state, but if I had 4 tanks in Karelia and I own Archangel, it doesn't matter if I have 1 infantry or 10 infantry in Archangel. Those 4 tanks sitting in Karelia are a threat, and he has to respond to Archangel.
Yeah, but he can.
When he's pushing into Ukraine, like, yeah, that's all cool and well, or all cool and everything. But I'm still threatening Moscow.
He's not pushing into Ukraine. That's just temporary. That's a flex.
Right, right.
But he can respond to that. That's what I'm saying. He can respond to the Archangel attack. It's more difficult for him to
Yeah.
respond to the West Russia Bellow stack.
I got you. I got you. Yeah, so I can stack Bellow, and take out
You can
West
stack
Russia. I
Karelia
guess.
and Bellow, and Poland. You can stack them all.
All right, cool, cool.
I
Got
think.
this.
I think, right? I mean, right? Hold on. Let's see. 3,
I mean,
4, 5, 6, 4, 5, 6, 7.
Gotta keep in mind, I'm gonna
8, 9, 10.
I'm gonna take
11,
losses.
12. No, you've got all tanks. There's no way. He's so infantry heavy. There's no way he would attack Bellow.
All right, so I'll just take. Do you think 1 or 2 infantry?
And you've got
in
an
West
AA
Russia?
gun. And you've got an AA gun. No, I would take 2. You want to get it. Send your planes, and make sure they land in Finland.
Wait, what?
Take everything, all your planes to West Russia, and then just stack Bellow.
Gotcha.
I mean, you're gonna build
All right,
two.
I'm gonna
You're gonna
lock in
build
my
2 on
purchase,
Karelia.
10 and 2.
You're gonna take 2 from Finland to Karelia. That's gonna stop that. So yeah, you're in good shape. I like the shape you're in.
How do I mark a C zone as? Oh, here we go. I'll just do that. That works. So I'm taking the submarine over to C zone 10. That way he can't move that destroyer out of C zone 10 and kill. I don't think he can move the destroyer out of 10 and kill the destroyer with his fleet in 11. So it prevents him from doing anything useful with that destroyer next turn. That's the only reason I'm doing that. I don't know if that's actually how the game does work or if it's how it's supposed to work, but that's what I'm going with.
Now,
So you think stack Bellow, but not Poland? So all of this moves to Bellow, right?
yep, and Poland. You got to stack Poland too. Mini stack it.
Okay, so then what should I? Well, oh yeah, because I'll have 6 infantry and just 6 infantry and 2 artillery.
Yeah,
and an AA gun.
we're gonna bully him off Ukraine is what we're gonna do. He's gonna restack West Russia.
Well, here's the thing is he can land in France with his C zone 23 units. He can land in France, so I've got to. I guess technically.
Yeah, no,
you're gonna put for a turn.
no, you're gonna put a couple. You're gonna put like 3 dudes and an AA gun there.
Then I don't have enough for Poland.
Yeah, you
I have to let
take
France
the Italy
fall for
guys.
a turn.
Take the Italy guys.
Okay, yeah. Well, that's 2 guys. He's still
And
gonna
take
take it.
the
That's
Italy
fine
guys
though. I'd rather those
and
2
one
guys.
dude and 1 dude from Berlin, and then everything else into Poland with the AA guns. So 2 AA guns to Poland, 1
dude.
AA gun to France.
Okay, yeah. I
That makes
fine with
sense. That make a little more sense.
Yeah, I'm fine with that. Does everything I'm done here look
And
good?
no, Blitz Egypt.
Oh, right. Thank you. Speaking of Blitz Egypt, there was one other thing I was looking at. I think I might have already done it. All right, cool.
I hope so. Yeah, this looks good to me, baby.
So, C zone 10, dude.
Come on, baby, win it.
Well,
Just
I don't
win.
know if I want him. Well, do I want to submerge or do I want to win it? I probably want to just try to
Kill him.
give myself a 50.
You got him.
Oh, I
You
got
got
the
him.
hit.
You
I
got
don't
him.
give a fuck if he gets a hit back.
You got him.
Nice.
It's expensive.
Nice. All right, cool. Let's go to Bellow. Cool. That's a lot of tanks right there too. That's 8 tanks.
Yeah, he's way too infantry heavy to even touch that.
Mm-hmm. He got the hit back in West Russia.
You sent 2 though, right? Oh, you didn't. Oh,
Whatever.
no, dude, you needed that. That prevents the
Oh,
tanks
shit.
from getting to Karelia. You see, no, you needed to send 2.
Well, hold on now. I've got the 2 Finnish infantry, and I can deploy.
No, I know that.
I can put an AA gun.
I get it. It's just that's okay. That's okay. Okay, let's. Maybe we should all slow down a little bit. I think we're all kind of going too fast. Don't forget to move the Algeria guy too. But you want to have 4 dudes total. You want to, because he doesn't have a destroyer. He only has a bomber that can hit France. and it would mean sacking 2 transports to do it. He's probably not hitting France, but you want to make sure you send at least an A gun there
Yeah.
from Germany, from Berlin.
Mm-hmm. So for the fighters, I'm thinking 3 and 2, 3 in Poland, or I mean 3 and 1. So 3 in Poland and 1 in Karelia.
Can't you put them all in Finland?
I want them on defense. I want them to be able to kill his units if he wants to attack either Poland or Karelia.
Oh, let him. That's fine. Yeah, that's cool. Let him attack those. You just put all your fighters in Finland, man. Did you buy?
You think so?
Oh, you didn't buy the bomber, did you? Yeah, they don't really need to be there.
No.
Yeah, you can kind of put them anywhere you want, really.
Well, I mean, here's the thing: if I
Poland.
don't put them in Poland, he can
Poland's-
attack Poland.
Yeah, that's fine.
I mean, I can counterattack Poland.
yeah,
so,
that's
I mean,
fine if you attack
I mean,
Poland.
I guess it's fine to bait him in, but if I'm
Yes,
gonna bait
yes,
him in,
that's
I might
what we
as well
want.
just leave
Bait-
everything in Berlin.
Bait the Russians in. Come on in, baby. We got cake.
Oh.
Just let them know we got cake.
Alright,
It's free. Everybody gets a piece.
Oh shit! I just realized there were 2 infantry in Karelia that I didn't even move. I didn't even notice that actually.
I know. That's why you lost West Russia.
Yeah, I honestly, I could have swore God I moved those. Okay, well that
It's okay.
I'm going too quick, like you said.
Yes, you are. So slow down
But
a little bit.
they are gonna, will do. They are gonna stay there, for
Yeah,
defense now that I
fine.
don't have West Russia.
Mhm.
I mean, it's only 2 tanks, 2 infantry, 2 fighters.
What he's gonna do here
And I'm
is
gonna have
he
4
might
I'm gonna have 4 infantry and 2 tanks.
he's gonna take Bulgaria, Romania probably, and probably just restack West Russia. That's probably what he's gonna do.
I mean, let him have Bulgaria, Romania.
But hold on.
Because whatever he takes
okay, so
Bulgaria,
now you are
Romania
moving.
with, I'm
Okay.
gonna kill it.
I understand that, but you are moving 4 dudes into Finland, the fighters.
Those are all fighters. Yeah, you didn't like the idea of the 3-1 split, Poland and Karelia. 3 in Poland, 1 in Karelia. I think with 3 in Poland, he's not even going to move into Poland.
Yeah, no, he's not.
Without the 3 in Poland, there's a chance.
I say
And with the
maybe
1 in
split them up 2
Karelia,
and
he
2.
doesn't have
Can you split them up 2 and 2?
2. I mean, I could do 2 and 2.
Yeah, I like 2 and 2. Wait a minute. He does have.
But
2
the thing with
fighters
2 and
against-
2 is, I think, I mean, I think he still has odds on Poland with 2 and 2.
Well, he can't
So
take
he's got
France.
7,
He can't
2,
take
and
France,
2.
and he can't
2.
take anywhere in Scandinavia. So he, as the Allies as a unit, he's going to want to build a fleet. He's going to want to build, if he can get away with it, 2 transports here, and he can build them anywhere, 8, 7, 6. So we don't really need our planes in Finland at all. They can actually all go to Poland if you want.
I would like at least 1 in Poland.
Can you send 1 to
just
France?
to make any attack on.
Can you send 1 to France? Does 1 to France work?
No, they can only move
Okay.
2 territories
Okay.
away from West Russia.
Yeah, Karelia's fine too.
So how many in Karelia do you? I mean,
He can
I
bring
want 3 and
2,
1.
3,
3
4,
in Poland and
The
1
maximum
in,
he can bring is 6 units to your 6 plus your building 2. Yeah, just send the 1.
well, okay, that's fine.
Right? You build.
Let's see, Poland, Karelia. Got it. Yeah, and both the ones I'm building are tanks up there.
No, you don't put your tanks in Karelia. You put your tanks in Berlin. Put your infantry in Karelia.
Really?
Yeah, the tanks can get there in 1 turn. Oh,
That's a good point. I think I'd rather have those infantry on defense anyway.
Yeah. Think of your tanks right now as little
Okay.
cheap fighters.
Yeah. They hit with 3.
Russia's got work to do. All right.
All right. Good
Okay.
luck. Have fun.
So both sides keep saying they like the board. Both sides can't get right.
I guess UK's up.
So here's my thought. My
That's my
thought
truth.
is is you strafe Bellow into a West Russian retreat. See if you can pick off a few tanks.
Mhm.
I'll land some fighters there to help. Additionally, I know this is getting a little risky, but what if I took out the 7-10, which would free all your stuff to go to 13 and start a med shock potentially? Because he's so light on air power, I think a med shock could be pretty effective here.
Well, let's see. Where's his fighters at? Hmm.
3 in Poland.
Yeah, so he got nothing that can threaten your transport builds.
Right, I just drop him right in 7. I'll send destroyer carrier and 1 fighter to 10.
Yeah, sure. Sounds
The other
okay to me.
fighter
I mean,
go to West Russia.
but just make sure that you're. Let me think about this. Because if you move your stuff to 10, right, then you can't move into Sea Zone 5 next turn. But Karelia is looking like it's probably going to hold
5.
anyways, so it's not going to make a difference.
Yeah, 5 doesn't look like it's on the
Yeah.
menu.
Yeah, sounds good.
Okay, now India. What's the threat in India? It does have 4 transports, so I do have to be somewhat aware. Of
I'll be right back.
Yeah. Well, it's like by going after Pearl, he pretty much screwed the J3 timing. So, right? I mean, without even doing anything else, you know. So you know that the threat is not going to be nearly as big. Plus, he's got the tank in the north instead of dropping it to Yunnan, which is kind of like the hallmark of that, and no J1 tank build either. So even without looking at it, you're just like, the timing is not going to be great for Japan. Like, yeah, you still have to think about it, but it's not like you're like, oh, imminently problems. But if you had that big chunk of stuff in Transjordan and you go chasing off into Africa, that's not going to return to India in time against any kind of attack. So, in that eventuality, Russia can support India, but you know how it's awkward for that. So,
yeah. So what I'm thinking is if you drop 2 transports in Morocco right now, and the other African guys just go march their way to CNN, maybe we just let Americans take care of Africa.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's what I'm thinking too.
I'll leave a minimal token force back. Okay, so let's talk about a strafe and Bellow. What would that look like? 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13. You have 13 against his 11.
And before anything else, though, I'd like you to take a look at U.S. hitting France. Does that make sense?
I mean, you could. It just seems like a resource drain. Like, we already have those guys in a good position in Africa. If we take them out of that position, then we'll just be chasing the dragon later.
All right. I'd like to bleed them out quickly, but with the med, they'll be bleeding out quick enough. So, all right.
Oh, yeah, I hope so. Okay. So, I did misplace one of my fighters, though. It should have been in India. So now I can't hit Vietnam. I will blitz this back. One fighter. Hope not to lose a destroyer. It's possible. I think that's all. That's the only attack. I hit that, so do not hit. All right. This guy's back. 1, 2, 3. The only thing is with all the fighters there, then I have nothing to hit Burma back with. Maybe I should keep one of the fighters back. Just keep one of the fighters back. 2, 3. these guys are needed here. Back to India. Now Burma. I think I saved the infantry.
Yeah, hold up a second. As far as dumping all those guys into India, right, from Persia, either leave them on Persia or maybe like send one north into Caucasus. It's like there's applications of it later on combined with UK power. Because the thing is, even if he does a mass dump to Burma, you know what I'm saying? Like what? Then you can just move the Persia units into India then. Oh, I see. You're kind of like trying to threaten a premature.
I want it. Yeah. If he does a mass Burma stack, then I want to be able to pop it.
Okay. Yeah. That's fine.
And I bought some offensive units for India just for that reason.
Oh, okay. I didn't check the 2 transport. Okay, whatever. I see a case for it. And India tanks are pretty cool, so yeah. So what we got going on here? The cruiser to what's going on here? So splitting the submarine off. Maybe send the submarine back west to keep them honest, because U.S. and UK can split their subs and sort of like, you can't really control the axis, but you can kind of be like, yeah, okay, keep your main battleship and jump back here.
I'll tell you why I put him in 25 right now. It's because next turn he'll be in 28, and with 28 he'll, with the help of the planes,
okay. No, that makes
help
sense.
Dead Zone see Zone 34.
Right. No, good point. Okay.
All right. And Burma guy we're gonna save, right?
No, you're right. It's like I totally get it.
Transports, huh?
I'm always nervous trapping naked transports. I always feel like I'm missing something.
Same. But they're good. You're safe. He didn't build a bomber.
Right.
He wanted to.
That should prevent
I think I talked him out of it. Okay. Well.
35 bucks.
Got to use the tank actually in Onway. Unfortunately, I have to. But everything else looks pretty good.
I concur with that. Here's the thing: if you want to send one transport down to Burma, next turn it will be able to pick up those 2 infantry from East Indies, so that'll give you 6 extra IPC to not have to, or at least 6 IPC to not have to fill transports with this turn. So either this turn or next turn, that could equate to an industrial complex.
So that's the question. The question is actually you either build the industrial complex now or a transport.
So I'm going to go with industrial complex. That's going to be way more worthwhile, both in the short term and long term, actually. Because, within 1 turn from now, the industrial complex can be pumping out 2 or 3 on the mainland, whereas a transport can pump out 1 or 2, 2 a turn, but it's still delayed by a turn to getting to the mainland. So definitely industrial complex. As far as where to place it, I think that depends on whether or not you wipe his units out on way or not, which you should be able to. So it could either go into Kwangtung or Manchuria. I think Manchuria is generally I think Manchuria is a better option because they get you 3 units. But this is a good candidate game for killing India by J4. You should be able to kill India. So there is a argument to be made on J2 to put it in Kwangtung. Well, shit, those units aren't going to be able to get to India by J4. No, I think Manchuria is probably a better option. But I mean, you could do Kwangtung. It's a perfectly legitimate option too.
Okay, so I'm going to pull the guys off of the Philippines, so that's going to save some dudes. I'm pulling basically all 8 guys off of Japan, so I need to build 6, so I can build exactly 6. And a complex.
Okay, so you're not going to send 1 transport down to Burma?
No, I am.
Oh, no, you could still do that. Are you going to do that? Gotcha. I was. Yeah. And I think that should be the ones that go to Burma should. I mean, if you're not going to stack Burma, it should be 2 infantry from the mainland. But if you are going to stack,
1, 2, 3, 3,
Okay.
4, 5, 6. Well, I guess I
You can
could.
put
Could technically.
5. You can put 5 units there, and he can only attack with
I could put more than 5.
11. You can put 5 if you only take 1 transport. I don't see any reason to take more than 1 transport because you want to be able to get 3 of those back.
Yeah, it would change
To
the
the
buy.
mainland.
It would definitely change the buy. That's for sure.
Okay, I got you. I got you.
Um,
That's why we're discussing it now before the purchase phase is finished, right?
right. Yeah, it would change the buy for sure. But I do like taking Burma. I like the push through China. I think we actually have the edge here, as the axis. I think we need to threaten India, but I think we're going to get, if we play it right, the way I'm seeing forward on this, I think that we actually get India by attrition anyway. So I think 6 infantry, actually it might even be too many infantry, but I think 6 infantry actually works because it's safe. It allows options for a plane maybe next turn. So, and the industry, I think the industry will go to Manchuria. Well, it kind of depends on how the battle goes, but it'll go somewhere. But Kwangtung's not a bad option either.
So here's something I want to discuss, and this shouldn't really affect the purchase. You can either put, I don't think that there is an argument where it makes sense to put 1 infantry in Yakut and 1 in Soviet Far East. So you have to choose between taking either Yakut or the Soviet Far East. I think it makes more sense to take Yakut with the 2 infantry. Because that prevents him from backtracking with those 3 infantry. I would much rather them be moving towards Germany than holding on to Siberia, because I want them to lose those IPC.
No, I was gonna put I was gonna take 1 transport to 63.
Oh, okay. I got you. So the 2 infantry go to Yakut.
Yeah.
1 transport to 63 takes Soviet Far East.
Yeah, his bombers
Tank goes
his
down
bombers
the
in
wrong way.
London, so it can't. He's got nothing that can reach a naked transport to
Perfect.
63. At least I don't think.
Perfect,
I
perfect.
missed something.
Well, so the only thing with the transport up there, I mean, it's not necessarily bad. I think that it's more useful going to.
Nah, it'll still remember. There's
Yunnan
going to be
or
6 infantry
Burma.
built on Japan, so it's still going to be dumping guys into China next turn.
Yeah. All right.
It doesn't affect.
I'm fine with
Yeah,
this.
the position of the single transport in 63 will not affect the build. You're right about that. And I am going to send a transport down to 36, but I'm just going to send 2 transports into China this turn. That's all.
All right. Perfect. Perfect. And technically, that 1 transport, well, it needs to pick up from 37 next turn because otherwise those 2 infantry are just useless. And you're picking up from Philippines this turn, you said.
Mhm. Yep.
Wait, you are going to pick up from 37 next turn, right?
Yeah, I'm going to have a transport in 36.
Right. Okay. I'm just making sure that those guys aren't going to just be sitting there all game. It's not really a huge deal.
That's going to be
if they do,
that's going to
it's
be a
just
non
kinda
that's going to be a
inefficient.
non-combat move though. That's not going to be a combat move. It's going to be a non-combat.
Yeah,
move.
next turn, right?
No, this turn. No,
Or you mean this
the
turn,
transport down to
36?
36 is going to be a non-combat move.
Okay. So you're going to drop them in French into China's
Yep.
island?
For now, just little reinforcements. A little keep
gotcha.
keep India honest. You know what I mean? It's a little something like that, a little nudge. All right, we've agreed on that. So let's take a. What do we want to take over there, though? I don't think we want to take an artillery, or do we? No, I think we want him.
So I would go ahead and put the artillery up in Soviet Far East, with it being in Soviet Far East.
You want the artillery there?
Like you're not going to have any power up there. You're just going to have infantry. So all of your pushing in Siberia without the artillery is going to rely on him falling back, which, like 9 out of 10 games, I think Russia usually does fall back with all of his forces out of Siberia. But it's that 1 out of 10 times where you just need a little bit of force. That artillery kind of forces him to continue falling back.
Agreed.
Now that being said, though, if we're trying to put, I think it's actually,
I don't know. I could go either way with that. I mean, I think the artillery could be very useful, either in, you know, like you say, keeping India honest, or otherwise, excuse me, otherwise taking India could be useful in that.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. It just depends on which objective I think is more important. I think it's arguably, and I say arguably on purpose, it's arguably more important to have the push in Siberia to kind of clamp down on Russia, take the IPC away from them.
Yeah, I'm pushing them. I mean, I had to respond to I had to respond to Envoy.
Oh no, absolutely, absolutely.
So much so that I'm actually going to send one. Actually, should I send both there? I want one on the carrier.
If I'm counting this correctly, the bomber is not able to reach anything.
No, it can't, and he doesn't have any planes that can
Okay.
reach. He only has one. He doesn't even have any planes that can reach 36.
Cool, cool.
Unless he builds a carrier in India, but likelihood of that happening. So I can actually send them all here. And that's going to be it for attacks.
Well, with you actually sending both fighters there, I think it would probably be in your best interest to send at least a destroyer down to 36.
Yeah, we'll figure that on
non.
we'll figure that on non-combat. Yeah, yeah. Right now, 61. Cool. I could have naked transports in 61, and they're safe.
Perfect, perfect. Yeah, you can send the battleship and destroyer.
I can send everything down to 36.
Oh wait, yeah, you have a 62 fleet as well. You can send everything like you said.
Yeah.
Because I was gonna say, if you just leave 2 transports, or not transports, but 2 aircraft carrier naked there, that's a huge target. That's worth the investment of a carrier for him.
Well, there's 2 carriers there, but yeah. I mean, it's
one
fighter.
Him buying 1 carrier.
Yeah, but he's only got 1 fighter
versus
who can hit it.
Carriers.
He's only got 1 fighter that can hit.
Right.
36.
Only thing I'm saying is make sure you defend those.
Oh yeah,
carriers, otherwise
I got a plan.
He's gonna waste
I got a plan. I got a plan. It's perfectly safe. I thinks. Me thinks. Can this hit anything?
I trust you.
All right. Now, a few more beers in. You know, we never know. But right now, I'm feeling pretty good.
I'm on my 4th right now. There's 16 ounces also.
one hit on all that.
I'm feeling good about allied chances.
Alright, looks good on way.
Okay.
It all looks good to me, actually.
So, I'd like to have one of the artillery there. I'm going to take 1 infantry from here. Then him in 36. Take these 4 dudes. Oh no, not. Oh no. Wait.
So, if I could just say something about this French Indochina thing, you're bringing in artillery from Yunnan down there. I don't like that.
Okay.
Excuse me. So there's no threat on Malaya right now. French Indochina can only hit Burma. Yunnan can hit both Burma and Sichuan, so I think that infantry is more efficient in Yunnan because it has 2 options. I mean, this is probably the most subtle thing that's ever been mentioned on the channel.
Oh, so you want me to send the transport down there naked without taking anything and just move everything up? I can do that.
No. Just this infantry that's going from Yunnan to French Indochina Thailand. I don't think it should go there.
From Yunnan to French Indo. You mean the artillery?
Yeah.
Well, because I'm only bringing 1 infantry from Japan.
Well, that's a non-factor because even if they come from different territories,
well, it's a factor because I can threaten C Zone 34.
Oh yeah, okay, my fault. You're right. I'm wrong.
Yeah. Sorry.
I should have just kept my mouth shut if you didn't tell them that.
Sorry.
Oh man, I wish you would shut me up and just put that in my DMs.
Not trying to.
Well, I mean, it might be a good thing that they know that, because now they have to plan for it, so that's gonna cost them.
I'm gonna bring this battleship along with that transport. Actually, might have things to do with that next turn. And these 4 dudes can go here. Okay, I think that looks pretty good. His bomber's on London, right? He's only got 1 allied bomber. There's 1 allied bomber. Am I mistaken? Am I missing that? There's 1 U.S. bomber.
I agree. I agree with you. He has a bomber with a U.S. bomber.
I'm like
and
shaky. I don't like
London.
leaving my transports naked anywhere.
So Russia started with 0 bombers. They have not purchased a bomber. The UK lost their bomber in Season 17 against the German battleship, and they have not built a bomber. The US has not built a bomber, but they started with 1, and it's currently in London.
All right, we're good. That was a good turn for the Axis.
Oh, it looks like it's US turn. So,
Right.
talk about sort of what's going on here.
Yeah, I'm listening.
So, so I was gonna say, like, what's your opinion on the matter? But yeah, so they're sort of like doing this fake thing, I guess,
I'll be right back.
near relative to China, Thailand. They don't really have any good hitting power. I mean, you do still have to worry about India being captured. Well, let's take a look at sort of like the dice that are involved in the situation. So 9, let's see, right? So just looking at the transports, that's going to be 6 units plus 7, 8, 9, 10, 12, 13, 14. So 14 dice at India. That's what I make it, right?
Which we're already there. We're already at 13.
Okay. Does that sound about right? 14 dice attacking?
Yeah, something like that, yeah.
Okay. So you're going to want some reinforcements. You've got plenty. It's like you can put another 6 units on, then you'll just like kind of like massively outnumber it. Yeah. So that's sort of like that situation. As far as the France area goes, I get it. You know what I'm saying? It's like we're kind of counting on the U.S. for the defense of the interior of Africa. This is one of these situations where, like, I really want to start bleeding out Germany as quickly as possible, but in this situation, you know, there's no fleet at Sea Zone 8, so if I did capture it, then my transports just die, so that's definitely out.
Yeah, I thought we already decided that.
Yeah. So it's like, you know, just kind of like recapping the situation for the viewers or whatever. Okay, so now here's the question. French West Africa heads towards Anglo-Egyptian Sudan, like sort of through the south route. Is that what you have in mind?
Yep.
Or do I take it up to Morocco? I think south.
Nope.
Maybe.
South, because you could dump 2 transports in Morocco, right?
Yeah. But I'm like saying for the stuff that's in French West Africa, what do you want done with that?
Yeah, just move them to Sudan. Move the transports back, buy new units for the
Yeah.
transport. You resupply
Exactly.
your med truck next time, and next time your battleship will be able to protect 13. So
Yep. Okay, so let's take a look at the transport situation, right? So what we got going on there is we got 2 transport loads, right? They're going to be filled to capacity. That's fine.
the only choice you have to make is, are you sending 3 infantry and an AA gun or 4 infantry? If you send 3 and an AA gun, then you could load the 19 transport with the 2.
It's like I'm going to move the AA over to Morocco. Just kind of like I need attacking units for Europe. So the AA gun's just like a defender, right? You know, like I feel that Russia, well, you know, basically I want to use that transport as a Sea Zone 19 to move everything to 12, threaten France next turn, right? Makes sense. So if I'm going to threaten France with that transport, then it makes sense that, you know, I would have to pick them up right away. So that's usually what I do. Okay, in terms of the buy, okay, let's think. Blah, blah, blah. I could wish for more, but I got my second destroyer coming up. So 3 transports.
I don't
and,
think
let's see.
I don't think you can fill the transports. Can you?
5 infantry, 1 artillery, 3 transports.
Okay, what about
And
the 2
let's
transports
see.
you got coming back?
Exactly. It's like I can pick up the stuff on Western Canada, but that's maybe not so good. So at some point, I do have to overbuild. So 6. Let's see. Kind of don't like building a tank this.
No,
like,
you're gonna want
right
at least
now.
you're gonna want at least 1 artillery to have a little punch.
Yeah, that's what I'm thinking. That's exactly what I was thinking. Exactly, like at least 1. You know. Let's see, 2. Yeah, just 1. I'll save it. So, and you know what? 6 and 2. So 6 infantry, 2 artillery, 2 transports. Does this make sense?
Yeah, the only thing about the tank is if you wanted to go get Alaska back, but I think with the sub and if you move the bomber back to like Eastern Canada, I think a sub and a bomber enough to threaten a battleship transfer.
The battleship? Oh, that. Yeah, I'm not terribly worried about that. Kind of like, just let them take that battleship, whatever, have fun with it, go ahead. Just let them do whatever. It's like, I'm not even going to try to, like, it's like fighting
man.
on the West US. It's just like, so 2 transports, 6 infantry, 2 artillery. Makes sense?
Yeah.
Okay, so that's probably going to go in Eastern US or some kind of permutation. Combat move. Do I even have any freaking combat?
Yeah, Morocco.
Oh yeah, Morocco. Actually, super embarrassing, but okay. So let me just make sure. Yeah, I can never make freaking sense of the UI. It's really annoying. All right, so dump to there. I'm thinking, do I really need the U.S. fighter? Whatever. I'll talk about that in non-com. Okay, so that's combat movement. Do I risk the bomber on a bombing raid against Germany or Karelia? What do you think?
My opinion is to bring the bomber back to Eastern Canada, and you have a bomber and sub in range to hit the battleship.
Let me think about that. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Okay, so I'm still technically threatening some of these areas. I guess so.
Yeah, because next you can still hit France and still land it.
Yeah, I don't like it, but I can see kind of like where it's coming from. So I'm kind of like, yeah, okay, I'll do that. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. I mean, if I do that, then I can't do anything else with it. So, and I don't like strat bombing anyway. It's kind of risky. So, okay,
Yeah,
let's see. Here, go there, blah blah blah. All right, so that's it. Look good in terms of combat movement.
Yeah, it's okay.
Okay. Now things get weird. Okay, so here's a problem like with moving infantry and artillery towards the east. It's just so slow. It's like they don't really become active for another 2 turns. And I've tracked sort of the progress. It just turns out like they're usually just kind of useless. But
no, they'll be useful
Germany's options.
As soon as next turn, they'll be useful because they have them all in Sudan. You can like bring the bomber down to join in Sudan or something. So it'll deny him stacking Egypt, which will let me get my guys out of the transport.
Yeah, exactly. Okay, so as far as this other transport, right? Instead of dropping Morocco, you don't like that.
You gotta have 2 transports. So if you really want to threaten Italy, you need 2 transports and stuff.
Right.
You don't want to take the 2 infantry.
I see what you're saying now. It's kind of like you have a different approach, whatnot. But
that's the beauty of it. That's why we like doing Friday Night Blitz. Everybody can learn a different way of thinking about the game. And sort of.
So could I actually ask you to take both the Mexicans?
The bulk of the Mexicans? What?
Yeah, take both Mexicans. And then you have 2 infantry in Eastern Canada, and one of the transports on 23 goes back up to 10, and it's got 2 infantry to pick up.
Okay, I see that. So here, yeah, that's better actually. So just these small optimizations. Just freaking this UI, man. Like I'm trying to like, you know what I'm saying? Like I get it, I do. It's like changing the bloody things. All right, so move these over here.
Are you playing on your phone, Art?
No, I just like don't have a fantastic.
Oh, okay.
How you say something? So 2, 3,
Grasp
4.
of how to do it.
Are you saying your computer is a potato?
Oh my goodness! Look at you guys making the jokes about the potatoes. Oh,
I'm not making a joke about it. I was just asking.
It's like well, my computer is what it is. And I like it. Let's see. Destroyer, blah, 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 range. So, do I want to do it there? Don't. If this is in range, that would be stupid. Right? What's he going to do to me? Nothing.
Yeah, it's okay.
Okay, so really keep the fighter on Western Canada? Really?
No, why would you do that?
I was just going to say, like, that's kind of weird. Okay, so I'm trying to figure out where this fighter goes.
13.
I've got a fighter on the on C Zone 11, Eastern US C Zone, right? Actually.
Yeah. So one goes to Africa and one goes to 13, and the one to Canada also goes. Yeah. Why
like what? You get French Equatorial Africa?
Yeah.
Okay.
You're 1 turn away from India.
All right. Let's see. Transport goes up here. Battleship and destroyer come over here to C Zone 12, right? So battleship and destroyer went to C Zone 12, which I think is, that's the only place from. And fighter, U.S. fighter goes to West Russia or India. What do you think?
Yeah, that's an interesting question. I don't know. I guess I'll have to do a quick count on West Russia. I mean, you have so many backup units, though.
And I just go like West Russia because, again, I don't really think like India's kind of a problem. So it's just like UK can figure it out in its turn. Normally, I would think it out some more, but yeah, whatever. Okay, so that's all the non-combat. Makes sense? Look good?
Yes, it's okay, right?
You're like, oh, it's okay. Yeah. All right. So I'll click the trigger and hopefully didn't miss anything major.
Yeah, right.
Okay, I was like, oh no, I'm gonna lose Western US. No. It's like, that'd be a bit fucking embarrassing. All right, so let's think about this.
It's looking pretty good.
So this is one of these times when I'm kind of like, not really thinking about it, but do I go like 4 tanks and an infantry, something like that? And you can see why, right? It's sort of like he doesn't have any infantry reinforcements coming up to the Baltic states. So if I want to scoop, it's like.
My opinion is that you want it to be as economically viable as possible.
Okay. So 8 infantry and air artillery.
Yeah, that's way more.
Okay, so it's like if I'm right about what I'm saying, it's kind of like you'll see what I mean at the end of the turn. If not, whatever. Okay, so 8 and 1, right? Gonna pull the trigger. Going next phase. Okay, so here we go. Okay, so just as you said. Okay, and before I sort of commit to this battle, I have to like blitz 1 tank through West Russia, obviously.
Exactly what I was just going to warn you about.
The question is, do I make a grab for Bulgaria, Romania? Because I'm greedy. Like, I'm looking for every small freaking advantage. But also, this is like a major stack battle.
Yeah,
you know what I'm saying?
You want to kill as many tanks as possible, so you're going to want every fighter available.
Yeah. It's like, I agree. Don't get me wrong. I'm greedy as heck, but it's kind of like, where is my greed better spent, And yeah, I agree. Like, what else am I going to do here, right? So that's.
Well, the computer says it's poor. Really?
Yeah, well, computer's an idiot, so I don't got to worry about whatever stupid ass computer says. Like, I say it's good, so whatever, Okay, so looking at all the other attacks on the board, kind of like there really isn't much going on, I feel.
Yeah,
So
not really.
pull the trigger.
If I could just say something about the in-game calculator real quick.
Mhm.
So the in-game calculator only pertains to the likelihood of conquering. So the likelihood of having a unit surviving. It has nothing to do with strafing, and it has nothing to do with killing everything in your aircraft survive. It only has to do with conquering, meaning that you have at least one land unit survives, and it assumes, no matter what your defense profile is, it always assumes that you're using the default defense profile.
Regardless, I think it's a potato. Like, I look at sort of like the unit composition. I only have a slightly higher unit count, but it's just like the composition, just like the skew on it is just like ridiculous. So I'm just like, let's go for it. So
Yeah.
you got to
We're
pull the
looking to
trigger.
make money.
Makes sense.
We're not looking to take the territory. We're just looking to make money.
Right? Yeah. We're just going for that greed. All right, here we go. All right.
Let's get 2 tanks. 2 tanks would be good.
I want all the tanks. Give me all the tanks. That's right.
No, 1 round strafe. Yeah, that could have been
1
better.
round? Are you kidding me? Come on. It's like
That's
I'm
expected.
going in for another round. Does that make sense to you?
No.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
That
See,
was
I like that. Like 5 tanks. Okay.
All right, get out.
Okay, so let's take a look at it.
No.
Right?
Yeah, do not
It's-
waste all your attacking units. That's all your attacking units. Save
Okay,
some
so
of your.
let me just tell you what I'm looking at. 1
Mhm.
artillery, 2 tanks, and 2 fighters against 3 tanks.
Yeah,
It's like,
that's it.
you really want to retreat?
Yes, I do not want you to lose your tanks and your attacking unit. We made
Okay.
our money. Let's get out.
Because I really hate German tanks. I'm saying? Just like, if I got an opportunity to kill them, I will probably kill them. But whatever. Okay, so actually, oops. Take a look at this.
You probably leave Ukraine. Probably don't have to put anything in Ukraine.
Yeah, it's like they can blitz through that into Cox. And I'm thinking about it's like 3 tanks, 3 fighters, right? So I'm thinking kind of like, how do I go?
If you want to suicide as 3 tanks and caucus, let him, because that'll be a good trade for us.
Exactly. So I'm kind of like, you know what? I'm going to stick a bunch of infantry on Caucasus. Go ahead, just like go ahead. See what he does there. Okay, so pretty much everything piles onto West Russia.
Yeah, nice that
1 infantry to stop the tank blitz. 2 infantry from Invenki to Vologda, right? Which is kind of like the holding area. So does that look good to you?
Yep.
All right.
Looking strong.
And placement is just you know what? I'm tempted to put an artillery where? Caucasus or Moscow?
I think you put it in caucus would be a little bit of a target, but I also like the idea of having a caucus to hit back Ukraine. So.
Yeah, so I'll just put it on Caucasus. It's like, what are you gonna do, right? Come on, kill my artillery. Like, commit your tanks. Like, I'll take that.
In hindsight, we probably should have put the egg on in caucus, but it's fine. It's not going to set 3 naked tanks.
Yeah, I'm kind of like, you know what I'm saying? It's death for him either way. So, like, go right ahead. So that's the glorious.
So what was the
USSR turn? As usual, I'm very greedy, but
Okay.
that's okay.
Pretty straightforward what you got to do here. So I'll just let you go.
Yeah, it's pretty straightforward. You have to capture Caucasus. You totally have to do it.
Andrew, are you with us? I know you're 4 or 5 beers in, but come on, man.
Oh shit! Yeah, I had my mic muted. So yeah, I just wanted to say real quick though, I wasn't trying to be a dick when I said potato computer and all that. Like I would, I was really just asking. Like I didn't really think anyone would take it like a rude thing. I was just.
I don't even know what that is. What does that even mean? A potato?
I figured it was just gonna like smack talk. But how does it seem
potato?
A potato, like.
Potato computer means it's really bad, like bad specs, or a potato picture, like potato quality images, means that it's like pixelated.
Oh, I see.
How does that show up in like gameplay though, or something like that? You know what I'm saying? Like, how can you tell? That's what I'm curious about. Because don't get me wrong, it's like I think the computer is not super top of the line, but also I'm running like a crap ton of processes on it, like a lot. Okay, so
To be honest with you, I don't necessarily have my dream computer either. I got a pretty bad one. So anyway, back to Axis and Allies. So I do want to get a bomber this time. I mean, this is ridiculous. I don't know. He's already got his fleet in position.
Yeah,
His fleet's in position for next turn. It's probably too late for a bomber.
Yeah, I think
It's
because
too late.
he's they're projecting MedChuck, and they've actually got a pretty nice one already set up. So
Yeah.
so the way to defend that is actually to stack France and pivot stack. So
Okay.
you can stack Karelia here as well.
Mhm.
You can put 19 in Karelia.
So I'm looking down at Egypt right now. I'm thinking it's worth it to stack. It could be worth it to stack Egypt this round, because that would mean that his units from Transjordan have to go to Egypt if he wants to take Egypt this round. He doesn't necessarily have to take Egypt this round, but if he does want to, he's going to have to pull those units away from Transjordan into Egypt. That puts them 2 rounds further away from India.
Yeah, plus
which
I
is
could
only gonna
I
help
could
you
add
out.
I could add 2 plus another 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2. Add 3.
Into Egypt.
Yeah, I could add 3 dudes into
All right,
Egypt.
perfect. In that case, then if he doesn't take it with the UK, then
It's at a
we're
minimal
gonna hold
minimal
it. Yeah,
cost because we built that complex. So we wanted to do something with that transport in 36 anyway. Why not put them in Egypt?
yeah. So it's going to be useful. Yeah,
I
it's
can
gonna
build
be
an, I
useful
can
in
build another
Egypt.
transport to compensate, which I will do.
Perfect. All right, so Egypt is going to be ours. As for Ukraine, okay. So you said it's obvious what I do. What do you think I should do?
Oh, you take Ukraine with the Romania guy, just one dude, and then you stack Karelia
Yeah.
and you stack France.
Perfect.
And build lots of infantry.
Yep, all infantry, and I'm
as
saving
as
2.
many as you can. No, you can. You can build a couple of artillery if you can. Don't save 2.
You sure? Like, I prefer saving 2 because that 2 snowballs, into an extra infantry and saving 1 next turn, and then the turn after that, building 2 more infantry.
Yeah, but you're real light on
Point.
attacking. He just killed some of your attacking units, so you're really light on attacking
That's
units.
true. He did get.
Infantry heavy. Yeah, there you go. I like that.
He got
I like that a little
5
better.
tanks or something.
Yeah, I like that a little better.
All right, but also with the Polish guys. Oh no, not with the Polish guys. I do need to start making my way through Baltic instead of Poland. I need just enough in Poland to trade Ukraine. Not
Yeah,
to
everything
stack
else.
Ukraine, not
Everything
to
else north.
counterstack. Yeah.
Everything else northeast. Exactly. Well, remember you gotta stack France here, so you're gonna take some of these Berlin dudes.
Yeah.
And you're gonna take some planes too.
I think 1 tank in France and maybe like 3 infantry is going to be more than enough to hold it this turn. He can only bring 6 infantry, and that's only if he wants to go all in. Well, 6 infantry and 2 AA guns. Well, if he takes 2 AA guns, then only 4. He can only attack with 4 infantry. So really, realistically, it's 6 infantry.
Are you talking about the U.S.?
So I think 2. Yeah. Oh, but he has the UK guys too.
But his planes are out of range. He's only got 1 plane that can hit France. So you don't really have to worry about you don't have to.
The US.
You don't have to worry about the UK
The
hitting
US has
first.
2 planes.
No, I understand that.
Okay.
But
You're talking about UK only has.
You
1
just have to
plane.
worry about defending the U.S. here effectively. Because if he wants to do a 1-2 on France, that's actually perfect for us. Even if he gets it, that's great. That's good news.
I think that there's an argument for taking Archangel too, or at least trying with 1 infantry, 1 plane. It kills the dude at the risk of a dude. I think that's worthwhile.
He can bring 10, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18 at you in Karelia.
Oh, yeah.
You've got
okay.
5, 6,
Okay.
7. Hold on, no, you might still be able to do it. Hold on, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, plus you're building 2. That's 17. So 18 against your 17.
No, I think it's better if I just hold off on Archangel this turn.
I don't see why you need it anyway. Once Japan gets there, yeah, that's a viable strategy. Well, I'm coming. I'm coming. But
Well, for one thing, it's useful to kill one for one, and for another, it's useful to actually hold Archangel. That way, once I have any amount of tanks in Karelia, he has to have enough of a defense to counter a blitz into Moscow.
mhm.
So it kind of lessens the amount that he can stack in West Russia. Instead of just having one infantry and Archangel to
Yeah, and
prevent
if
the
you
blitz,
stack
he has
Egypt,
to have,
if you
you
stack
know,
Egypt, those Persian dudes have to go to
14.
Transjordan. So, which means that he has to build. He can still that tank will have to come back, but he can still just barely defend India as is right now. So there's that to choose from. But I'm not against
Yeah.
I'm not against sending an infantry and a fighter at Archangel.
Well, no, after you counted it up, I think I'm more comfortable keeping the infantry in
Okay.
Karelia.
Yeah.
I'd rather
That's a
have
safe-
an infantry on
That's
defense
a safe.
than
That is
offense.
the safer move. Yeah, I agree. I wouldn't put a
All right,
tank.
cool.
I
So
wouldn't
that
put.
does
I wouldn't put a
combat.
tank from Berlin into France though. You don't need a tank there. I don't think. Maybe
Uh,
a couple planes, maybe.
I mean, it's really good. It's yeah. I mean, a couple planes versus a tank. I mean, you're talking about apples and oranges here.
No, a couple of your planes. Oh, yeah.
Yeah,
Actually, you're
yeah,
gonna
I
send them
know.
all to. You're gonna
I'm
send
just
them all
saying.
to-
I'm like, yeah. I mean, I could
Karelia.
do a couple planes, but if I'm gonna do a couple planes, I might as well do a couple tanks too,
Well, you need them in
or one
Karelia.
tank at least.
You need them
Uh,
all
okay.
all in Karelia. You don't want to give them another chance at killing more of your tanks at a discount. You got to send your
Right,
planes.
right.
Yeah.
All right. So 1, 2, 3. We did say three from Berlin to France, right?
Well, let's look at that. He can bring 6 ground units plus 2 fighters, a cruiser, and a battleship. So that's 10.
Maybe 4. Maybe 4 infantry.
Yeah. That AA gun you got in Poland right now, maybe send that back to Berlin.
Berlin? Oh yeah,
Yeah.
because he can send his C Zone 7 units. All right, this looks good to me. Just
Well, not because
does
of
that look
that, just
good to you?
because you're gonna need it there eventually anyway. Because
Mhm.
once I
Yeah, I
start,
usually do 1 in France, 1 in Berlin, and 1 in Karelia. That's my normal.
Japan is about to unload
And
a
then,
whole bunch of pressure on the Allies from either direction. So
Yeah.
they're gonna have to pick either they're gonna go the med shuck, or they're gonna go and try and do a Finland shuck, or they're gonna try and transition somewhere in between. So we're basically making them make that decision right now. We're forcing their hand.
Cool. So I got 1 artillery in Karelia and 1 infantry in Karelia. I got 1 artillery and 9 infantry in Germany and 1 infantry in Italy. Look good to you? In hindsight, if I had actually counted up as I was purchasing, if I had actually counted up how many units I was buying, I would have just bought 12 units. So I guess I would have traded in an infantry for a tank, and I would have just left Italy naked.
No.
Um,
You want that Italy guy's cool. There's nothing wrong with that.
I mean, he's cool.
He's
and
in
all,
Europe.
but
That's where he
not
needs to
not
be.
against
They're all in
war.
Europe. It don't matter if he's a tank or an artillery. Maybe
Not against 4 infantry. He can attack. He can land 4 infantry in Italy. You know what I'm saying? Like
Just
he's
trying to see
basically a
here.
wasted dude.
No, you can't have 3 fighters in France. Why'd you put 3 fighters there?
Well, I'm in mobilization phase. I thought you said everything in France, like all my fighters in France or something.
No, I did not say that. 6, 7, 8. Hold on. We might still be okay, but hold on. 6,
Hold
7,
on.
8,
He's got
9, 10,
4,
15 against his 18.
6.
19. He got
I don't
19
think he's
against
gonna
our
go for
15.
that.
Well, it's Ard we're talking about. He looks for battles. Have you noticed? Have you not
Yeah.
picked up on the trend of your opponent? He likes those kinds of fucking battles.
Hold on now. He's got 4, 5, 6 infantry, 2 fighters.
He's not looking to
one
win it.
bomber.
He's looking to kill tanks.
Well, I don't have tanks.
Oh,
in
actually, you know what you're building to?
France.
Oh no, this is the 2 you're building. Okay, so 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 15. Yeah, I would have preferred maybe 1 or 2 fighters in Karelia, but that's okay. It is what it is now. You can only put them where you can put them.
Wow. Are you talking about Karelia?
Yeah.
With him attacking Karelia?
He can send 19
I
at
was
your
looking at
50.
France.
He can send 19. You know, you're safe in France with those 3 fighters. They're fine. I'm just saying I don't think you needed 3 fighters in France. But that's just an opinion.
Well, look, even if he attacks,
I'm very opinionated.
Let's just say, let's say worst case scenario, he attacks Karelia, right?
Uh-huh.
And his air has to leave Karelia because they can't land where they just took. Then Germany goes right after Russia, so he's got 4 artillery, 2 tanks sitting in Karelia. I can hit them and kill them. I'm okay with that.
He would not.
I'm okay with trading Russia.
He won't take
trading
Karelia.
down with. I'm okay.
Yeah, I agree. I'm okay with you trading with Russia too. I'm just saying that we kind of want to make those trades a little bit more even. Right now, it's kind of in his favor a little bit. Depends on what the AA gun does. But if we shoot down a plane, that's huge.
Yeah.
If we shoot down a plane, it basically makes it a 50-50. It's not even a good strafe. So
you think he has odds on Karelia right now?
Oh yeah, he's probably he has
10,
strong
14,
odds on
16,
it. He could take
18.
it. He could take it. If, like I said, if the AA doesn't shoot down 19 against 15.
Well, I'm just gonna lock this mobilization.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, we're talking for no reason. It is what it is. We will see.
Well, actually, shit. If I had thought about it, I would have switched that artillery for an infantry. Since you're saying, talking about the odds and everything. I mean,
no, I like the artillery because for some reason I don't know what it is. When you pair artillery with infantry on return fire, it always seems to hit better. That's just a psychological thing. I know, but it just seems to register.
Yeah, I was gonna say, like,
it just seems to register in my brain that it
a
seems to just hit better when you have an artillery there.
But
yeah, it's their turn though. Go ahead, guys.
Yeah, I mean, it's out of our hands now.
It's out of our hands.
Good luck, have fun.
Okay, so there's some interesting choices we gotta make here. Because the 3 fighters in France, I think we can safely hit C Zone 3. I think I will destroy Block 35. Protect the Syrian units. And I'm just gonna get out of transport. Just gonna back off. There's a case we made to not do that shot. Instead, send one of your transports like Season 6 with the American fleet or something like that. You could take Northwest Europe and then get Norway with one of the 10 transports. What do you think about that? You still here, buddy?
Oh, yeah. Oh, shit. Oh, what did you say? Sorry.
So...
I'm sorry. I don't mean to laugh. That was just funny. I'm sorry. I'll be right back.
I was like, what the hell? Like,
I'll be right
not
back.
that you said anything wrong. Like,
Can you repeat that, please?
Not fair. Like, you have so many good moves. It's just like, whatever you decide cannot possibly be wrong. You know?
So I'm just looking at America. I'm thinking maybe if you wanted to go to Season 6 and take Northwest, potentially, and then you could still go to Season 3 and take Norway. If I take Finland and Iceland, that should be safe.
Finland and Iceland. All right, so what I'm thinking, right, is let's say that you do whatever, like not take Iceland, right? Theoretically, he can smash your fleet and land in Iceland.
Mm-hmm.
And then these 3 transports that I have at Eastern US right now, like on my turn, they'll, let me think. So UK goes, Germany goes and lands. Okay, so UK goes, US goes, right? Then Germany goes, then eventually US goes. Yeah, so my Eastern US fleet right now, like lands on Iceland and kills all his fighters. And I'm okay with that. You know what I'm saying? So this is one of these situations where it's like,
yeah, okay,
yeah.
like go ahead, smash your feet on ice, and like, does he really want to take that? Like
You only have to-
he'll lose his fighters on anybody. It's just like
No,
it's so
no.
weird for him.
No, you're wrong, because you only have 2 infantry. So that won't be enough to fight 4
Two
fighters.
infantry. Yeah. Well, like I like it if you take Norway and Finland. You know what I'm saying? Because just like for more income, whatever. At season
Why?
3,
Why don't you want to?
why don't I want it?
Yeah.
I don't know. I could, but sending the U.S. fleet to Sea Zone 6, it's a weird position for defense because it's like I want to have fleet south just to do the med ship. You know what I'm saying? So it's like if I'm defending Sea Zone 6 too and I'm losing transports, it's kind of like, like where do I really go with that?
Do you have your heart set on that shot? Because we could just pivot right out of it right now. You don't have to go to 6, you can go to 8, but it'd be nice if you could, get in the west. If you get in the west and Norway.
Northwest and Norway?
Mm-hmm. Norway you get from Sea Zone 3. Right? And then northwest you get from either 6 or 8, your choice.
All right. So it's like I'll get Norway from Sea Zone 3. Let me think about how exactly I'm going to do that. Does that make sense?
Transports in 10. You have transports in 10.
Yeah, exactly. So it's like I take one transport, drop one infantry in Norway from Sea Zone 3.
Mm-hmm.
Let's see. Sea Zone 8, it's like I like hitting Italy, I like hitting Southern Europe. That's going to require 2 transports, you know what I'm saying?
We could do that. That'd be fun if you want to do that stuff.
Yeah, it's kind of like, but I see what you're saying too. It's like, if I do that, I'm feeding the transport into that sort of like mechanic. That's just kind of awkward. But defending Sea Zone 8 as well, that's kind of an additional strain. So it's like, let's see, he's got 4 fighters. 1, 2, 3. You know what? I'll just take my battleship and a destroyer. And I'll do it that way. It's like, yeah, if he wants to like use his air on that, just go right ahead. Like I'm fine with that. So
I mean, technically, I could build a destroyer.
like,
I have $12 on the account for it. It's going to get a bomber or a fighter.
so don't worry about it. Like, if he wants to take 4 fighters against a battleship and a destroyer to try to get a transport prize, go right ahead. Sink my guys. Like I have no reservations whatsoever.
I kind of agree with that. The only the downside or the other part of that though is that you can safely get reinforcements to 13 without protecting Sea Zone 13.
Sorry, what? Like you need to get reinforcements to Sea Zone 3 without protecting Sea Zone
13. If you want to get reinforcements from Morocco, if you want to continue a med shock more than 1 turn, you're going to need reinforcements there. And the only way to do that is to protect Sea Zone 13.
Yeah. So it's like let's see, what's he got? 3 fighters, whatever. Right, I am kind of stretched a little thin there. Let's see, you're going to have your carrier there. Let's take another look. 6, 7. Okay, that's a little thick. Where'd my bomber go? Right. Okay, so that's interesting. That's very interesting. Okay, so what are your thoughts as far as because yeah, I see what you're saying. Like I do need to protect Sea Zone 13 as well. It's going to have at least 3 fighters. That could be a little awkward. Let's see.
Yeah, my thoughts are as follows: either you go all in on a med shock, or we pivot out of it. And if we want to pivot out of it, right now is the time to do it. I think you have enough guys in Africa to clear up Africa. I don't have to worry about that.
Right. I like mentioning.
I don't think it's really I don't think it's going to affect my turn too much. So I think I'm just going
to
just do
it's
my
like, I like Mitchell because it bleeds them out faster, right? It's like we break his power at Karelia, kind of like withdraw him, then USSR turns around and fights Japan. So that's just kind of like the quick, dirty version. Like if, like in other circumstances, I might think about it again, but I'm kind of like, like, what do we do in this game?
But you can definitely spare a transport for Norway, right?
For Norway?
Yeah.
Oh yeah, I'll do that. Like, we want to have the 3 units hitting.
And part of the reason I'm going to hit Iceland is because my survivors are units I won't have to build right now, like just to fill up my transport.
Okay, so yeah. All right, so that's So let's see. What am I buying
You know-
again?
the only
Oh, it's your turn. Shit.
Yeah.
What am I gonna get?
The only question I'm just moving between do I want a fighter or a bomber? It's always nice to have one bomber, but the fighters are just so useful.
Yeah, no, I agree. Like, I put them love bombers. So.
I knew this was
Oh, and
going
by
to.
the way, thanks for those optimizations as far as like the Solomons and the and like the Mexico drop. So
Oh, that's common
put that
knowledge.
in my
That's,
notes or whatever.
that's
What do
common
you think?
knowledge.
Fighter.
Whatever you think is good. Like I like them both. You know what I'm saying? It's like you can't go wrong. It's like a bomber would give you kind of like more threat range against Japan, but yeah, you know what I'm saying? Like they're kind of not really pushing too hard there anyway. So either way,
So, to stop the naked sports and season 61 type of stuff. Man, I love defending those. I'm gonna take a chance and get the bomber.
Sure, sounds good to me. Hey.
Okay. Do we think Burma is worth it?
Burma, I mean, just like trading off infantry or whatever. But it's kind of like if you send the fighter to Burma, then you're not going to use it at Egypt. So are you going to hit Egypt or just like let me stack?
No, yeah, I'm gonna let you deal with all that. I'm just gonna
Okay.
get out of
That's for me. Yeah. No, I think that makes a lot of tactical sense too. So, like, I definitely support the decision.
So, I don't like one infantry, one fighter. I really don't like this battle. I know people do it all the time, but I don't like it.
I don't
One
like
infantry, one fighter against
Burma. Just against any battle. I don't think that's a good battle.
Yeah, well, the way it goes is like if you kill the infantry, right? It's acting as a shield for like tanks and fighters. So that's like less fodder, right? So it's like it's a win that way. If you win the battle, so it's like 1-for-1, and all your infantry are doing like straight defense. So it's a win in that regard. If you win and you capture the territory, then you can't land fighters on Burma. And that's kind of like that's a potential pain in the ass situation. So it's just like win-win-win. Just like it's so good. I know what you're saying. It's kind of like when you're fighting in Europe, it's just like two versus one.
Is it worth a second infantry?
No, hell no. I would not say so. It's a one IPC territory. It's just no.
Yeah.
But if you want to do two, go ahead. That's sort of like the way we play it out, I think.
I don't think I do. I'm just gonna risk it. Okay. I think that's all my stuff, right?
Mm-hmm.
Let's roll some dice. All right. Iceland. Come on, bro. All right.
Yeah. You get the bomber in the field, you're like, yeah, I got a bomber. I totally get it. It's just bombers are so freaking good.
So I'm just gonna let him take trench order if he wants, and I'll just retake. And I'll have a couple of guys in Persia that either go to Transjordan or
Will you even need that additional fighter there? Because after I capture Norway, it's like he can't stop me from capturing Norway, right?
Mm-hmm.
He can only hit you with one fighter. Like, what? You know what I'm saying? Like, what's he gonna do?
Yeah, I just want it. I'm just for my own.
Yeah, it's fine. It's like, you can use the fighter for trades next turn too, so it's not like it really hurts. So, yeah.
Let's not forget our sub. And this in Australia is Shitty Shuffle. So I'm not going to give them the bombard of the play. I'm going to move my guys to Australia. I hope I'm not listening. I feel like I am. Okay, so that's right.
Whatever will be, will be.
Sing it.
Alrighty.
Jesus, took you long enough. My goodness. Okay. Well.
Yeah, my goodness. I'm not too unhappy with the board state, to be honest with you.
You can just keep saying it.
I will continue saying it. No, I mean, I think that's perfect that he moved back to India. He's, making moves towards India.
Mm-hmm.
That's kind of where we wanted him to be, actually. I don't give a fuck about that Iceland dude. Honestly, Iceland wasn't doing shit for us. I think that it was kind of a waste for us to take Iceland in the beginning. It could have played out in our favor.
Dude, it's round 3 and they're only barely getting into Europe. This is good for us, for you.
Oh yeah, absolutely,
Yeah,
absolutely.
that was
But I'm
worth
just
every
saying
penny.
specifically, like Iceland, like there was like if I had a bomber or even fighters to hang out in Iceland, that could have in some board state been worthwhile. But just this particular game hasn't really been worthwhile. But the fact that he has just now invested both in infantry and a tank and a fighter, like a turn for each of those, going to Iceland, absolutely worthwhile. And his 2 dudes in Eastern Canada are still there, 100% useful for that 1 infantry and transport. The transport was otherwise going to be practically useless. Fuck that Finland. Fuck the Finnish dude. He's not really doing shit.
Not yet, but he will. He will next turn.
He's gonna do shit? What's he gonna do?
Oh, he's probably gonna stack
Yeah,
Finland and
blockade,
take.
that's it.
Well, he's gonna take probably Northwest and Norway with the Americans.
Right, but I mean the Finnish dude, so he can stack Finland, or stack Norway maybe, but I don't know. Yeah, he's gonna stack Norway for sure with America, but the Finnish dude isn't really doing much of anything.
Well, they gotta piss or get off the pot this turn. They gotta make a decision, and the Americans have to start it. So. Actually, well, the British.
Like that.
I mean, the British had to start it, and they did. So they took Finland. So they're going to hope that the Americans occupy C-Zone 6, C-Zone 3, and C-Zone 6 is going to be occupied by the Allies. They're going to take Northwest and Norway. They even said as much.
Right. I got you. I got you.
Prepare for that. So what we're going to do in response with the purchase is, well, we've got to buy 3 dudes for the complex. We're going to use the
Alright, so I think your battleship transport could be useful taking Alaska, therefore threatening Western US and Hawaii. I think that's the maximum use that you're going to get out of those 2 dudes, actually, because that's going to force them to respond by buying something in Western US. They don't have the troops to defend it against your battleship transport, artillery, and tank.
Yeah, but I think for your sake, though, it's actually better that we move those guys in Soviet Far East to. I think we should move them west. I think we need to start applying a lot of pressure on Russia.
I disagree. Even though going west towards Russia gives more instant sort of threat against Russia, it's really not a critical mass necessary to force them to respond. Going towards Western US, it doesn't pay off as quickly, but it's going to force them to respond with enough force to delay them after 1 or 2 rounds, after it's delayed their logistics for a round or 2, plus it picks up Hawaii. Yeah, theoretically, you should pick up Hawaii.
He does have a bomber and a sub. He does have a bomber and a sub that can hit it, though.
Oh yeah, there's the bomber.
I mean, that's a 50% chance.
All right, then go. No, go ahead and send them west. It's not worth. I mean, well, what else is your bomber doing though? I mean, your battleship. What else is your battleship doing?
He's going to protect Sea Zone 61 after this turn from the UK bomber that he just built. He built one, right? Where'd it go? Oh, he built it in. Oh, he built it in London. Okay. Ooh. I thought he built it in India.
So I mean, let's just say that your battleship wants to do something productive. It's going around South America. Or even if it cuts through the Suez, it wouldn't cut through the Suez because you would have to take Panama with that transport. It's 1, 2. All right, so it's 3 rounds away from the Panama Canal, or 4 rounds, maybe even 5 rounds to get around South America. Or if you go the other way through the Suez Canal, we don't own the Suez Canal, but if you want to try to go through the Suez Canal, it's 1, 2, 3 rounds to get to Sea Zone 17. And there's no guarantee that the Suez is open, so it's like basically 6 rounds to get around Africa. And in the Pacific, it's literally useless. It's not doing anything. So I think the biggest, like, even if he does want to use the bomber, like that, he still has to risk that bomber. Is it more worthwhile? Like, he has a useful bomber because it's useful if it's in the Atlantic. It's completely useless if it's on the Pacific side. I think it's more worthwhile to force him to make the choice. Is he going to waste that bomber in the Pacific, or is he going to use it where it's useful in the Atlantic? If he doesn't want to waste the bomber, he's going to have to defend the Western United States. That's going to be, I would think, at least 4 infantry. At least 3 units, but probably at least 4 infantry in the Western United States. Plus, you have a pretty good chance of getting Hawaii out of it. Otherwise, even if you lose the battleship, it's not like it was doing anything to begin with.
Yeah, I'm starting to come around to that.
It looks good on paper if you just pull up the war report and you look at, oh, well, I've got, X amount of
I'm
attack
just worried
power
about how
because of this
little I
battleship.
have in China right now, and thinking about that. Plus, that puts a transport out of position, which means I could actually build one, though.
You said you're buying a transport, aren't you?
Yeah. So
Well, you were already planning on buying one, right?
Yep.
Yeah. So, I mean,
infantry,
this
artillery,
isn't-
and a transport and a destroyer.
So if you're only buying a destroyer, basically you're going to have to put at least one more sea unit, one more naval unit into Sea Zone 60 or 62 to defend that transport.
No, it's fine by itself.
No, they have that sub with the U.S.
Yeah, that's what
59.
the destroyer is going to go in 60.
Oh, and then you're going to put the transport in 62?
Yeah.
Okay. I didn't think of that, but yeah, that's fine. It's perfect.
Okay, so that works. So 6 infantry, 1 artillery, destroyer sub. Oh, sorry, destroyer transport. Not sub.
Yeah, that's.
Wait, make sure I didn't buy a sub.
I'm relying on you.
No, you're not.
I'm relying on you
You're
to
awfully
count
talkative,
the
actually.
transport.
But you know what? I'll tell you this. I'm gonna.
Oh, no, for counting the transports. How many units of transports that you got?
I'm thinking we're gonna do it.
Yeah. So if you wanted to take that transport to 65 instead of where's to go in 64.
Oh yeah,
it also
yeah, you're right.
threatens Mexico.
Good call.
I don't
good
know
call.
if that. I don't know if that comes into play.
Yep, that is a more efficient move. You're correct. You are correct, sir.
Cool. Hey, I get one every 5 or 6 rounds.
He does have a tank that can hit it though, and a British bomber. British bomber doesn't reach 1, 2.
Well, yeah,
5, 6. No.
That's a hard choice right there.
Yeah.
Because even if the tank only kills 1 unit,
It's actually
then
not
you
because
only have
he
one
doesn't
unit
want to send
to-
his tank. he doesn't want to send his tank into the front lines
Yeah.
anyway to take a forward territory. So it's actually not a big deal for him to send his tank at that if he wanted to.
All right, good point. Good point.
Yeah. All right. What am I missing? All kinds of stuff.
Now, as far as the tank in China, what territory is that on way? Okay, you're gonna take it there. That's kind of where I was hoping you would take it.
Yeah, it makes most sense. Draws Russian troops away from you.
Perfect.
Wait, where did I send this guy? Yeah, oh, almost forgot. See that? The battleship.
Yeah. Well, you could have got him during non-combat.
No, but I think I used him. I had him in 64 hitting it, but I forgot. I changed the transport to 65, but I forgot to change the battleship to 65.
Oh, yeah, that is a big deal.
That would have been a
Good
problem.
job, good job.
That could have caused some issues.
Yeah, logistics in Alaska on the Aleutian Islands have faltered. For Emperor. We're sorry. We did not retreat.
I think I want you here. We have to send a destroyer to that. Oh,
Okay, so if you're moving
now we have to kill this
63
destroyer
to
though, right?
65.
We have to kill the destroyer. Can't let that live.
Do you have to?
Yeah, because if we let
well,
that if we let that live, he's actually got a sub
yeah.
in 28. That can present some problems.
Oh, yeah, I got you.
Might even send the battleship with that, actually.
But here's the thing with going to Australia. Like, I'm not opposed to it. In fact, I'm starting to think that might be a good move. But the thing is like, you're only gonna have 3 transports next turn. Are you prepared to have only 3 transports next turn?
Yeah, I built for that.
Okay. Okay. Cool. I'm on my. Am I on my last beer? Yeah, I'm on my last beer. I'm on my 6th beer.
Oh.
And they're 16-ounce beers, so it's kind of like being on my 8th beer or maybe 9th beer right now. So I'm not doing math. I'm thinking about the game. I'm looking at positions. I'm just not looking at subtleties.
Yeah, I'm actually not going to send the destroyer to that battle, actually. I'm going to save him.
So you're sending a carrier and a battleship?
Yeah, and a plane.
And a plane. So are you going to land a plane there?
Yep. Yep.
If you're going to land a plane there, I would go ahead and take the destroyer. Or honestly, I would take the destroyer instead of the aircraft carrier.
Well, I need the destroyer in 38, I think.
I'm trying to find 38. Okay, 38. I see it. Why?
Because I need to defend against that sub in 28. What I want to do is take Madagascar next turn.
Your best bet.
I want to take Madagascar next turn if I can.
If you're worried about his sub in 59, the American sub in 59, I think that the best place for that destroyer, we're gonna have one being built in 60.
Yeah, that's where it's going. Yeah, this turn does not need to be complicated, I don't think.
Yeah.
We do need to take Burma, though.
Well, I mean, I do want to touch on this sub placement thing.
Okay.
38 ain't terrible, but 38 is kind of like halfway between his sub in 28 and his sub in 59, but it's not guaranteed to hit either of those. So it's like, is it useful here? I mean, if you take it up to 60, then it starts to hunt his sub. Proactively, it forces him to respond by either attacking 2 destroyers with 1 sub.
Well,
or
the battleship being in 65 and the destroyer being in 60 is hunting his sub. He has no choice but to back away or fight. He can fight the sub in 60.
Well, he could fight 60. He could fight 60, kill the destroyer, and then your battleship in 65.
No, I'm going to put
really a
I'm
non-factor. Actually,
I'm putting an aircraft carrier in 60
even,
along with the sub, along with the destroyer and a plane.
Okay.
Yeah.
I guess that's fine. Yeah, that's fine.
Yeah, we want to look at Hawaii and stuff like that. Give ourselves some options, right?
Well, here's the biggest issue is if he takes that sub to 53, then you can't bombard Hawaii. I mean, it's not a huge issue. You still have a infantry and artillery. Even without the battleship, you have the infantry artillery. It's not a huge issue.
Mm-hmm.
The sub is just inconvenient. American subs in the Pacific are just an inconvenience. Fuck them.
1, 2, 3.
Actually, I'm not the most up to date on World War II history that there are. You know what I'm saying? But I try to read quite a bit on it. I just learned maybe a couple weeks ago there were actually some really great American raids on Japanese shipping in the Pacific, like submarine raids on their shipping.
Oh yeah.
I had no idea. Like I thought like Americans didn't really have much of a submarine force until the Cold War. No, we had a dope ass submarine fleet in the Pacific during World War II.
At the end, towards the end of World War II,
German U-boat. We weren't too shabby in the early days either. We were on par in the early days. We were on par with the German, Kriegsmarine, with the German U-boat fleet.
Yeah.
Later days, we were blowing them out of the water. No pun intended.
It took us a while to figure them out. Figure out how did they attack the packs.
Our intel really did wonders for us. Our intelligence community, knowing where they were before they were there, knowing where they were going to be at the same time that they knew where they were going to be at a specific time, really helped us out quite a bit, as well as our manufacturing sort of strategy where we would just throw any old thing in the water. We would throw bathtubs in the water and call it a submarine. And
Right.
they were trying to make super weapons out of their ships. Whereas we were just trying to get numbers out there. Between those two things, they didn't stand it pretty much any chance at all. Like we had hundreds where they had dozens.
Yeah.
We had dozens of carriers where they had not even 10 carriers. That's really what did it for us. Our numbers plus our intelligence. So we could predict their almost exact location even without GPS.
Yeah. I agree. 100%. 100, man. 100.
Really got off on a tangent there.
I think this looks good.
Yeah.
The transports, again, they're actually okay naked. I hate this. It makes me feel all squiggly.
Makes me feel like a dirty fucking
I don't even know how to
whore.
explain that feeling. How do you explain that feeling? It's like a squiggly feeling. It's like I don't know, but you're moving your body around trying to talk yourself into that it's okay. I think it is okay though. All right, let's do it.
No, I know exactly what you're talking about. Like, I feel that every time. I've been burned a few times, too. I mean, my fair share just like everyone else, right?
Right.
Alright, so my partner over there, he's taking a break, so I'll just hang out. You guys can keep talking about the Pacific War, I guess.
He's taking
So
a
the
break,
history
laddie.
books kind of neglect that theater.
I get the feeling that I might be one of 4 that's interested in Pacific War history, and I understand it probably as much as the other 3.
No,
So-
the greatest naval battles in history occurred in the Pacific in World War II.
There's a YouTube channel. I kind of watch it every now and then.
I mean, there were very few.
Can we talk about
Intel
YouTube and
report.
can we talk about YouTube and history on your turn, please? Thanks.
Oh,
What
Wait,
was
no,
that?
we were invited. We were invited to talk about something. Sorry, man, we didn't know where you were. Okay, we'll shut up.
I mean, UK's back.
Yeah, sure, baby.
Is it UK? No, it's America.
Yeah, I'm America and USSR.
No,
So
Ard was
whatever,
okay.
right?
Ard was waiting on Shaky to tell him what.
So
I'll-
just for people watching,
I'll just
So-
shut up. Go ahead.
that's all good. So I'm Aardvark Pepper playing US and USSR. Shaky is playing UK. Sad Puppies is playing Germany, and Roach Warrior is playing Japan.
Yeah.
So UK, you're there, right?
I am here.
Okay. So US takes one transport to Norway with one infantry. That's fine.
Yep.
Otherwise, I'm thinking West Russia hits Karelia. Does that make sense to you?
A little bit. I don't know the odds on that, and it might be worth using a mulligan to see what the odds are. So once again, we could use a calculator.
yeah.
It looks spicy. I mean, there is the option of just taking Ukraine and Bello, getting the 4 bucks. I mean, I could see a case either way here. I wish I knew the odds. That's, I guess, where I'm.
Well, I'll tell you the odds just offhand, right? So when you sort of like suss out the battle, right?
I'm
Like
right back.
USSR has 8 tank equivalents, right? That's 4 artillery, 2 fighters, whatever the frick, right? Artillery aren't really great as tank equivalents or whatever, but anyways, you compare it to Germany, who only has 5, right? On the flip side, Germany has a fighter, anti-aircraft bomber, right? The bombers, whatever, is defense. But the anti-aircraft, I kind of don't like because it increases the risk. But I'm like, roll the dice. So here's my thing, right? Axis are probably going to collapse at that position in a hot minute, anyways, right? But just a couple comments. So you can see here where it's like if Russia had maybe another 3 tanks, right, hitting Karelia on this turn, looks very different. You know what I'm saying? Especially as far as the strafe is concerned.
Yeah, for sure. But
It's not wrong. You know what I'm saying? It's like, as it is, we
Yeah.
have infantry. We can build tanks later. You know, it all works out. And what you said, as far as like retreating back to West Russia with the 1 artillery and 2 tanks, that makes a
Mhm.
pretty big difference, right? Like they would have had 2 less tanks, but our hitting power would be much less. So it's like I can see like where you have that sort of like consistency as far as strategy goes. So that's very pleasing. But yeah. So I'm thinking I like hitting it because I'm aggressive. Plus, we want to make like a short game, right? So in another game, maybe we think about it more.
you want
But
to
here,
use the mulligan then, and I'll calculate the odds.
I'd say we have maybe 65%, 60, 65%. It just
And
feels that way. Just
you
sort of
looking
like
to take it?
eyeballing. Like it depends
look-
sort of like where the bomber goes and so forth. I'm thinking maybe kill everything. That's all of Germany's tanks, right? It's a fighter too. It's very juicy. And it's like, okay, I give up my tanks, I give up all my artillery. Not great, but you know, you pay for what you want. And then I have to turn around and fight Japan. That's kind of a pain in the ass. So if I can preserve something, maybe I do, but like we'll see how it goes, how the dice rolls turn out. So if you want to use a mulligan, like go ahead. It's 11 infantry, 4 artillery, 2 tanks,
Yeah.
2 fighters.
Yeah, I want to use it just because there's too many nights we
Yeah.
go where we never. And
It's kind of like the decisive whatever battle of
There
this
am-
campaign.
It reminds me when you're like playing role-playing games and like you never use your elixirs until the final boss.
Yeah,
The final boss
yeah,
always
exactly.
use elixir.
And then you're sitting there, you have like so many unused elixirs, and you're like, you know what? I just wasted like like so much time conserving elixirs. I should just like aggroed.
Now, do we think he has his profile set to bomber first or bomber before fighter or any combo?
I'm gonna say let's just assume that he has bomber before fighter. You know what? Yeah, bomber before fighter. I don't know for sure, but it's like if not, whatever.
Okay, I'm gonna map note the odds here to you, and then let you do what you will with that information.
Yeah.
Basically, it comes down to if the AA hits or not.
Yeah, very true. So what's the overall?
That's what I said.
I posted it in a map. I don't want to
And
share
the-
it with them.
Oh, okay. Aha. Where's it posted?
In Corellia.
In a note. Okay, let me take a look at this. No. Okay. Let me just say, right? What was the number that I eyeballed at the start, right?
Doesn't
I've been
matter.
playing
That
25 years.
doesn't matter.
I'm just saying.
Doesn't matter. The number you eyeballed, this is the number that it is. Okay, I don't want to tell them what that number is.
Yeah, I'm just saying. All right. So yeah, I'm gonna try it just for the hell of it. And as far as US goes, here's a big question: sub and bomber versus battleship, or no? What do you
It's
think?
worth a roll. It's definitely worth a roll. Because you could get
Like,
out. If it doesn't look good, you just get out with the bomber. Right? It's definitely worth it. At least you get a free roll.
Yeah, and it's kind of like I don't really like hitting France, and there's no other good targets, so whatever, you know what I'm saying? Okay, so let's see, 4 infantry plus, let's see, 2 transports.
It's not gonna fit in there, honey.
Eh,
Gonna
I
put it back where you got
assume-
it from, outside.
I assume the other Canadian infantry and AA guns are going to go to Western Canada.
I'm not sure. It's kind of
So
like I'm gonna
AA
do
guns-
combat first, then I'll think about all the, because I will need
Okay.
something there, you know, probably like 4 infantry at Western US, sort of like as a base. So my thinking is 2 transports, 6 infantry, 2 artillery. Let's see, yeah. So that's some overbuild. I'm taking
would
some
be a-
units back.
This would be a nice time to get a tank.
Say again?
This would be a nice time to get a tank.
To get thinking what?
To buy a tank
To buy a tank. Yeah.
in
It's like,
San
I agree too.
Francisco. Yeah.
No, I completely agree. In fact, I wrote up the use case for Western US tank when Japan captures Alaska. Holy shit, so many articles, man. So 7 infantry, 1 tank, 2 transports. Make sense?
Yeah, I like that.
Okay. So I'm gonna pull the trigger on this, and let's see sort of like where this thing can go. Don't really have any good targets. Whatever. Okay, so there's
Get her, Peanut.
that. Okay, let's
Get her,
see.
Peanut.
Okay, so 2 infantry to Italy, 1 infantry to Southern Europe. Do I even like that? Yeah, sure, whatever.
Well, it's either
it's income.
Southern or Libya, right? Both are interesting.
Oh yeah, you definitely got a point there. No, you're right. Let's do Libya. Frickin' this UI, I swear to God. All right.
It's not that bad. You're being overly dramatic.
Yeah, I'm dramatic.
No, you have the same problem I have with transports, man. I suck at transport play. I don't know what it is. It's terrible.
It's just all these damn arrows going all over the place. Yeah, it's like I'll cry if I want to cry. Okay, so let's see. Who's a bombard? 1 fighter, 1, 2, 3. So that means I had to commit the carrier. Whatever. Okay.
Is there any reason why you wouldn't bring the second fighter?
Yeah, that's true. It's just like I'm gonna put the carrier there. Actually, there sort of is. No, actually not. So
I imagine a world where you land your other 2 fighters in Sweden.
my other 2 fighters.
Yeah, from West Russia and the Afghan fighter land in Sweden.
Wait. Right. So it's kind of like 1, 2, 3, 4, and then what else? What else do I do with the kind of fighter though? So yeah. I'm just gonna move those. Yeah, it's like let's see, 1, 2, 3, 4. The other option is to like move. All right. Okay. So that's kind of. God. So here we go again with the freaking transport. Go in there. So let's see, 1, 2, 3. Does that make it? No, it doesn't.
No,
So
you
these
still want
fighters.
you still want both the fighters attack roll. That's yes, you want that.
All right. Let me think. Cruiser bombard.
Mm-hmm.
I should actually think this through. You know what I'm saying? Where it's like he's gonna have 3 fighters, whatever. Potentially.
Hold on. Dog's taking the shit.
Timeout. There's no timeouts in fucking Axis and Allies, man. We don't take timeouts.
Oh, who's saying this right here? Is it the Axis giving us crap?
Yeah,
Because I
it's,
could talk about,
that's
how
worrying.
someone else be talking out their turn.
That's
This is
worrying,
like the
man.
first time where we'd be taking time.
Okay,
Yeah,
hard.
before it's all like busting the balls. That's all right.
Well, it's partly
So,
that
I'll
and
just
partly
go ahead and close
psyops.
the board.
Partly psyops.
Oh, okay, Mrs. Psyops. Okay, so I just did that, right? I
Yeah.
did the cruiser bombard on Italy, just like whatever. I'll figure it out if it's wrong. And I'm going to opportunistically attack battleship. I kind of don't love it, but yeah. Okay, so sub and bomber versus battleship. Let's see. I've got something at Norway. Various things against Libya, whatever. Look good. So UK is looking it over. I'll just hang out for a little while.
No, he's cleaning up his dog shit. So I think he can probably trust you
Well,
to
in the meantime,
probably
we
take
can-
your turn.
We can talk about that YouTube historian that you were talking about.
No, because then
What's that?
then freaking Shaky will come online and say, "What the fuck, man? He'll get right down my throat, man." Like, I don't know, he's like
Yeah,
that.
what the fuck, man? No, he's right. Seriously.
Gets
Come on,
right,
man.
He gets right up my ass, man.
Sorry about that. The dog just took a shit right in the kitchen.
Yeah, we got it. We got it in the kitchen. How old is he? Is he an old dog?
That's about it.
He's a
Okay. So U.S. turn look good.
I suppose some interesting fights here, right? Actually,
Yeah, some kind of fun stuff going on. Let's roll the dice and see how this goes. Yeah, okay, why not? Gotta do the amphib first.
a lot of green this turn.
Yeah, afraid so.
Ooh.
Come on,
So that was
battleship.
extremely worth, right? That was beautiful. That was beautiful. So it's just like, it's not so much the battleship, which is kind of like a non-entity right now, but it's kind of like, it's just nice. I don't have to like worry about it at some future date. Okay, so U.S. fighter in West Russia, India or England? You know what? Why should I even ask? It's just like he's not going to. He doesn't really have anything at England, Egyptian, Sudan. He could attack and try to get lucky. But I'm just like the sort of pressures that are coming on at India. Actually, does he even have pressure anymore? What's he doing? 1, 2, 3, 4. So 4, 6, 8, 10. Are you kidding me?
Token pressure.
If he's got token as pressure, like it's just like it's whatever. Oh my god, it's like there's no pressure anywhere. It's beautiful. It's like a beautiful free world. Okay, so let's see. Battleship goes here. Let's think about this.
I think you could risk 2 transports with a battleship destroyer against 3 fighters.
Battleship destroyer and okay, so battleship and just one battleship, one destroyer at Sea Zone 13 against 3 fighters.
Yeah, if it's only 2 transports, the price isn't that big, right? I'm just saying I would not send more than 2 transports.
Okay, that makes sense. And, I'm just like doing the feed towards
Yeah. It would be nice to get 3rd transport. You guys could queue it up at 10 though. You could queue something up at 10. It won't give you enough work.
Yeah, it's like time is kind of.
In fact,
I'm gonna go and move here, right? And drop to. Shall I drop to Finland? Yeah, shall I drop to Finland? What the hell?
You don't like the idea of putting that infantry in both the AOs in Western Canada?
Western Canada? No, let him screw around if he wants. It's like, yeah, go ahead. You know what I'm saying? Like, well, I'm really kind of. Sorry, say again.
He's going to.
Great, then I'll kill him. It's just like that moves me less out of position, if that makes sense. Right? That's how I feel about it. It's like, look, right? I've got like my.
It's an extra turn. He's going to get the $2 Alaska too. So now the $2 Alaska. I mean, I'm not going to say they pay for themselves because of the bachelor transport, but the units are going to pay for themselves. Because if you're going to have a tank, but you have an infantry,
No, you do have a point, of course. So,
although it is kind of interesting. It's kind of interesting having two guys in the gun. That seems like a fight that he wouldn't attempt.
Yeah, I'm very, it's like I do tend towards the aggressive side. But yeah, sure. Like, let's just kind of like do that, and as it is that I do have to kind of have 2 transports worth in Eastern Canada, anyways. It's not like it really hurts or whatever. So man, I still can't tell what the frick is going on this map. It's just like these arrows, man. I'm telling you, it's crazy. But I guess I don't see anything that's blatantly going to come back and bite me in the ass. So whatever. Okay, so that's the end of non-combat. Look good to you?
Yeah.
All right, pull the trigger. Okay, so I don't even need to mobilize anything on Western US, but I will. Because... So 2 infantry, 1 tank on Western US. You know what?
Maybe 1 and 1. Maybe 1 and 1.
I don't even think I need the inf. You know what? Yeah, just like 1 and 1, you're right. Because it's like, I have the bomber on Eastern Canada, so that's going to take care of that. And so 6 infantry, 2 transports, Eastern United States, infantry tank, Western.
And it works out. It works out because you only got 1 transport coming back. You got the 2 new ones, so there's 6 guys for it.
Yeah. Okay, so here we go. Ending U.S. turn. Time to go to USSR turn. So at this point, it's kind of like, I guess Japan thinks it's being cool in the east. So 5 infantry, 2 artillery makes sense.
Sure.
Don't get me wrong. It's kind of like, I do love the tank shift, but this is like, the tank shift would have been like last turn. It's not wrong as it is, but it's just like, that would have been the timing, because like then you can like hit and you can retreat. But as it is, kind of like, just don't really have the time there. So I'm thinking about fighting in Kazakh. I don't really know about that.
Okay, so I was literally just going to say the words, if you take Kazakh, I can stack it. Or I should say mini stack it. So that, to prevent him from taking it back.
Okay, so you 6.
He could send 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8
dice.
Yeah,
8 dice. 9 dice. 9 dice with the 9 dice with the Evenki tank.
So if you, I don't know if you have enough though. Just if you send like,
I think I have enough already.
You send like 4 units. Maybe maybe it's worth sending infantry, artillery at sea if you don't think any hitbacks. Then you can decide on stacking your list.
Okay, so I'm going to send 2 Moscow infantry and 1 Caucasus artillery to Kazakh.
Okay.
And let's see, 3 Caucasus infantry to Ukraine. I'm not sure about that one though.
Yeah, I don't like that. Especially
I feel like I want to do 2 for 1, but it's just like
he's got enough there just to get back.
Yeah, it's just like kind of like, it's not really the greatest. Like I'm greedy, but there's like a time and a place, right? So
it would be another trade unit.
Yeah, it's kind of like he's got to like bleed out sometime,
Well, maybe, but maybe Ukraine is like Kazakh here. Or maybe you send 4 naked. Maybe you send 4 naked infantry counts, and that's 3 with the artillery.
Yeah. Let's try that. Okay, so 2. Okay, so 2 infantry from Caucasus, 2 from Moscow into Kazakh, and then 1 infantry, 1 artillery into Ukraine, which seems, I don't know, kind of a waste in some ways, but whatever the frick.
Do you feel like we're throwing away too many other Russian resources?
It's all right. It's kind of like I would think about it more, but this is kind of like, it's not gonna. It's good enough, I think. Okay,
So to be this bravado, can I just say something? Obviously, the odds came back in your favor. So I was looking at, I kind of was in agreement with Art. I was thinking 65%, somewhere in that range, 62, 63. Definitely somewhere in the early 60s, but definitely in your favor. Favorable battle.
Even with a coin flip, like I like stuff. I like attacking. Well, maybe not coin flip odds, but anyways. So UK, everything look good for combat moves?
Yeah, I mean, it's probably going to decide the game here one way or the other, so.
Yeah, I know, right? But hey,
So
right,
sure.
Friday Night Blitz or whatever, so here we go. Okay, so good luck there. Okay, so let's see, he's taking infantry first. So whatever, right? Go 5 for 5. Looking beautiful, whatever. Okay, so he took anti-aircraft gun, then bomber, right? So it's like, that was interesting. So he takes like the bomber before his tanks. That's kind of like that's like an interesting whatever.
Oh, that was a good one.
Okay, so right now I've got 3 infantry, 4 artillery, 2 tanks, 2 fighters against 5 tanks and a fighter. I say at least one more round.
Yeah,
I feel like it, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
I'm like, I might wake them up, but we'll see. Okay, so, right. Now I gotta look at it. Okay, so he's got 1 tank, 1 fighter remaining. I've got 1 infantry, 4 artillery, 2 tanks, 2 fighters. What do you think? He's got what? 6 units coming up from
7 with the bellow guys.
Yeah, so it's like, wait, what? Yeah, right. So 7 sort of like core units, and then 3 fighters. He can make it, right? There's no way he can. 1, 2, 3. Right, then he lands in the Baltic states. So he's got a 10 dice counter. I'm kind of,
I think again, save your attacking. This is pretty good result for us.
Just return, like or retreat to West Russia.
Yeah.
So
add the 3 infantry.
Yeah, that's beautiful. You know what I'm saying? It's like, woo.
That's pretty good.
Okay, so. Okay, so next, here we go. Kazakh.
These ones are always fishy.
Okay, so yeah, no, I know what you're saying, but 1 for 1. So it's like I would say that's a moral victory, whatever. And let's see what happens at Ukraine. Okay, so I got the hit, he got the miss.
Jesus Christ.
So
Holy
overall,
fuck.
extremely fortunate, I'd say.
Oh man.
It's like, do I even put
an
infantry on? Do I even put an infantry on Archangel? Let me think about it.
I don't think you have to.
Just like he's got like 2 attack dice, it's just like whatever.
And
I think I retreat from.
Put the vlog guys in Moscow, and that'll solve that problem.
Yeah, vlog on to Moscow. So that's. I just put the fighters on too, because it's like, it's kind of like one of these weird situations.
Yeah.
Where it's just like, can he really? I mean, I don't think he has crap against Russia. But Moscow is kind of like, you got that tank. It's kind of like inconvenient,
I actually think that's a can.
No, it's not.
Yeah.
No way.
Oh, okay. It's not. No way.
No way.
Okay, so that's the non-combat, right?
I mean, it's not favorable, but I mean, it's not the game.
Yeah.
It's like he's got whatever. He's got 3 dice on 3 high dice on Russia. It's not great, but it's not good for him either. So makes sense.
You can mobilize a bunch in Moscow.
Yeah, and if he decides to attack with Germany to try to soften it up, you got UK fighters, so whatever. So end phase makes sense.
Yeah.
Okay, and then mobilization. 1 artillery at each location, just because that's how I like it.
Yeah, that's how I like it.
So
I think not only put infantry artillery on Caucasus.
Wait, so both artillery on Caucasus?
No, just 1 and 1. Just 2 units total.
Oh, just 2 units total. Oh, yeah, okay, that makes sense actually. Yeah, I see what you mean.
Just enough to pop the train.
Yeah, yeah, that's good. Okay, actually, you know what? Now I'm thinking, could I have landed fighters in Kazakh, but I wouldn't have wanted to do that anyways. Maybe I would have, whatever. I mean, I just captured it, so I couldn't do that. So go to next phase, boop, and that's the turn.
Oh, we got a big lead. Oh,
Wow,
crushing.
time.
It's a 50-point lead.
Just trying to glance at the map here.
Yeah.
Alright, Germany's turn.
Yeah.
All infantry, I think.
Yeah. Yeah.
Oh, he has Italy. Okay. Well, I can get I can get a fighter and 2 artillery.
You can get Italy and you can get Ukraine back, and you can stack Karelia again.
Right. And I can even blitz Archangel. I might as well.
Yeah.
I mean, I don't have anything else to do with that tank.
Right.
So I got 8 infantry, 2 artillery, 1 fighter. Alright, I'm gonna lock it in.
You think you need a fighter?
Well, I've already done it now. I mean, it doesn't hurt to have an extra fighter ever.
Okay.
Yeah, I mean, a fighter is it's only gonna help me. It's only gonna help us long term.
Kill the
Because it
Ukraine
can either
guys.
be used to...
Kill the Ukraine guys with
Huh?
the kill the
Oh,
Ukraine
yeah.
guys with the Karelia fighter. Use the
Right.
French fighters to kill Italy.
All 3 of them? Okay, yeah, there's nothing else for him to do. Yeah, there's nothing else for him to do.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Well, hold on. We have to look about. Are we gonna continue to stack France? Because we actually can. We actually don't have to pivot yet.
Yeah. Absolutely. So I'm just gonna take, what was that, 3 guys, 3 infantry, 1.
Yeah, make sure you get you have to get Italy. You have to get that, and you have to get Ukraine. You actually have to get.
Yeah.
You have to get them all. Oh, and Transjordan. Take Transjordan heavy. Don't leave anything in Egypt.
So what? Are you sure?
Yeah, because that prevents him from stacking Kazakh.
3, yeah. Oh, does it? Okay.
I mean, he could
Yeah,
still.
and theoretically,
He can
I'm
still.
not saying this will happen, but theoretically. Go ahead.
I'm just saying he can still stack Kazakh if he wants, but I think that would be a mistake.
I mean, yeah, if he stacks Kazakh, then he has to choose. Well, no, he'll just lose all his guys in Kazakh. But
no, he'll save his guys
well,
in
no,
Kazakh.
that's
But
fair. No,
okay,
no.
I'm not going to talk about other consequences. Just go ahead, take your turn.
Okay.
It's not going to. Going to Transjordan is the correct move.
Gotcha. I'm going. Everything's in Transjordan.
I see you, man. I see you. You're going full tilt.
No, 3 infantry, 1 fighter in Ukraine, and then, Italy, that's right. 4 infantry, 3 fighters versus 2 infantry. Yeah, I like this. Do you like this?
Well, yeah. Well, no. You kind of have to take Ukraine. Can you send
one more infantry? I can send that Bellow guy down to Ukraine, or I could send the artillery.
No, I think he's he's needed in
Poland.
Karelia. Let's not make the same mistake we made last time by not putting planes in Karelia.
Artillery goes to Ukraine, then that infantry can go up to Karelia. Plus, I have the 5 Baltic states infantry to go to Karelia, and the artillery from Baltic states up to Karelia.
I'm with you. Let's save the artillery. Don't send it. Just send a 3 infantry and fighter. It's a chance you could lose, especially with his fucking dice. Holy shit.
Yeah.
You know, he's been getting pretty damn.
All right, I'm locking it in.
You notice he's walking around with like
I got a strong and
the
strong
cock of the
number.
walk the last round or two. You notice that?
All right, infantry are both dead in Italy, and no hit.
Oh, and you know what? And that actually ends the med chuck right there. You've just
Really?
yeah, you've just ended it. You took Italy strong.
All right, 1-1 in Ukraine. 9 and 9. 9 and 9. 9 and 9.
What's your
At
plane
some
doing?
point, one of us are going to get a hit.
Is your plane
yeah.
gonna hit something?
They're jerking off. There we go. All right, no hit back. So
God
3
for
for
small
1.
miracles.
Jeez, that was bad.
Ukraine's been
All right,
tricky for
so
you
you
tonight,
won.
man. It's kind of set you off a little bit.
Yeah.
Stumble on that one.
Absolutely. So we got what 2 and 2. I think 2 and 2 is best. 2 fighters in France, and then 1, 2, 3.
Well, hold
yeah,
on.
2
Now you have to
in
defend
Korea.
against 6,
Hold on.
7, 8,
Yeah.
9, 10. The UK can hit you with 10. So that's a pretty good one
11, 12.
punch. No, 10. They can hit you with 10.
Well, I'm counting 12 units he can hit Karelia with. Or is that what you're talking about? Is Karelia?
No, I was talking about France.
Ah, okay. So
Because
I got,
it's a med chuck, we have to concentrate on France. So
4, 5, 6.
it's 6, 7,
7,
8,
8,
9,
9,
10.
10,
They can hit France.
11.
And then the US can hit.
I'm counting an 11th one. The Norway dude and 2 fighters can also get there.
It's still 11.
So all of his North African units can get there.
No,
His
yeah.
Norwegian dude can get there, and all of his Canadian dudes can get there. Plus 2 fighters. At least 2 fighters and a bomber. So
Right.
that's
So you would have to
4,
actually
5,
stick.
6,
You would
7.
actually have to stick 4 infantry there, and the artillery, and 1 infantry in Italy, and you'd have to arrange those planes in France. They'd have to go to France, but then that makes Karelia vulnerable. So we have a decision to make. We actually have to abandon France here in favor of
I was
Italy.
about to say, yeah, it's better to abandon France
In
than
favor of it,
sort
Italy.
of. I mean, it's kind of useful to have them on defense. That kills the most.
Right. So in favor of an Italy Berlin stack.
I almost said we could abandon Italy, but we can't because those guys attacked.
No, we're trying to push them, and they're gonna do it anyway. They're gonna move off of Medchuk anyway because they've already accomplished what they wanted to do. They've cleared. They got the Germans on the run. Africa is safe, so they've done what they want to do. So they desperately want to pivot to the north. That's what I would do. Or you could continue the Medchuk. I think it's defensible.
No. If I have to choose between France versus Karelia, I want to keep Karelia. So let's keep Karelia.
Yeah.
I'm actually gonna put this artillery in Bello.
No, you should put it in.
Kind of makes it a target.
Well, yeah, he's going to want to hit it
where?
anyway, and he can afford to hit all 3 of those territories. But you want to put the artillery in Baltic, and maybe 1 infantry in from Baltic to Bello. Or doesn't matter either way. One dude doesn't move up.
Right.
So how many guys do you need to defend Italy? Probably just.
I wasn't gonna do anything to Italy. If he wants to take Italy again, let him take it. We'll keep trading Italy. Italy's only 3.
That's a good point, actually. That's not a bad idea.
So if I'm defending Karelia, then instead of France, I put all 4 fighters into Karelia.
Yeah, you know what though? Actually, that artillery.
Actually, since I'm abandoning France, I can put 2 infantry from France into Italy, and the other 5 into Germany.
That's what I was thinking. But you also take the artillery from Poland and put it into Berlin. Don't send it to Baltic.
Really? Oh yeah. So it can counterattack into France.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Where are your planes going
Or
now?
anywhere
Just
else.
so we know.
Or
5,
all of
6,
them are in
7,
Karelia.
8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13. That should be enough. Man, fucking Russia
Does
and
that look
Germany
good
have
to you?
just been going at it tonight, man. Just been going at it, you two. Jesus.
Yeah. I mean, I'm fine with having lost practically my entire tank force and not really much of my air force, but I'm fine with that as Germany and kill Germany first. I'm definitely fine with that. If he wants to butt heads with Germany, I'm with that because it's Japan that's going to take Moscow
Yeah,
anyway.
and Japan is coming anyway.
So
Japan's coming. Japan's got a plan. Trust
yeah,
me.
what's the big deal? Okay, cool. I was gonna say, like, what's the big deal with losing anything as
I think that's
Germany?
the
As long
Japanese.
as long as I'm not permanently losing Baltic, Poland, or Bulgaria, I'm fine. And even if I am, there are some times that I'm okay with that.
Well, he can't do all
And
three.
Okay.
That takes.
So
Oh, sorry. Oh, it's not our turn.
oh,
I'm sorry.
I'm not talking about.
I'm sorry.
I'm not talking
No,
about
it's not.
Bello
It's not.
or-
It's not our turn. It's not our turn. Sorry.
Ah, okay. Okay.
Sorry to disappoint.
so trying to make some choices, I guess. Are you gonna hit Italy again? With
Mhm.
some lean, yeah,
Yeah,
leanness, with like a 3 transport thing.
like I'm definitely thinking about it because like Axis are all talking about, oh yeah, the accomplished their goal. No, Mediterranean for allies is to bleed Axis white. It's like, yeah, just let me keep doing that. That's great. But you will pick up France and maybe Northwestern Europe because there's just income sitting there on the table, right?
Well, that is the question.
Yeah,
Because the alternative is, I put 6 more guys into Finland, so we'd have 7 guys in Finland.
it's like, I mean, I can stack France. You know what I'm saying? So that's the alternative. So it's like, if you want to like capture and hold France, I think we can totally do it, right? But whatever, either way, like either I hit Italy or stack France. So it depends on what you do. Like I'll just
Okay.
follow your lead if that makes sense.
Well, yeah, but I don't want to make all the decisions. So he can hit France with 21, 25 things can hit France. And we can put there 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18.
Right. Oh yeah, that is kind of a lot. Well, let's see, 3, 4, 6 units, 10 units, 12 units.
I'll be right back.
So maybe I just take from France Northwest, get the income,
Yeah.
and
That
then we'll
works.
queue up. I'm gonna buy a ship here so that I don't need to rely on your navy.
Makes sense.
But if I do that, if I take France Northwest, I'll take it pretty lightly, so I'll have spare units. So I don't need to buy as many. Is that something I could do?
So with that, maybe come back and you'll only need one defender, or actually, I mean, they'll only have one fighter that can hit your navy. So, so you can drop the extra units to Norway, I guess. Makes sense. And just retreat back to Norway.
No, because I can't protect both.
Hmm?
I can't protect both. I can't protect 3 and 8.
Oh yeah. Like they have that freaking big ass fleet. Well, let me see.
I think right now it's just the money is too good to pass up.
Yeah. I see what you mean.
The $8, even if it's a little awkward with the way that I distribute my units here.
All right. So what I'm gonna do, I'll take the battleship and destroyer at season 13, and I'll use them to escort your fleet at 8. And instead of like my transports at 13, return to sea zone 10, and then they're gonna like do like this Norway drop or some crap like that. Start. You see what I'm saying?
So you
it's
are.
like they won't be wasted.
So you are going to abandon the med check?
I guess so. It's kind of like I don't see how else I can. I don't see how else like I can defend your transports
and sort of like keep those transports. Actually, wait a minute. He's only got one
don't have
fighter.
to.
Jesus Christ.
We don't have to.
You know, we don't have to advantage it. Yeah, so I'm just gonna keep going. I'll use a battleship to try to defend your guys, but yeah, he's only got one fighter, so what's he gonna do, right? Yeah, that totally works. Yeah, grab France in Northwest Europe. I'll give him a battleship to escort.
Okay. And I am still going to get another destroyer because I do want next turn the possibility of going into season 5.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Start from here. Close up that Suez. So I'm 2-2. Start completing him up next. And so what do we decide I gotta put in cuts? 3, 4, 5, 6. So what did we decide I have to put in stock?
What did we decide you have to what on?
Bro. Put
I
into
can't hear
design.
you, that's all. Kazakh?
Yeah.
You could stack it either way. If it's too inconvenient to stack it, it's 3 infantry. What do I care? Don't get me wrong, I'm greedy, but it's
No,
whatever,
I want
you know?
to. I want to.
Yeah, it's like whichever way you think is fine, it's like I'll do that, you know?
Actually, I'm gonna get greedy too. I'm gonna leave the tank up there and we'll come get the tank. Should I strap on or just go get the bomber into position?
No opinion.
Yeah, you know what? I didn't buy it for strap on. I bought it to get down to this.
It's like you have a lot of small optimizations, which are like really useful. And you know, like you have a good strategic concept. So it's like whatever you do, I'll just try to like slot in, you know what I'm saying? Like poke me if I have to go in a different direction. Like that's good enough for me.
Yeah, but that's what I just said. I don't want to have to make all the
yeah.
decisions.
Yeah. But I want you to, you know what I'm saying? I want you to make these.
Yeah, I don't want to. So that's we're at a crossroads. I am
Very
gonna
well.
try Australia, the 3 versus 2. I think that's worth an attempt.
Yeah, it is advantaged. So you see how the dice go there.
Alright, that's it. And we got it. Mm-hmm. Now this, I think the odds are like slightly in my favor.
Yep. There you go.
Easy.
Nicely done.
You guys are coming up here. One blocker. I think 6, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. I'm gonna come in 5 or 6. So what can hit India? 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Yeah, this should be fine.
Yep. Just nice.
So you know what? I'm not even gonna.
What happened?
I'm not even gonna ask you to put your battleship here. I'm just gonna go protect myself here. Unless you want to send stuff up there. Do I need to protect you if you wanted to send stuff up there?
Well, no, that's all right. It's like I'll just go like heavier into the med shop. So like,
Yeah.
he's got to like do something about it. It's just like he's bleeding out too much there.
I would consider getting
Oh,
shit.
fuck.
Protect yourself for the escalating Air Force. and like another destroyer or something. Maybe. I don't know.
All right, yeah. So I'll build another destroyer for C Zone 11. It's just kind of a generally good idea.
Or a
Sorry, what'd you
second
say?
carrier. Or a second carrier. You have the fighters for it.
No, you're right. The second carrier does make sense too.
Depends on how much money you have. That's their money bags.
Yeah. Come on, you control France, Northwestern Europe. You know what I'm saying? So you're Mr. Moneybags, and you have India and Africa too. So let's see what the income levels at. I mean, I'm just saying, right? Let's see. Okay, so U.S. has 41, UK 39. So I am still Mr. Moneybags over here.
Well, so 3 infantry took out 2 infantry in Western Australia. Is that what happened?
It happened. Shaky shovel.
That's fucked up, man.
This city,
That is fucked up.
I don't think it was the wrong move to take those 2 infantry to take free infantry or to take a free territory in West Europe. I just think they could have been used better in Southeast Asia, especially getting that transport back. But I could have said something back then, but I didn't because I honestly.
No, I think you did. I probably disagreed.
I might have said something like 2 rounds ago before you were even in Australia, but like actually I think it was like round 1 or 2. I might have said something, but not on round 3. Anyhow, as for that transport specifically, best way to salvage the sort of waste, I think, not waste, but inefficiencies would be to go to Borneo, pick up that infantry, and get it back to the mainland, and then get that transport back into the shuffle, back into the sort of. Does that make sense? Get it back to, ferrying units from the mainland. Otherwise, take it to 48. And then next turn, it can start ferrying units from 60 to 61. I'm not quite sure what your plan in Kazakh is, but yeah, that's fine. Oh yeah, as for 65, even though he only lost a sub to a battleship, I really don't take this as a huge loss. Your battleship wasn't doing shit.
No, I know. Yeah, got rid of the sub threat.
I mean, I think it was a worthwhile expenditure. Plus, it made him plop down a couple units in West, which prevents him from going to Europe. At least for 1 or 2 rounds.
Yeah.
Small efficiencies,
I think Dubai is correct. 9 infantry, transport, and a fighter.
Yeah, I agree. But the thing with getting that transport, since you're getting that 4th transport in
It's safe.
the Japan area,
It's safe.
then the 38 transport, I think it should pick up units from the mainland or from the islands and get them to the mainland, and at some point possibly take them into Africa.
No, it's
But
gonna
for
end
now,
up in.
just focus on picking
It's
up.
gonna end up in C Zone 49.
Go ahead.
The transport.
Yeah. So picking them up from the islands to take them to the mainland.
Yeah, we'll pick up
pick
the
them
guy
up
from
from the
Solomons
islands.
next turn and attack
Yeah, fair.
Japan or Hawaii.
Wherever it goes, that's fine.
Hawaii.
Okay.
So I'm building a transport, right? So I'm still efficient. My logistics are actually 100% on. Japan's not doing too bad. We're doing okay. I'm just worried. I'm worried a little bit about you.
You're gonna have 3 units, or I mean, you're gonna have 3 transports this turn, but you have 9 units in Tokyo. If you include the AA gun, that's 9 units. So next turn you'll have.
I built 6 for Tokyo.
But you're building 9 infantry, so 6. Okay, yeah, 6. Okay, I got you.
Yeah. What are you gonna do?
Yeah, you're spot on.
What are we gonna do with that? That tank would that tank be useful to you in Karelia? I think it might.
Yeah, go ahead and send it over during non-combat.
Yeah.
Well, I don't know. It might be more useful to take Vologda with the tank.
Yeah, I could take it for free.
Here's the
but
thing,
he could
if you
also take he
send-
could also take it back for free. So it's kind of one of those things.
He doesn't have a tank
No, but he can
to
send
take it for free.
he can
He'll
send
have to use an infantry.
well, he can send an infantry.
Yeah. I think it's better to make him, force him to trade. So maybe send your infantry to Vologda, and then send that tank over to Karelia, like you had said. I think that's probably better.
Yeah, I think you're right.
Basically, that tank in Karelia, it has 8 meat shields. It's got the 5 infantry, 3 artillery as meat shields. So it's even in the worst case scenario, in the catastrophic failure of Karelia, he still has to pay for it with 2 or 3 rounds of combat, meaning it gets 2 or 3 dice to roll, 2 or 3 chances of hitting. But just taking Balagda, it doesn't get it back for free. So it's probably better to use that tank in Karelia.
Right.
And I don't think there shouldn't be a catastrophic loss in Karelia. Karelia should be able to hold out.
Yeah, I agree. Fucking 3 infantry takes on 2 infantry and wins. Doesn't even lose anything.
Right.
This would actually be a good get right here. Kill both of his AA guns. That'd be awesome.
What's his AA guns? Oh, yeah. I mean, you could do that, or you could just hang out Alaska, because at some point he's going to want it. Well, no, you're right. I would go ahead and attack.
Yeah, kill the
He's
AA
already
guns.
got odds. I don't want to see...
Those
I don't wanna
AA
see,
guns can hurt you
odds
in the
on
future.
Alaska, but... they could be present in the future, yeah.
Plus, on non-combat,
Yeah, I would go ahead
if
and
that
kill
battle goes well, I can actually distribute 2 more dudes in Alaska.
That's true.
We see how that goes.
That would actually be really great. Yeah, let's go ahead and do that.
Come on, man. Oh!
Nice. How's this profile?
Oh my
set?
god, with the
Awesome.
hitbacks. Holy shit, this
Awesome.
dude.
Yeah.
Oh my god. Well, we killed the AA guns. That's 10 IPC. What the hell? What the fuck? Just dice are
I mean,
not.
you can still drop 2 dudes in Alaska.
Dice
You
are
can,
not.
I mean, even if you drop 2 dudes in Alaska, you still have your transport that can get back to 62
No,
and
he's
drop them off.
He's got a bomber that can reach. And
And
I need those guys to defend C-Zone 61. So, kind of, I think.
Yeah. Yeah, he's got that bomber in Kazakh, so, alright. Yeah, I would just go ahead and give up Alaska. Not that big of a deal. Honestly. One, 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay, and 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Yeah, you're good on bombers. He can't reach you.
So you've got naval forces going down to 36. I'm not
Yeah.
seeing any transports down there, right?
It's two carriers. Well, yeah, maybe.
So, I mean, I don't know if you have a plan with taking them down there, but if you don't have transports going down there, they can go to 61, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
I think that might be it. Should I save him though?
So, hear
should
me out
save
on
him.
this one, though.
Save him.
If you wanted to, you could possibly leave that dude in Archangel, or I meant Evenki National Aqua instead of taking him to Archangel.
Yeah.
I don't really see any reason for him to go to Archangel,
No.
to be honest.
I pulled him back.
Cool. It's a free territory for him, but he won't necessarily take it, and even if he does, that just gives me another opportunity to trade.
I think that's it.
Alright, so... Alright, I guess you're good. Well, hold on. 1, 2, 3, 4...
All right. So UK there?
Yep.
Awesome. Okay, so what I'm looking at, I'm not really sure about this crap. Let me think about it. Because I was thinking send fleet to Sea Zone 16. But then I only have one infantry that I can make an amphibious landing with. I'm kind of like, I'll take the 1 in 9 chance, right?
Ooh, I just like Italy. 6 infantry is so juicy. And
Oh no, I'm gonna hit that too. So like Sea Zone 13, right?
Mhm.
Pulls 4 units over, right? So 4 plus 2 fighters, plus battleship bombard, 7 attacks against 6 infantry. Like maybe I have to retreat, right? Like maybe whatever, right? Not great, but it's kind of like reasonable enough, right? And then let me think. It's kind of like I don't think I really have an advantage by grabbing Bulgaria and Romania. It's like I really want to hit Ukraine with the US, but I'm kind of like,
I just see more value in getting the cruiser and the 2 fighters all into Italy.
yeah.
And then you
It's
got
one of
all
these situations where it's like I want to be greedy, but I'm just kind of like, yeah, this is a little bit too much greed.
and you got all
Okay,
these
so-
Sudanese, all the Sudanese coming up to Egypt. So like you'll be able to pull more guys.
Absolutely. So subs for Western US, premature, you think?
I'd give 1. Well,
Yeah, exactly. Just like the nuisance factor,
yeah.
not like any
Yeah.
crazy ass build.
And then consider keeping your bomber in range again. The bomber's gotten some value, but it is
Surprisingly so. Okay, so carrier and let's see, carrier sub. It's like I'm trying to figure out sort of like the med shock, like how it's going to look like after this turn.
Okay, so you're probably gonna pull. You're probably gonna pull both of the Season 13 transports, right? One for Southern Europe, and then 3 for Italy, something like that, right?
Yeah.
So you're gonna have 4 transports in 13.
Or wait, 4 transports in 13 or 15, like Italy?
Both. Yeah, 4 and 13 and 4 and 15.
Yeah, that sounds right.
Okay, and you got 2 extra guys for the transport and 3 already.
Yeah.
So potentially 4 transports coming back, so you need a minimum of 8. And you already got the tank. and you got the San Francisco infantry.
It makes it so simple. And you're right. You're absolutely right too. So 8 infantry, 1 carrier, 1 submarine. Makes sense?
I would consider giving artillery like a 6 and a 1 because you have the extra tank, right?
6 and 1, huh? Okay.
You're gonna,
Like
you're gonna need an artillery turn to punch into Italy.
yeah, no, you're right about that. It's like
Although you do got one in Canada, right?
say it again?
I was just saying you do got one in Canada right now, but that's okay. So again, you got the San Francisco guy coming back too. So.
Yeah. Okay, so 6 infantry, 1 artillery, 1 submarine, 1 carrier. Makes sense.
The only thing it's missing is like more transports.
Yeah.
But we can fill them up next time with the Egyptians, while you're waiting for the reinforcements.
Exactly. So it's like kind of like, yeah, maybe I'll use those Egyptians to smash Transjordan, but whatever, it's kind of like, we'll see what happens. So going to pull the trigger on that. Okay, so combat move. I really don't think these guys can do anything useful, so it's kind of like, whatever. Okay, so let's see now. I gotta think about this a little carefully.
Yeah, let's save the Libyan to put him in Egypt too, just so you can stack Egypt without him endangering all the seniors. I guess you do need him. Yeah, you do need him now.
Okay, so that's only 4 ground into Italy.
Yeah, you do need the Libyan guy. I was wrong. You do need him for Italy.
I do need the Libyan guy, you think?
I don't think so. I don't even so.
I'm so greedy, but okay. Like, I'm fighting the greed, It's awful. Okay, grab Alaska. I guess that makes sense. Okay, so does that look good?
Yeah, nothing the fighters can do, right?
Sorry, yeah, the fighters in Africa, they can only hit Transjordan, so,
Yeah.
All right, so gonna pull the trigger on this. Damn it. It's like, that infantry in Libya, just the greed is real. But okay, you know what? Let's do it this way. Like, why take a chance? Okay.
And
so
you got 8 more guys coming, so not like you don't have.
And your dice have been phenomenal all night, so.
That is true.
I like to think of it as skill.
Oh, that's a good. That's a nasty.
So as it turns out, if I had not brought the extra unit, then I would not have captured Nikos. You know what I'm saying? So there we go. It turned out. Let's see. So it's kind of like, it's like he really can't hit me at C-Zone 13, right? Like he literally has no way. It's just so unusual. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, but that's temporary. They're gonna fix that, so don't get attached to that.
No, I'm not gonna get attached to that. No. It's just like, it's like the one-time opportunistic thing where you're kind of like, oh, look at this. Look what I can do, Mom. Okay. Yeah, I guess that makes sense. Okay, so 4 to there. Okay.
Yeah, 8-unit shock is pretty devastating.
Okay, so actually, I'm trying to think. Should I pull him off Norway? Nah, just leave him there.
Yeah, just leave him there. We might want him.
Okay. So there we go. That's going to be that turn. So pop something there, pop something there. Or totally blah, blah. Yeah, that's really for the best. Okay, so now Russia's turn is a little weird.
So, can we hold West Russia? That's the first question.
Yeah. It's kind of like he can't really do it now.
Second question is, can we hold Kazakh? Do we have to choose, or can we get them both?
I think both. Maybe not. It's kind of like, what's it going to 9, 11, 12 defenders. I mean, I want to leave you some mobility too, but it's like, I don't think he can. No, that can't be right. He can't even destroy Kazakh as it is, right? He just doesn't have the numbers.
Should bring 9, 10, and 11.
Wait, 10 and 11.
Yeah, and Karelia.
Some fighters. Oh, yeah. Oh, good point. Thank you. So 10 and 11, 3, 6, 8, 9, 10, 11. Yeah, I'll put a couple of infantry there. That's not a problem.
I don't want to keep fighters there. I want them to be have options.
I see what you're saying. All right. Yeah, I'll reinforce Kazakh. It's like West Russia. I mean, he's got like 11 attack dice. Okay, 12 attack dice. You know what I'm saying? Like, whatever. It's nothing. Okay, so I'm thinking 6 infantry, 1 artillery. Does that make sense?
Yeah, I think so. Attack 17, 18.
So I don't really have to commit anything, but it's like I hardly have to move anything in to West Russia. Maybe the fighters, but maybe not the fighters. I don't know.
I think you only had at least 3 infantry there.
Yeah. I mean, I can afford to, it's like, where else is it going to go? Okay, so he's got 5 dice in Russia. I don't super like that, so just sticking 1 infantry and Archangel makes it safe, I suppose. Then I got to think about sort of like how this is going to play out. It's like, how much greed do I have, That's kind of big-ass greed there, but... No, that's... Okay, I can send the artillery there, too. Okay, so... I'm thinking, do I want to send another infantry to Vologda? You know what? I'll just take my chances there. I like the income, but it's kind of like, 7, 9, 10, 12, 8, 9, 10, 11. No, 9, 10, 9, 12, 13, 14, 15. So you've got 15 attackers on West Russia, 10, 14, 15, 17. That's not good for him. Okay, so I kind of can't.
Unless you botch Ukraine, and then he's got 2 extra wins.
Yeah, exactly. So, instead of that, I just go for like.
Look, he's gonna want planes to trade France and stuff, right?
Yeah, but it's like he can give it up for a major stat battle. You know what I'm saying? It's kind of like can't take it too much for granted. So let's see, fighters there, fighters land there. Stick my things on here 5. So I'm looking at these are like numbers right now. So 10, 11, 16, 9, 10, 13, 14. Okay, I think he's somewhat risk averse, so I don't think he's even going to screw with this. This is really greedy, but
also they're in desperation time, so
yeah,
they will be taking those risks.
We are?
Yeah, it's like if I do this though, like these attacks, I don't know if West Russia necessarily holds. If I'm sending more units down to Kazakh, you know what I'm saying?
Okay, so let's ask this: is it the end of the world if we give up West Russia?
I think it's okay to give up that. I think it's okay to give up West Russia.
Do we
it's
have
not
a
like
dead Do we have a dead zone? I think yes.
It's gotta be. It's gotta be. Right? Because
so,
I have way the fuck too much, not even looking at it.
Okay, let's do that. So let's send 1 guy to Archangel. Let's send like 6 guys to Vologda. Free up that plane for another fight.
6 guys to Vologda?
Yeah.
What I'm thinking is I shift hard to Ukraine. Right? Like what's he gonna tap the West Russian force? He shifts to Archangel?
We want to reinforce Kazakh, hold Kog in dead zone, West Russia.
So I send a bunch of guys to Vologda?
Yeah, send like 4 or 5, 6 guys there.
But they can't do anything against West Russia from there. You know what I'm saying? It's kind of like a weird position.
Yeah, that is true.
It's very like anti-Japan, and I'm kind of like, you know,
The
Japan.
advantage is to freeze up a plane. That plane you could hit Bella.
That's
Especially
true.
if you're abandoning West Russia.
All right, so let's put it something like this. Right. So what's he going to hit with? He's got 3, 4, 7.
If you're getting out of there, Bella is definitely worth 2 infantry and a fighter.
Yeah, I'm thinking about stacking Ukraine. Does that make sense?
I don't like stacking Ukraine because then you can't reinforce Kazakh.
I can't reinforce because.
And if you see, he's got 9 guys coming now, and then it'll be something like another 9 the next turn.
I mean, I send 3 guys. It's like I said, like whatever, 3, 4, 5 guys from Moscow. So when I say I'm stacking Ukraine, right, it has West Russian Caucasus. So it's like I send the Moscow guys to Kazakh. Does that make sense?
Well, then what's the difference between sending them there and or to block that?
Oh, yeah, good point.
So I was imagining something like both tanks to Kazakh with both fighters and like 3 or 4 infantry, something like that.
Both tanks to Kazakh.
Yeah, because the tanks can still get back to West Russia.
Yeah, that's true.
I don't know. This turn's complicated. Right. I believe it.
Yeah, it's like I guess in terms of the flow of the game, that works because it's kind of like, what's he gonna do? Surge at Ukraine? Can't do anything there anyways, so it doesn't even matter. Let's see. So 6 guys here. Wait a minute. Right, that's kind of weird, but like let me like adjust my mind, like try to think about how the heck this plays out. It's a little weird, you know. And then I think. So you don't like stacking Ukraine? Yeah, okay.
At least at Vologda, you could get zone Archangel too.
Yeah. It's like that.
I think Bello is definitely worth 2 guys, especially how few infantry and trading stuff he has, and how few planes. I think Ukraine's worth an extra infantry too.
It's just like I keep looking.
Heavy trading is working for us, right?
Yeah. All right. So that's the game plan. Makes sense.
We put 1 more guy in Ukraine.
Okay. Yeah. No. It's like, of course. Yeah. What am I sending there, anyways? Okay. So yeah, 1 more infantry. All right.
Okay. It's not an easy trade back. Not with 3 infantry. That's heavy trade.
All right. So I'm gonna pull back here. Ooh.
Yeah. And so the other reason I wanted the 6 guys to block that is so Germany can break through Archangel, and then Japan can send like 3 land units and like 4 planes at it, 5 planes at it. So this way it gives it a fighting chance to survive.
Is in that position. I'm just thinking about what I should do with this anti-aircraft artillery. Probably just put it in Moscow. That's what I'm thinking. So does that look about right?
Yeah, that looks good, right?
Yeah, I think so.
I mean, it's gonna be really hard for Germany to trade everything.
Okay, so let's see. I stick the artillery in Caucasus because I really don't need more of them on freaking anywhere else. Actually, do I even put anything in Caucasus? Let me think about that. Okay, let's see. So Germany goes, he questions Persia, whatever. And he just gets crushed in turn, so whatever. I don't even care.
Yeah. Well, the only reason to put stuff in caucus is to have stuff to clap back at Ukraine. So maybe like two units would be enough.
It's like I'm trying to see like what Japan's really gonna do in the East. I'm not really sure that I even need them in Moscow. You know what I'm saying? Oh, because of freaking that stupid German stack. Okay, I guess so. So
Yeah, but yeah, there is a
Right.
tank for that that can break through with a bunch of things.
wait, I do have a tank. Yeah, it's like the Japan Blitz. So does that look good?
I think so.
Mobilization. Okay, pull the trigger, and that's that.
Well, I'm willing to call it. I mean, I don't really see a way for us to win. You can't really blame it on Japan. Even I mean, I did everything I could. I played efficiently.
You can
I mean,
always blame Japan. You
I
can
do-
always blame Japan.
I do
No,
see
no.
there is a play. There is a play.
I mean, are you sure?
Yeah, there's no way we're
Okay,
gonna
I
win
want
this
to.
game.
I don't mean
want to-
serious.
I
You know,
mean,
I'm just messing around.
there is an outside chance, but everything has to happen like perfectly. Like you have to take Persia without any losses. You have to take back West Russia, Belarus, Ukraine, Bulgaria, Romania, Italy, and France without any losses. Now you could do it.
With no losses at all? I mean, I don't think I have to do all that with no losses.
Well, not so much no losses, but you have to take them all back. So
Right. That's all achievable.
it's
Well,
possible.
not Ukraine.
No, you can
not
get Ukraine.
Ukraine.
Yeah, you can.
I can get Ukraine, but not with no losses. I mean, I can definitely get all of those. And
You have to take.
wait, did you say West Russia, Belarus, and Ukraine?
Yep, and Bulgaria, Romania, Italy, and France. You don't have to take Northwest, luckily for you, or Finland.
You don't have to take no.
I don't know about having. I don't know about have
That's
to
so
take
generous.
West Russia.
No, you have to take them all.
I don't think I have to take. Yeah, so you think I have to take West Russia?
Yep, you do. You want to take them all.
Uh,
You have to take them all. Because that's the whole point
I
of
mean,
moving
what's
into
the difference
Persia.
between taking?
You're basically like you're pincering him in Persia. So his fleet, his troops have to make a decision whether they're going to try and hold West Russia, or are they going to retake Persia. And if they retake Persia, can they do it with just the Kazakh guys and hold West Russia, or us hold Kazakh? Don't know. Lots of Russian or lots of Japanese coming. And I'm going to move these. Well, I'm talking out of school here. I don't want to talk too much about that. But I got there's a plan in the Pacific to get more dudes on the island. But yeah, dude, we're in big trouble. We get this is
Oh yeah, we're definitely in big
this
trouble.
is desperation mode.
I've been in. I'm not willing to call it. I've been in worse positions as Germany.
Well, I'm willing to call it
No,
if
I've
this
been in
turn does
better
not go
positions,
well.
Lost.
How about we call how about we
Okay,
say
I got
that?
you.
If this turn does not go well,
So
I'm willing to call it.
infantry, 11 infantry, 1 tank. How's that sound
Sure.
for a purchase?
Eh, why not?
You've given up, haven't you?
No, you can only build 12, so that's the right.
Not giving, not
You're
giving
building
up.
12. You're building 12.
But
You're building
yeah.
12 units.
All right, so you're saying I don't need Southern Europe. I need Italy and France, right?
It's going to be the correct dispersion of assets, including your fighters, to certain targets. Like you don't have to take Bello. You can take Bello with 2 infantry and an artillery. You can take France with what do you say in there? Don't need that much. Don't need that much. Maybe.
Well, we're gonna take it. You understand? We're not gonna lose it.
Well, no, I get that. You want Bulgaria, Romania too. You have to take that as well.
Do I? Oh, I already have Bulgaria, Romania. Do you mean Southern Europe?
Oh, I mean, yeah, that's what I meant. Sorry. Yeah. And West Russia.
Okay.
West Russia. And Ukraine. The other 2 fighters.
I mean, that's what I got.
That's perfect. Looks beautiful.
I don't-
Wait. No, don't affect. You have to attack Persia with everything.
I'm not. Oh, right.
I'm not. Oh yeah, right. Yes, you would. Yes, you would have.
I zoom in like towards Europe, and like I always miss out on Africa. And,
I know. I
and
do.
Persia.
Dude, I do it too. If you watch my videos, I've made that mistake so many times. It's not even funny. Just
All
one
right,
day.
let's see. Let's run this up the.
Yeah.
Let's run this up the flagpole and see who salutes it.
Yeah. Well, hey, we're starting off okay. We're starting off okay.
Let's put this in the cat bowl and see if he eats it.
The cat bowl? This a bowl for the cat? Cat
Well,
bowl?
I'm not throwing it on the floor. I don't actually have a cat.
Isn't it called a dish? Isn't it called a dish?
Put it in a fucking implement and see if the motherfucker knows how to survive.
Oh, look at these goddamn hit bags. Jesus Christ.
Yeah.
Expensive.
I've had more than one of those. See, that's what you gotta do. You gotta make that sound. You make that sound, and then the dice gods, like, they hear that as a prayer. They're like, oh, okay, he's already been shafted in the asshole. So
Oh,
that's not. See, I didn't make
you just
that
got shafted
sound
again.
this time.
That's what you get for talking about the dice god. While you're rolling the dice. Never do that.
Exactly.
Dice gods will get you every single time.
No, I mean I've been hit pretty bad on rollbacks, like on smaller battles.
No,
this
yeah.
time.
Okay, let's be honest.
I mean it's coming against me.
We've been kind of diced
What's
tonight a little bit. I mean, it's true.
Yeah, and it started with R1.
I'll be the first to admit it if it happens to me and the dice are in my favor. I'm the first one to admit, hey man, I got good dice, but we've been diced a little bit tonight. But I mean, it's good play all the way. I mean, I'm not. The med check actually worked out for them, which I was surprised it did.
Oh, absolutely.
Art didn't seem to know what he was doing until Shaky set him straight and fucking showed him what to do. But and
No,
Art's
I
like,
was looking
hey
at
man, I don't
this-
want to make decisions, and Shaky's like, I don't want to make decisions either.
Come on, man.
was,
You gotta hate him. You know what I'm saying?
But somehow
He's
it
just talking about the small optimizations.
somehow it turned out. It
It
worked
was
out in their favor.
like R or G2, Germany 2. I was like, you know what? I was just looking at this on America's turn. I should have bought the bomber on
Dude.
G2.
You know what?
And that
G1.
would have shut down.
Bomber G1.
Uh,
It let me get my fleet off. The UK fleet.
Well, what let you get
yeah,
your fleet off is the fact that I
fleet
somehow
was
missed the fact
terrible.
that he put the 2 planes in Finland and 2 planes in Poland. I did not see that. If I would have seen that, I would have said, hey, whoa, stop.
Bomber on
there's too
G2
many-
would have been useful for
many
preventing
useful
you from
things to
going
do.
to Sea Zone 10 and leaving naked transports around the British Isles.
Speaking-
Turn 1 would have been useful too, but G2 would have been like pretty much the latest. Alright, anyway, well, I don't really need the fighters in Karelia. I'm gonna put them back. This one goes back to Germany. This one can go to Karelia though, and this one will go, well, also to Karelia. This one can go to Germany. So I got a 2 and 2 split.
He can send 9
Or
dudes. He can send
no, a
9.
3 and 2
He
split.
can send 9 dudes to Karelia as the UK.
So I've got. Oh, I can't move that Baltic dude. Fuck. I can send. Oh, I can send a lot more to. Wait, he can send 9 from where to where?
He can send 9 British
To,
guys, but he can't send any Americans. He can't send any Americans. So you just have to defend against 9 British guys, and we're already good. We're good.
Yeah, in Karelia.
Yeah.
Okay.
And everything else in Berlin.
Well, that being said, I also have to defend against 9 British guys in Berlin, which is arguably more important.
Yeah, well, that's why I said.
I think I got him though.
Yeah,
Yeah, I got him.
yeah, you got him. You got to buy the
I'll
balls.
keep both. I'll keep both. I'll keep both AA guns in Berlin.
Surprisingly, you
good.
still have a decent amount of income. That's actually impressive after that last round by them. But they're gonna actually replicate that round, and it's gonna be really impossible for you to take that back next turn. So we just delayed it for a turn, but it was fun to watch. The only one you missed on was
very useful,
Bello.
though, because
You won every
delaying it
battle
by a
except
turn-
Bello.
Delaying it by a turn means that Japan moves forward a turn.
Yeah, but it's
Like they're
I'm too
already
late.
in the retreat.
I'm
Like
too
they're
late.
already stacking Kazakh instead of stacking
Dude, I can do the math.
West Russia. They're stacking
I can
Kazakh.
the math. I know I've been drinking, but believe it or not, math actually still occurs. In my brain.
Okay, well I've been drinking and math does not occur.
Well, then you're gonna have to trust me. But the game,
Well, no,
if
here's
this
the thing,
is
it's
a
like,
ranked game,
what-
I would still play it. But only because I'm aggressive and I want to win. I always want to win, and I'm not gonna let anybody just beat me. But in a game like this
Right.
tonight, and the fact that Shaky does have something important to do tomorrow, I'm not uncomfortable saying that I relinquish. I think that they've won the game. I think that if this game carried out 4 or 5 more rounds from now, I think that they would be. Actually, it might even be over before 4 or 5 rounds from now. I think the Allies have position on us. They have a perfect med chuck. We can't defend it, or we can't get in position to defend it. And so they can leave 13 open with just free transports. I mean, that's just death. That's exactly how you want the med chuck to work, where you can put naked transports in C-Zone 13 where you're shucking 10 dudes a turn and building 2 in Norway. Yeah, the game's over. We can't win. So I bow gracefully amongst this dominance of Aardvark Pepper and Shaky. I mean, a good duo. You guys are a great team, good partnership, and what can I tell you,
You're
man? You
certainly
guys,
right. The dice did start. They started on Russia. We had a
yeah, Russia's dice has
excellent-
been
excellent
incredible.
Russia.
I mean, everybody else's dice has been pretty average, but Russia's dice have been just out of the world. I mean, just crazy. I mean, it's even making them excited. I swear to God, I think Aardvark Pepper got a hard on at least twice during this game. He must have.
What?
Oh, you heard me. You heard me. You heard
Oh
me.
my god, you.
And I never would have taken that Corellia fight. That was all him. So
That's balls. That's what I'm telling you. It's balls. How do you not get a hard on from doing that and winning? And winning.
Yeah.
I mean, come on, guys. It was like a strafe. That was the probabilistic whatever. Just like when Shaky did that Eastern Australia 3 versus 2. I forget the odds. It's like 58, 60% or something like that, but the attacker is favored.
No, the
So,
attacker's not favored in that
It's not
battle.
just like the attack value, the defense value.
The
it's the hit
attacker's not
points, too.
favored in that battle. That's like a
So, I mean-
40% for the attacker. 3 infantry on 2 infantry is like 40% for the attacker.
Yeah,
Right.
40% for the
let's-
for the
let's
concept
run it
52,
through the
of
calculator.
elimination,
52 for the
you're
attacker.
actually losing
There we
nothing.
go.
50 for the attacker.
Is it really that high?
That sounds right.
Is it really a coin flip?
I just ran it.
Wow.
Yeah, it's
Okay.
because the hit point it's a huge thing.
And the fact that you were
That's like the basis for the AAA AI sort of.
and the fact that you guys were conscious enough to start your Kazakh stack at the excuse me, the exact right time, also hurt us. I mean, I could.
Yeah,
There are
because you
things that
tried
I could
to
do
scare
to.
them off with the
There are things that.
transport units.
Yeah.
You tried.
I mean, guys, like I know you guys are talking like, oh, Shaky's like topping up the game, but like the alternative, right? The way that I usually play it is like I push the hell out of Germany. So by this point, Karelia collapses, and you have UK and US like feeding troops in, plus the med shock. It's just like it's a disaster either way. So it's like,
Yeah.
Japan pushes the Kazakh. Like, you can't really get any farther than that. It's just
All right.
really nasty.
It went very, very.
besides,
It went
you
very,
can always
very well
add
for
your
you.
media.
Yes. Nobody's arguing that.
Look at this coming turn. Look at this coming turn. We're gonna have
Exactly.
like 4 guys in Italy, 4 guys in Southern Europe, and have 8 guys in France. We're gonna have 3 guys in the Northwest.
Yeah.
You only got 9 guys. You can't
Yeah.
trade them all back.
Yeah. That's why I said
It's like it's
it had to go so well that we didn't lose anything, and even if we did lose something, it still needed to go better than that. Yeah. Hey, I mean, I listen. I'm not I'm not complaining. I think that you guys played very, very well. You communicated well. I'm not going to complain about the dice. It's a
Yeah, it's a
dice
fun
game.
game, man.
It's a
I
goddamn
really
dice
appreciate you
game. I
guys.
mean, it is what it is.
Yep. No matter what people say, it's always a dice game. I don't care how good you are. At some point, you need dice.
Yeah, that's true.
You know,
That's true.
that's where the expression it comes from. Better to be lucky than good.
Yeah, except for the top players in the world, for some reason they never seem to need that. It's like they never run into a game where they have like terrible dice on every fucking roll. It's
No,
like,
you guys should watch this. There's a series on YouTube. You know Sheldon, right?
yeah,
Yeah,
Sheldon.
he's
Sheldon.
He's got two videos.
A couple times.
Yeah, he's played with
Sheldon
us.
versus
He's played with
Amon.
us.
No H, just Zelda.
Right. So it's like Sheldon? Yeah, Sheldon, maybe not Sheldon, like I forget. But it's like, so in one game, he's playing as Germany, right? He sends it against the cruiser, and he loses. So that's just like crap-tastic. And he got like crap dice all over on that turn. I was just like, oh, what a disaster. And he played on. And then Amon, right? Like like in the next series, like Amon attacked West Russia, and he had like one infantry remaining, like one infantry, two artillery, one tank. And I was just like, okay, that's not cool. You know what I'm saying? So he played on too. So I mean, the top players do get dice and they do play on. They sometimes play it out. I think if they didn't have such crap dice, like they could have like won against other opponents the way that they played it out.
Yeah,
But it's just
Amundus
like,
played.
they were both
Amundus
decent
played
enough
on
to
this channel
hold it
too.
up for his
I also played him in a ranked. Actually, no, it wasn't a ranked game. It was a custom game. He was actually one of my earliest subscribers, and he said, "Hey, do you want to play a game?" And I didn't know who he was. I just thought he was a subscriber. And we get into the game, and it's like 2 rounds in or 3 rounds in, and he's pulling his crazy fucking shit with me, like in the med, like a med chuck, but not a med chuck. It was a fake med chuck. It was actually a delayed KJF, and I was like, dude, you just blew my fucking mind. How did you do that? He's like, oh man, so Amon, really good player. Mass respect for him, and also mad respect for pretty much all of the guys that you mentioned. I mean, all the top players deserve to be there, in my opinion. And hey, by the way, let's shout out to the chat, Jaybread, who is he's literally a constant on every Friday night. He's like literally, he could be basically a staple. He's always here on Friday night is in the chat, and he actually just cracked the top 10 platinum as Axis. So congrats to him.
Mm-hmm.
So I just want to point that out there.
So,
of course, it was
I
all
guess in closing, I'll just say thanks again to Shaky, because he's got sort of like a different game sense than I do, and he does have like these sort of like shifts that work out very well. So definitely, these kind of like
what'd you call them? You
different
called
like
them something in the
methods
game
and
that I've never
options.
heard before. Something like a micro, something like that. Micro. Was it a micro thing?
I forget too. But it's like he's got these like sort of like like I'm not gonna say that they're minor. It's like they're
Like
really
micro efficiencies.
improvements.
Like what'd you call them? You called them something.
Micro efficiencies.
I forget the name you called them.
Something like that.
Shaky. What did he call them? Because he pointed out a couple times, like the infantry to Alaska thing, and then back to, and then the Mexico infantry. He's never seen that before. I'm like, what? How have you never seen that before?
I mean, don't get me wrong. Like when I play a lot, like I'm really lazy. You know what I'm saying? It's just like I haven't had to optimize against players. So I just
that's
didn't.
what you call
I was
them,
just like,
micro
what?
optimizations. That's what you call them, micro optimizations.
Optimizations.
Yeah.
Yeah. But they really add up. It's like it makes a turn difference in the turn.
Makes it efficient.
It's like, yeah. So you can see where it comes out. Where it's like, what was it? It's like instead of having 2 infantry a turn later against France, I had them a turn earlier in Morocco.
Well,
so
yeah.
that fed into the matchup timings, and I was like, oh, that's cute. Like I really like how that plays out.
Shake is good.
And, like the whole Solomon Islands counter inside that earlier game. Just like these things that are just like they work out really nicely, and it's like that's just part of the board map and like the
there's no
timings of the
immediate
builds.
gain,
So
but there
it's-
is a satisfaction later on when they come to fruition. So yeah,
oh
it's
no,
like,
there's an immediate gain already. The fact that I had 2 more units in Morocco, like that did make a definite difference in the way that sort of like the pressure worked out. So I was like, yeah. I mean, just like these sort of like small things where he's just like throttling you slowly to death. So like the way that I play, it tends to be like kind of
One way
like
to put
sloppier
it.
and more like macro. So I'm just like crush Karelia, crush Germany, just like very blatant, and then like clean up after Japan afterwards. So it's much sloppier usually. But it's like, as I play, I pick up these things and I'm kind of like, oh, like, why don't I do it this way? So there you go.
you can write an essay about it. I'm looking
In
forward to
fact,
the.
I'm ready to
I'm
now.
actually
This
looking
one,
forward to the synopsis of this Friday Night Blitz because I read the synopsis from the last Friday Night Blitz, and that, by the way, it was impressive. And I
What
think
synopsis? I'll just be like, shaky, good job, thanks. You know, like again.
it was like
But
5
when you played against
paragraphs.
me, I learned. When you played with me, I learned. So
No, it was like 5
like this one,
paragraphs,
I just
something
feel
like that. I read it. I forget all the details, but
5 paragraphs. I'll just give you 1 paragraph. Taxes overextended. That's it.
no, I'm not. No, dude, don't take
That-
this the wrong way, Art. Don't take this the wrong way. I'm not complaining. I read them, because I'm
Yeah.
one that you can gain knowledge from anywhere, from any source, from anywhere, and I've always been.
I very much agree.
Yeah, I've been taught that my whole life, and I believe that. I actually truly embrace that. That it doesn't matter from who or from where or from what situation, you can always gain knowledge from your particular situation where you're in at the moment. And so I'm a big firm.
Yeah,
I'm
well,
a
maybe
big
I'll
firm
make a
believer of
comment
that.
as far as the I think I'll make a comment as far as the air goes because I thought that you guys kind of said it was a counter, but it just means like the Allies developed the pressure a little differently. Like if you guys buy a bomber, you're 4 infantry short, and it's like if the Allies go KJF, that's one thing. It's like you can make up for the loss in raw numbers with like mobility and attack power or whatever.
He didn't buy a
But when you're
bomber
doing
though.
like a med shock, no, I'm saying like when the Allies do a med shock, it's just like because Germany's being bled out so hard, you really feel the difference. Like with the loss of those infantry, it's just I don't think it's any better. Like I played it out these different ways. It's like all that happens is like U.S. builds like whatever some additional defense fleet, and it just like sits there. You're just like, what you guys would have had to do is like stack northwestern Europe or something like that. And if you do that, like Korea collapses, or alternatively like keep your like fighters on France to sort of like deny C Zone 13. And it's like all of these options, they're very bad for holding.
Yeah.
And you see
By the
how
way,
the guys try to hold Ireland.
I'm not pissing on my teammate Andrew here on this one, but I did not spot that. I did not. If I would have spotted that, I would have insisted that all those fighters went on Northwest in round 1 for Germany, and they did not.
I see specifically as the bomber is concerned, it's pretty much a catch-22 situation. The 4 infantry or 1 bomber are basically the same thing as it would be implemented in the game because the territory that you can either hold or take with that bomber or the 4 infantry is basically the same amount. It's basically whether or not you want to put up more pressure on holding. Yeah, like as Germany during a KGF, like as I say it, you have to choose either push into Russia or hold both France and Northwest, or pivot between France and Northwest. You can't do both. The 4 infantry help you
No,
push
your
into
play
Russia
was
a little
fine.
bit more.
He got just really good strafes. I mean, they just worked out both of them.
Well,
He had 2 big ones that worked out
I don't
for him in
necessarily
his
mean
favor.
I don't necessarily mean in this game specifically. I just mean in general.
Oh, in
the
general?
choice between
Okay.
4 infantry. Yeah, I mean 4 infantry versus 1 bomber is basically the same thing. Now, if you're talking about a bomber every turn, of course 4 infantry is better. But if you just need 1 turn, get 1 bomber.
Yeah, but Shaky's right. It has to be
4
round 1.
infantry
If
ends
you're
up
going to buy the
being-
bomber, it's round 1 or 2 tanks or something like that or some other variant. 11 and 2, something like that.
Let me give you one example of why
I
the
don't see
G1
any
bomber
issue
would
in
have been
some
better.
games.
Let me give you one example. So in this game, Roche had to send a fighter to C-Zone 34 to kill my transport. He lost Burma in that round 1. If he sent that second fighter to Burma,
Yeah, that's true.
he probably would have won Burma.
That's
and
true.
your bomber could have went and got the 34 transport.
Oh yeah, I see what you're saying. Yeah.
It has tons
Well,
of
if it had gone to 34,
immediately.
then it wouldn't have been able to attack C-Zone 7 also. So it would have been sort of a mute issue whether or not you had built a fleet in
That's
7.
not true. That's not true because I don't know what Japan's going to attack it or if Germany's going to attack it. So
Yeah, the German bomber
at
in
that
Italy,
point-
round 1, would have
at
killed the
that point, I
34
don't know what you're going
transport.
to do. So I still have to consider both options. You know,
So 1 or never for the bomber for Germany.
I wouldn't say that. That's
Yeah.
a little.
I-
That's dogmatic.
Let's not
one is
forget.
optimal.
Let's not forget that the Russians opened with the West Russia, where they had 7 infantry, 2 artillery, and a tank, and they took Ukraine with 3 tanks, an infantry, and artillery, and an AA gun. And
Yeah,
So
it was-
let me
it
talk
was-
about
it
that a
was-
little.
it doesn't get much better than that.
No,
Well,
I mean,
we-
I get that, you know, we're down and it's looking bad. I'm just saying I don't think this is a total loss yet. The
Oh, it
dice have been
is.
going bad for us this whole time.
Do you want? Do
There's
you
no
want me to
reason
take?
that we can't get average or above average dice.
Do you want me to take my turn?
Yeah, dude. At the end of this turn, we are literally
Yeah.
we're gonna look like
I know.
a
I'm ready. I'm ready to concede. I
mincemeat.
think everyone else is ready for us to concede. I think I'm outvoted 3-1. So I'll just, you know, throw in the towel at this point.
I'll play you 1-on-1, but
I'm not going to
before-
force everyone
if
to.
other people resign, like, you know, we'll be left in the game.
So
But,
here's the deal,
a
though.
couple
So
things I
over the
wanted
last
to
couple
know.
of weeks, Aardvark Pepper has been the common denominator as the winner. Isn't that something? That makes you kind of special,
Yeah,
dude.
well, what can I say, right? I had good teammates. There
yeah.
you go.
It makes you kind of special.
But
He's
I
a
do
ringer.
want to mention something as far as the German air, you know, because I guess we're still casting or like, you know, this being recorded on YouTube. So something that I think Totostorm or something like that. I'm sorry if I get the name right, like incorrect. But I think he used to go like carrier bomber. And now apparently I've heard that he might be going like 2 bombers like G1. So the way that sort of plays out is like if you just get 1 bomber, right? The way that I feel about 1 bomber is 4 infantry are better early on because you mobilize them, then you get them into position later, right? And then you they're sort of like whatever. I won't get into it. But the bomber has an advantage because you can attack Africa too. So it's just like you have more pressure against the UK fleet in the Atlantic, and you also threaten Africa. So it's just like you get these kind of like double threats, which is nice. But where some people say, okay, stop building air, but some people they do like whatever dark skies, where they just build mad fighter power. So when you get like a really strong Axis player who's got like a crap ton of like fighters on France, you cannot do med shock. Like you have to transition out of it. And then you have like this sort of like because Axis have like a weakness in the ground numbers, then you try to break them at Karelia. So it's like, yeah. So what I'm working towards is the way that I feel about it is I think you need to have infantry no matter what. So you build that early, and then you transition into like more air later on in the game. So then you sort of like start playing games with the allies where you're like, oh, do you really want to drop like, you know, your fleet here and like we'll mass attack you, kill your entire navy, leave your ground stranded, kill all your ground, and then you know like you have to come back from that. So when they're doing that, it's like Russia surges. But then the Axis recover, the allies have to like start from scratch. So it's really
And all I'm going to say to that, and
Anyways,
I understand exactly, because I'm speaking as a person who actually employs the Dark Skies approach as the Axis player in ranked play. Even in ranked play, I've got proof. I've actually got games where I've shown it. I understand that strategy, but things have to go very, very well for the Axis early on, where you can actually feel confident enough where you can do that. It's not a strategy where it's just what I would consider to be fair dice. If fair dice happen in the round 1, a Dark Skies approach for Germany is probably not a good idea. That's all I would say to that.
Yeah, I mean, you have to take it as.
Are you saying that Germany needs above average dice in the
Yes.
early game to go Dark Skies?
Yes, they do.
I got you.
They absolutely do.
I wasn't sure if you were saying Germany needs it or the Allies need the above
No,
average.
Germany needs
for
it.
it
They
to
either
be
need
above.
they either need the
Okay.
Russians to have a very, very bad round 1 and the UK to have a bad round 1. Like, actually, this game would have been a perfect game for a Dark Skies approach because they had such a terrible start. The UK had a terrible start. Russia had a great start, but the UK had a terrible start. Now, if Russia would have had a
Yeah, I
normal
was gonna
average
say
start,
I'm not following you because they had a pretty good. I think overall they had a pretty good. So here's the thing: like if UK has a bad first turn, that's like there's like a 2-turn delay in Germany feeling the kickback from it. If Russia has a bad start, there's an immediate kickback. You feel that immediately. But you know if they have a good or an average start, there's still like a 1-turn delay. I feel like, or if they have an average start, there's a 1-turn delay before you feel it. If they have a
depends on
bad
the
start
player. I mean, it depends
or
on
a
the player.
good
I mean,
start, there's a 0-turn delay.
because I know Shaking, he doesn't like to build the UK round 1 fleet, but he did this turn.
Never.
And
Never. I hate it.
And he did because
it's too valuable to get those fighters.
Because it made sense.
Opportunity, yeah.
It made.
So you know what? I want to just comment on this Dark Skies thing with Germany. The way it works is okay. So Germany generally gets about $40 a turn. So you get 10 infantry and a fighter each turn, right? You never buy artillery, and those fighters become what I call reusable artillery, right? So you make up for the economics. You save by not buying any artillery ever. Because usually when you're Germany, you get like 2 artillery a turn or something. Over the course of the game, 3 or 4 turns, so it's $2, is an extra fighter. That's sort of the philosophy of the Netflix guys.
Yeah, that's exactly what they
I
are.
would
They're actually, I believe you coined the phrase reusable artillery. I've never heard anybody else actually say that before you. So, but that's exactly what they are, and that's exactly how they perform. And that's exactly why I say tanks for Russia are basically cheap fighters, because that's exactly the role they perform. So it's the same.
Let me come back at that, right? Like I'm not letting it pass, right? So there's a couple things going on there. So I get it, kind of like fighters are reusable, artillery, that sort of thing. But let me ask you. So whoever's saying that you've played global.
Yes, G40 played many games.
Okay, so the way it is there, it's
You
kind
can't
of like
compare this game
Russia's
to G40.
so
It's a completely
strangled.
different game. It's not even close, dude. It's like night and day. So don't even try to. If
I
you're gonna
know
try to
it's
just
completely
draw some
different,
sort of equivalence between this game, 1942, and G40,
right? But
you
the
can't do it.
equivalence that I'm drawing, right, is because as a veteran player, right, of G40, what happens when Russia buys air? You're just like the veterans are like, no, don't do that. You can't afford it, and you really can't. So that's where it's like that's where I first kind of learned like, okay, you can't just like air is cool for trading, but it's a luxury. It's an optional, right? So then like I sort of transitioned to the whole you don't need air philosophy, which is weird. I'll get into that. But as far as having like air replace artillery and tanks, I would say that the best use of Axis air is you're not just trading territory, you're also threatening the sea zones. So the Allies have to build more escorts, and they have to move their fleets in different ways. That really restricts their freedom. That's one of like the really big parts of like Axis air. And as far as the tanks being cheap fighters or something like that, no, because fighters they cannot claim ground. So in other words, like if you have like G1 fighters, right? You can't land them on Ukraine on G2. Like if you just captured it, because it's like if you just captured it, you can't land it.
Dude,
But if you had tanks, then you can
they have mechanized
leave them there
infantry
so you
in
can capture
G40,
and
so
deny
like
territory. So
you can bring
very
infantry
big differences,
with you.
I feel.
Okay.
So,
Like I said at the beginning, and I see your point. I'm
yeah.
just saying that you can't compare the two games. They're completely different rule sets, completely different things,
No, of course.
completely different
I'm just
board,
saying that there may be
completely
some
different
similarities.
opening. It's
Yeah,
not
you're
even
right.
close. I mean, you're talking about an opening in G40 where
There's
Germany's
no
building
similarity.
almost entirely fleet. So like,
Yeah, especially once you
doesn't
count
work.
the quirks of this game, where like I say quirks, but I mean like the rule discrepancies, like where you don't have allied transports and allied carriers.
Yeah, really.
And then when you start counting in, bugs, which I guess we don't really run into bugs too often in this game, but when we do run into them, they're like game-changing bugs. Then it's just like, hard to
Right.
draw a
So
comparison.
if you really have to say, like, is it really one thing or the other? Okay, yeah, okay. Like global is very different. I'll give you that. So these comparisons that I'm drawing, they
It's
just
got so
apply
many goddamn
mentally
rules.
somehow. Yeah, but that's part of the
Yes.
like, you have
All
like
the
the
damn
convoys
rules
and
you
like
have
other
to
crazy
follow.
stuff
It's
in this game.
crazy.
So would you prefer if we didn't have rules like that? I mean, because like all the national, what is it, like the
Oh no,
national income,
I'd love
whatever
for
rules.
if Beamdog or somebody would able to somehow accomplish this kind of format, but in a G40 game. Oh, I'd be all over that. I'd pay $100 for that game easily.
So let me
100%.
just say, right? Let me get this straight, right? Because I won't tell you whatever. Like you'll see what I'm talking about. But so when you say this format, so it's kind of like you have the asynchronous format, right? And you have sort of like the online ability, and just that in G40, right?
Well, no, I
How's
mean
it help with that?
the map scale would
if
have to be
if they
scaled
had
out
made this
properly,
game,
but
if they had made this game G40 instead of 1942, like Roach Warrior had said, I would easily pay $100 for it. I would even consider paying up to 500 for it. Now, I would much rather have a subscription based model, because with a subscription model, like you pay 5, 10, 15, whatever bucks a month for it. Um, even though I would end up paying more over the course of the lifetime that I'm playing the
Here-
game, that means that the developers can support the game longer, they can get better hardware, and they can have a dedicated development team.
And here's the
for
thing
the
about
game
here's
to
the thing about
continually
G40,
crush
and I just want
bugs
to
and
I just want to say one thing. I just want to say one last thing about G40 and 1942.
Yeah.
The sophistication level between 1942 and G40 is literally astronomical. There is so
Absolutely.
much to know about G40 that is basically it's almost performed playing 1942 at the executive level. Like you don't even think about it when you're playing 1942.
Right, we're at the retail level right now. We're at the customer service
Right,
level.
exactly. So, I mean, I played serious games of G40 with serious players. Some of the top players actually that only play the board game. They only play the board game. They don't play the online AAA shit, all that stuff. They just play the board game and they have these tournaments. And I've talked to these people and I've listened to them and I've played the game myself against other people. And it's just such a complex, sophisticated game with so many rule sets. It's literally impossible to play the same game twice.
hmm I kind of go into this sometimes. It's like the variety, like the amount of permutations that you can have, even on the first round, like the amount of permutations on round one in Russia are it's pretty finite. You pretty much have two opening
Mhm.
moves, and one of them is pretty much dominant. That's your 9-12, 9 on Ukraine, 12 on
Well, you kill
West
France.
Russia, right?
Germany kills France round one. Germany goes first on
Uh,
G40.
wait, what? Oh no,
You're
I'm
talking
talking
about
about on
G40,
this game
right?
on 1940, or 1942.
Oh,
Uh,
okay, yeah.
yeah, like you have pretty much two rounds or two moves that you can make. And as far as what your opening buy is, there's really only like two or three viable options. I mean, I've seen people pull off the fighter, buying a fighter with Russia 1 before, but it's really rare, and they're depending on dice when that works out for them. But the scale on this game is so small, like uh and what this gets back to is how the dice affect it. So like on G40 or even the 50th anniversary edition, which is what I grew up playing, um because the scale is larger, and when I say the scale is larger, I mean like the territories, like the amount of IPC that you have as income is a little bit greater. The total IPC on the board is greater. The amount of pieces that you're going to have on the board at any given time is greater on average. So that means that your scale is bigger. So if the dice sort
It's
of
also
don't go
more
in your favor
accurately
one or two
represented too.
rounds,
In G40, the game is more
exactly.
accurately represented in
And
terms of
I
strength.
I think that's because you have more units, which means that bad dice for one or two rolls don't affect your entire battle, which means that your battle doesn't affect your entire war, or
No,
even
but going to what Ard and
if it
Shaky
does
were
affect
talking
your
about
war,
earlier about these
you have so much
micro,
more have.
well, yeah, about these micro optimizations, I think he calls them.
hmm
In a game like G40, it really matters because like the Anzac have nothing to do for the first like literally 3 or 4 or 5 rounds. They literally
Yeah.
build a fleet. That's what they do. But the order in which they build a fleet in G40 is really, really important because it comes back to play in round 5, round 6 when you really need the fleet to do actually something. So it's like little things like that, like your India play. The fact that you use like who I don't know who mentioned the comment about splitting up uh, the Pacific India play with the North Atlantic or North Atlantic UK with the Pacific UK, and making that 2 turns. Well, in G40, that's actually a thing. You'll have an economy for the India Pacific or the UK Pacific, and you have an economy for the Atlantic Pacific. Now, a lot of people I play with just actually disregard that rule, so it's not really authentic, but and I myself, I will admit, I actually prefer to ditch that rule as well. I think the UK should just play whatever the fuck they want to play, whenever they want to play it.
Heresy. You gotta have Anzac, man.
See, I knew you were gonna say something about that.
Heresy. Heresy. That's such a massive change, man. That's so massive. Don't get me wrong, but you can play it that way. It's more fun. And I get it. It's just like all these crazy rules, but it's so big, man. It's like Lend Lease almost. They're like, oh my god, what
it
do I
does-
do with like all this money?
It's disadvantageous for the Allies to play with the split economy, I think. I
Yeah,
think
it really
most
is.
house rules
That's-
I've ever played, it's usually the UK has one economy. When you play tournament, I mean, you can get the the really obsessive dudes that like, oh yeah, I gotta stay cannon, man, cannon, and they'll play the tournaments that way and they'll make it that way. But even Larry Harris said that it probably wasn't the best rule they implemented. That in tournament play, it actually makes more sense for the UK to play both players and spend their money accordingly.
yeah.
So even Larry Harris,
A lot of
the guy
stuff.
designed the goddamn game, and he said, yeah, we think that might have been a mistake. So if he's saying it, it's got to be true, right?
Well, that's
Well, he did make 1942 edition, so
The first one.
yeah.
And didn't you
So,
love
I
playing
mean,
it? I did. I loved playing it.
Oh, well,
Those goddamn
Nah.
aircraft carriers. I could put planes on my aircraft carriers on a board game. Are you kidding me? That was like high tech back in the day, 1984. That was high tech shit, man.
right.
Like that's the Apple computer back in 1984. Is for me. That was like nobody had board games like that. We had Monopoly. We had the race
I
car
agree.
and the fucking whatever.
It's again fucking like life or whatever. You're sticking pegs inside these cars, and you're kind of like, yeah. And then you care in that analogy, you're like balancing fighters and carriers, and you're like, this is the coolest game ever, right?
Exactly.
So, yeah.
All right, well, guys, I think we should probably end it here because we're just reminiscing. And I know
That's right.
Shaky, although he hasn't responded, probably just left us anyway. And if he did, that's cool because I know he has a big day. He's got a big day tomorrow. But no, I'm just kidding. But I thank everybody that joined the chat and came out to watch us tonight. I think it was a good bunch of dudes and or girls too. And Arvar Pepper, hey Ben, you're becoming a staple, dude.
Next time I'm going to see if I can switch off to the other stream and mix up the players and stuff.
Yeah,
But
of course. Go experience everything.
that'll be the
But
next thing.
we're a fun group as usual on Friday nights, and we're pretty reliable. I mean, I don't think in the last 4 years, I think we've missed 2 Friday night blitzes where we weren't able to get together. So that's a pretty good record, I would say. I don't know what you guys think, but
It's
sounds pretty good to me.
spectacular. It's you know what, guys? I'm gonna go check in on the other guys' game.
Oh, they still playing?
guess
I think
was
I
just
will
talking to
too.
one of- Yeah, and one of them just had a huge battle, so I'm gonna go join their chat and I'm gonna hang out with them for a little bit.
Yeah, I'm gonna join you, man. I'll meet you over there. And by the way, if anybody wants that's on the chat or if you guys don't know, it's John Roberts Gaming. So just go to YouTube and type in John Roberts Gaming, and it looks like their game's still going. So I'm gonna go check it out too. So, but everybody that came out tonight, thank you so much. Don't forget to subscribe, and hit the notifications bell if you're new to the channel. Want to see more content like this? Thanks to Ard, thanks to Shaky, Shank, hey, Andrew, thanks to you too, man.
Fun times, man.
Oh yeah, thank you very much for having me.
Appreciate everybody.
See you next week. Adios.
Bye bye.